Alrighty, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Glad to see everybody back in here today. Hopefully everyone's having a great Monday so far. Let's see, we have in the chat Legacy, Kevin, Sam, Misty, Kaylee, Northeast Weather, Caden, Ben, Daniel, Edits, Misty, Ashley, Lucky is also here. Lucky's in the background right now. Let's see, Payne, ALT, Kevin, Brian, and everyone else who is in the stream who may not be chatting, or if I forgot to welcome you, welcome to the stream, Mike, as well. I'll have you know, as I was starting up the live stream, I had to go on deafen on Discord because Lucky was literally chanting chicken strips, chicken strips. This dude is literally chanting chicken strips. And I had to start the live stream, so I had to go on deafen, so that way the first thing you guys didn't hear in the stream is chicken strips, chicken strips. This dude is crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute. He's probably gonna be watching the stream and probably gonna fuss at me. Let's see. Good morning.
Good morning. What are you doing?
Do you not have the notification bell? Do you not? Are you not in the Discord server? Do you not have notifications?
I'm on Do Not Disturb on Discord, buddy. I don't think I've ever...
I literally saw you look at my stream. What do you mean, what am I doing?
What do you mean?
You looked right at my stream.
When?
Literally before you clicked on the NASCAR race. My stream was right there and it said live watching 12 people. I just started.
Oh...
This dude, what do you mean, what am I doing?
And I do have notification bell on. I just didn't get the notification. You just went quiet.
Bro, I went on deafen because I had to start the live stream and you're over here chanting chicken strips, chicken strips.
Okay, chat. Okay, he's lying right now.
No, chat, I swear on this whole YouTube career, he was chanting chicken strips, chicken strips, chicken strips before the stream.
Yo.
I swear he was.
Bro.
He was talking about McDonald's chicken strips before we started.
Bro, this... Yeah, okay, bro. Okay, bro. You know what? They're just gonna listen to you anyways.
Yeah, because they know that you're lying. You lie way too much. They're... Oh, yeah? Really? What do you have in your mouth right now? What food? What drink?
Gum.
That's not gum. Dude.
You want to hear a bubble?
You know, we're gonna get rid of Lucky for a minute, chat, whilst we can discuss the weather. Because if not, this dude's gonna hear him cut out. This dude's gonna keep talking about food. Ah, man, that's so much better. All right, so we've got a moderate risk for severe weather today, outlined by the SPC. This includes portions of Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, even into north central Texas. There is all significant hazards on the table. Matter of fact, this is the exact same probabilities as the May 16th tornado outbreak in Kentucky, Missouri, and Indiana the other day. So there's your moderate risk area in the red. Looking at your tornado probabilities, they have recently expanded the 15 SIG even further into Missouri, well past Springfield now. So it now includes Joplin, Springfield, and even into nearly central Missouri, all the way up here into Lowry City and Appleton City in southwestern nearing central Missouri. They have significantly upgraded damaging winds. It was a 30% wind risk. It has now been up to a 45 significant risk for damaging winds from Tulsa, Bartlesville, Oklahoma, into Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Benton, Arkansas, Springfield, Joplin, Missouri, including even Pittsburgh and southeastern Kansas. Large hail has also been upgraded. We watched this get upgraded at 2:30 a.m. last night. This hail risk was upgraded to a 45 significant risk. That SIG hail risk goes all the way from almost South Dakota all the way down to Clean and just north of Austin, Texas. So a very, very large and very high-end probability, moderate risk for all significant hazards here, portrayed by the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma. I do have to update the text. I actually didn't update the text you see at the bottom of the screen. I forgot to put 90 mile-an-hour winds possible instead of 80, so 90 mile-per-hour winds will be possible today, thanks to that upgrade in damaging winds all the way up to a 45 SIG. Tornado watch has already been issued out here in Oklahoma and Arkansas, all the way till about 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. This is actually a very high-end tornado watch. It is a high-end watch there, a high moderate probability. This is the same probability we saw with our watch in southeast Indiana, as well as into eastern Kentucky on May 16th, 3 days ago. It is a 80-60, an 80% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, and a 60% chance that at least one of them are greater than EF2 intensity. A 70% chance of 10 or more events of 60 miles per hour, and a 10% chance that one of those events exceeds 75 miles per hour. That wind risk will increase exponentially out there in Missouri. So Missouri will probably get the higher end significant wind risk there. Hail threat, very high. 80, an 80% chance for 2 or rather an 80% chance for 10 or more 1-inch hail events, and an 80% chance that at least one of those 10 events are greater than 2-inch in diameter. Overall, there is a high 95% chance for overall severe weather of damaging winds and tornadoes, as well as large hail inside the watch area. Thunderstorms have already initiated, but have not really been able to significantly intensify and really haven't been able to rotate at all. But there is multiple areas that we are watching for supercell development here over the next couple hours, and we will see exactly which supercells may be the most intense here. A lot of uncertainty on how today may convectively evolve. It looks like a relatively sloppy setup. Okay, Lucky's still alive. Okay, you're still alive. Just making sure you're still alive.
Let's
All
talk
right.
about the weather, because that's why you went on deafen. Hurry up.
Yeah, I've been talking about the weather the whole time. You know, if you would actually watch my live streams for once, you'd see that.
I know,
So this
I'm
is the
staring at it.
HRRR
I'm looking in
for
your chat.
2 p.m. Eastern time. And you can see it doesn't have any development out here in eastern Oklahoma or southeastern Oklahoma. Nothing. So
Dude.
we'll see. I really don't know how today is going to convectively evolve and what storm's going to be the worst. We just gonna have to see. It's gonna be a full nowcast, no forecast type of ordeal. Just paying attention to what storms have fired and how they look. The one I'm most concerned about right now is the one for Shawnee, Oklahoma, but there's no rotation on that. Yeah, this will definitely grow upscale into a linear mess tonight. Yeah, for sure. But that probably won't be until like 8 p.m. tonight. The greatest strong tornado potential should be in northern Oklahoma as well as into southeast Oklahoma, according to the HRRR. So really the entire eastern portion of Oklahoma is where the greatest strong tornado threat should exist today. However, like I said, the HRRR is not doing very well on its current initiation. It is not doing well at all. With those 3 supercells already taking up the environment out here in southeast Oklahoma. I believe it did partially initiate this one here near Oklahoma City at 2, but it's currently 1:26 Eastern, so pretty early there. And these two, I don't know. We'll see if they die out or what happens with them. I mean, they're in a good environment, so they're either one of two things. One of two things. They are either going to become our main event and try to produce tornadoes here in about an hour or two, or they are going to die out and use up portions of our environment here in southeastern Oklahoma. Either one or the other. They also are leaving, of course, a large area of cloud cover, so I could see this being a big underperformance factor here. NATOcast still kept a decent size 15 sig tor, and CSU kept a small 30 sig tor, and of course the SPCs kept a very large 15 sig tor. So kind of mixed feelings here on the greatest tornado threat. CSU really highlights like south central Oklahoma, whereas NATOcast highlights more of like southeast and east central Oklahoma, and the SPC highlights all of central and eastern Oklahoma into even Missouri. Somehow I forgot to get my pin up again. Did that yesterday. I've done it again today. All right, so there's your categorical risk areas just to give you a broader view here. So that slight risk level 2 out of 5 extends from Des Moines, Iowa, way north of Omaha, Nebraska, all the way back down into west of Wichita, Kansas, all the way back down into west of OKC, all the way down to just to the northwest of Austin, Texas, back up towards barely northwest of Shreveport in Louisiana, all the way up into Little Rock, barely northwest of Memphis, all the way back up into St. Louis and into south central Illinois. Now, in the newest update, they did drop the slight risk out in this area. Nashville was under a slight risk for severe weather, but you have been removed from that slight risk for severe weather as of the latest SPC update. They removed you guys from that outlook. So that's the biggest change with the newest outlook is they expanded that moderate risk slightly to the northeast for tornadoes. And then a big change there, removing a very large chunk of our slight risk in Tennessee and Kentucky. That enhanced risk for all significant hazards goes all the way up into southeastern Nebraska and all the way down into the Dallas area, as well as far east as almost into Little Rock, Arkansas, all the way back up to just west of St. Louis, Missouri as well. That's your level 3 out of 5 there, and that level 4 out of 5 over a very large chunk of central eastern Oklahoma into southeast Kansas, northwestern Arkansas, southwest Missouri. Lucky.
Yeah.
Are you done eating now? Hello, English? I wanted to get your opinion on this, but I didn't want to ask you if you're still eating.
No, I'm not eating.
Wow. Shocker. I mean, what?
All right, now I'm eating actually.
So what's your opinion on the risk? Do a bit of an analysis on like mesoanalysis and model data. I haven't been able to ask your opinion early on in a risk. It's been nearly impossible. It's been nearly
Why is
impossible to
that?
get your opinion, dude.
Why is that?
Because you always tune in right at the end of the risk.
Yeah,
Right
you always
when
tell me
you
you're out
tune
for
you
20.
realize that the last two moderate risks you tuned in right as a violent tornado was touching down. You did it on the
Is there
16th and you just did it last night.
is there a violent tornado? Come tune in. All right, so exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it wasn't on the ground, and then you tune in, and boom, now it is.
Oh no, so you're saying we're about to get a tornado?
Nah, not now. There's no way. These storms are in very early development. I'm just saying you're extremely early to the risk.
Thank you.
So give me an opinion here. Give me your analysis. What are you thinking? What do you think could be the bust modes here?
All right, I got you. I'll look for it. Hold on.
Tulsa to Joplin getting any tornadoes soon? Not for at least probably the next 2 hours or so. Uh, Storm coverage should rapidly increase towards about 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, so that's about 3, 4 Central. So you're looking at a good solid 2 hours with nothing expected out there. But after that, yeah, we're going to start seeing a lot more thunderstorms develop all over the dry line at 4 o'clock, right around Tulsa and northeast of Tulsa. Depends when she leaves. Tulsa and Joplin are both inside the biggest risk today. I mean, you are inside all risks for Tulsa and Joplin. Your 45 significant wind, 45 significant hail, and 15 significant tor. Tulsa area should be good after school, 3 to 4 o'clock. That's when storms are going to start. So that's like 4 o'clock my time. Yeah, storms should be underway in Tulsa at 4.
Yo, what the photograph doing, bro? Hold up.
So it's going to be a close call. It's going to be a pretty close call for school hours.
What the photograph doing? It's in eastern Oklahoma.
I don't know. Look at the wind shear. Figure it out, Lucky. Come on.
I know it has 115 right now. No 144.
115.
No 144 and 158.
That's horrible.
Dude, dude, I'd do anything for that in North Carolina, bro.
Yeah, but for a prefrontal threat, you're going to need a lot more wind shear than that. 100. I mean, that's not a lot at all. That's why these storms aren't rotating right now.
All right. The storm in southeastern Oklahoma is in the best shear.
South, so far southeast Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, has
The one in the
200.
radar hole.
Yeah,
Of
207 and
course.
238.
It's always the one in the radar hole.
I don't see a bus mode yet. I mean, I don't know. I know. I don't know what lapse rates you want in Oklahoma for good storms, but
At
lapse
least
rates
6,
are
6.5.
right now. Right now, the more east you go,
Lower level, that is.
all right. Well, in about 2 hours, you'll get 6 ahead of the storms,
Wow,
and
they
then
just expanded that enhanced largely for tomorrow. That just got pushed way to the east southeast.
I think this thing's gonna go linear though, for sure.
Yeah, so storms aren't supposed to be in Tulsa till 4, according to our most accurate future radar. But I mean, this is a storm right here that's going to head just east of Tulsa in probably an hour. So it's not supposed to be there right now. That was not expected. So I feel like these storms firing early actually should be a really, really good thing. Because as Lucky just said, they're in a little bit worse of a wind sheared environment until later. And that's when we were really expecting them to explode, was closer to 3, 4 o'clock. Ben, the Durant radar is a small radar. It covers like this area right here. It's not going to be able to reach this storm. That's way too far for a tiny little radar to reach. It's like a terminal radar.
I just put it on top of your car. Drive this one.
Dude.
That's so crazy though. That it's not illegal to put a radar on top of your car.
Yeah,
I'd do
but I'm
that.
sure there's a whole lot of safety stuff and safety inspections you're going to need.
Probably.
Yeah, so none of these storms are really rotating at all. They're mainly just a hail threat and wind threat. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1 to 1.5 inch hail. Like I said, it's really not looking it's not looking that bad. Reading the actual radar in Durant already was taking so long. There ain't no funding for that, man. We are not going to get new radars for years. That is for sure. I'm surprised we even got a private-owned radar in Durant. So yeah, all these storms, like I said, they're really just all hail and wind threats. Tornado threat with every last one of them is actually low right now. If they fired 2 hours later, so closer to like 3:30 Eastern, they would have been nearly tornadic within 30 minutes. But they have fired very, very, very early. Like storms in southeast Oklahoma weren't expected until 5 p.m. Eastern. And there's already storms rolling through. An hour ago, there was already storms. So like 12:30, 1. So they are really, really early. One of the main things we're going to pay attention to over the next hour is how much this affects the environment. How much of a capping is this going to leave behind the storms / a cool pool? And is it going to affect anything like the wind shear or anything like that? So just early stages of what will likely be a tornado outbreak out here in Oklahoma. Currently underway, but still like I said, a really, really good look. The fact that we have all this mess in our open warm sector right now. I mean, these are very semi-discrete too. So like I said, if this was 2 hours later, these would definitely be attempting to rotate and drop tornadoes. I believe Connor Croft is going to be targeting southeast Oklahoma into northeast Texas.
Isn't that a radar hole?
Yeah.
Me personally, I'm not going to a radar hole to. Actually, it depends. It really depends. If it looks good, then I'll think about it.
The main thing is it's a much flatter terrain.
Did you read the meso?
Actually, no.
All right. The summary is a few rapidly developing and intensifying supercells appear possible as early as 1 to 3 central, accompanied by a risk for large to giant hail and a strong tornado or two.
Do they? Did you say a specific time when they may intensify? What in the 45% wind in East Tennessee, huh?
It just says a few rapidly developing.
We almost got a moderate tomorrow, Lucky.
What?
Look at that. If that was SIG, it would be a moderate. We nearly got a day 2 moderate. Wow. What in the world? That I couldn't see that coming from a mile away. Tomorrow doesn't look that good at all. It's their discussion down here. Damaging winds and tornadoes, a few of which could be strong. mixed mode tornado potential may occur in the late afternoon as storms move into the Appalachian vicinity.
Oh man, TRG.
Hmm?
Do you remember this town name? It's in a severe right now. Pink.
No.
Guys, is Pink fine?
Oh, there you go. Now I remember it.
Oh no. Don't worry. The storm's passing Pink right now. It's in the one just southeast of
Dude,
Oklahoma.
that was such a long time ago.
Was that over a year ago? 2 years maybe?
Also, they note a warm front supercell conditional risk in North Carolina and Virginia.
Who was it that jinxed it that one time?
I think that was Parliament. I feel like it was Parliament. Well, lucky your storm in southeast Oklahoma you said had the best wind shear is currently the only one that is not severe. They just dropped the severe on that. It's likely because these fired just way too early.
Or that mess up the risk?
I mean, yeah, because it doesn't overlap with the best wind shear. So yeah, definitely. A severe
Team
watch
Pain.
or tornado watch could be issued here in the next hour or two. Way back up in Nebraska for the low pressure triple point threat. Main issue there is up to 2-inch hail, a tornado or two, and 60 to 65 mile-an-hour winds. So not that high end of a threat.
62?
60 to 65 mile-an-hour
Okay,
winds.
I thought you said 62.
That's actually where Connor was going to target, so that MCD may not even be a tornado watch. So glad he didn't go up there. Yesterday he targeted the triple point, and it performed a bit. Let's see here. Wow. Actually, someone who I follow who is smarter than me, straightforward, they mentioned that these thunderstorms that have fired in Oklahoma actually could leave outflow boundaries across portions of eastern Oklahoma, and thus actually may increase the tornado potential.
That is a very good possibility. You're right.
But my main question is, are they going to take up all the instability here? Like, what's going to
No,
happen with the
no, no, no.
instability?
Not with actually, what we have to wait until next mesoanalysis because Cape just right now with this mesoanalysis, Cape just keeps increasing across Oklahoma to at one point in 6 hours where it according to Meso it looks to be becoming linear. You have 5,000 Cape in central Oklahoma.
I mean, if these storms weren't here, we would have probably near clear skies in eastern Oklahoma. Maybe some cloud cover. So they could also keep surface heating from occurring.
Yeah, because your labs rates don't get above 6.
And definitely a few underperformance modes, that's for sure. And factors there.
Like right now the more east you go, they're in like 5.5 labs rate 0 to 3 or just low level. I think lower levels is 0 to 3 kilometers, but the more west you go, the more lapse rates you have.
So do those west lapse rates move east at all?
Let me see.
I mean that's
Very
probably
slowly.
yeah, that's probably just because we have so much clearing way out west, but I'm sure there's like no ingredients for storms.
Let
If
me
we're
see.
talking like Texas Panhandle West.
Yeah, we have there's a capping. It looks like, but you still have about 2,000 cape. It looks like, just a little bit to its east. So just east of the Panhandle, you still have 2,000 cape. I can't tell if that's a capping in between it, but I think it is.
Yeah, that's probably the dry line.
Is there 0 to 3 cape, 0 to 3 cape in on mesoanalysis?
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
called
find
3
it.
Cape, buddy.
Can't find it.
Yeah, you got to go to multi-parameter fields and then go to surface to 3 kilometer lapse rates and surface to 3 kilometer mixed layer cape.
Ah, interesting. I thought it would have been under thermos.
So that can help show you how surface heating may or may not be occurring.
So apparently right now they have none. These storms have none. Actually, the more western storms have about, what's that, 50? 03 Cape?
Yeah, so see, that was the issue yesterday on why we didn't see a bunch of discrete storms in southeast Kansas or south central Kansas. There was not a lot of surface heating, so thus you had nearly no surface cape or near surface cape. Because obviously, I've surface based cape, you could switch to it, and we have like 2,000 to 4,000. But then a little bit above that is where it's weaker. So towards like the 1 kilometer range. So we're still going to watch the storm towards Shawnee. Like I said, I think that's the only one that has a chance to rotate at the moment. It's the only one that looks partially supercellular. There's already going to be some storms rolling through in Tulsa. I'm hoping these will actually stabilize the atmosphere around Tulsa. Man, English has been difficult the last few days, Lucky. I have messed
No, I
up.
understand. Well, I mean, you've been covering for like 30 hours these past couple days in total.
Probably closer to 20, but still, I would
Oh,
like
no,
to.
didn't you do
I'd like to be
13?
able to speak again.
Didn't you do like 14 like 2 days ago?
Yeah, and then I did 10 yesterday,
That's 24.
and then I did 4 the day before that,
That's 28.
and then I did 3 hours over the last 2 days before that,
That's 31. So
and then I'm probably gonna do
30.
near 10 hours today.
Yeah, I'll be at
So I
work most of
mean,
your streams.
you don't have work tonight, do you?
I do. Today's Monday.
Oh my goodness. See, I don't even know what day it is no more. Dude, I can't believe there's a 45% wind tomorrow. Look at that. I don't know why they introduced that. I'm very unsure. The HRRR shows nothing remotely, I mean not even remotely, not even close to a 45% wind risk. Like we're talking 15% most. So obviously they are way more confident than whatever the HRRR is showing. Lucky, you want to go chase? See, told you English. You want to go chase Eastern Tennessee? Go chase Eastern Tennessee
For what?
tomorrow.
A win bag?
Yeah, for some wins.
Nah, I'm okay. It's not worth that gas money.
I should go take
You
me
know
a
what?
nap.
You know how much gas money that's gonna be?
$2.
I don't know. Wait, what are we living in like 1847 or something?
Yeah, it might be like $2. Do you think tomorrow could go moderate? I am shocked it is 45% wind. I am blown away. Ha, get it? Blown away because it's a wind risk. Okay, I'll stop.
Bro, this
Uh,
dude.
I am blown away though that it is a 45% wind risk. Oh man.
Oh man, that's great.
Man, I really got lucky rolling with that one, didn't I? Jeez.
Bro just said end the stream now.
Man, don't tempt me, Ben. I would love to go back to sleep, dude. I only got 5 hours of sleep last
He
night.
would not go to sleep. He would just probably still watch the weather the whole time.
I'd be too anxious for everybody.
Lucky's just dumb. I didn't even say anything, and I get called dumb.
I can't do that. Like if there's like a high risk or a moderate risk or even an enhanced risk, and I know there's going to be storms firing and potentially tornadoes, I have to watch the radar so that way I can update people. I get way too anxious if I close radar. That's just how I am. That's why I hate nocturnal events, because it's hard to stay up, but I also try to force myself to stay up. And don't even get me started with events like yesterday. Nocturnal events that last for a long time, or we have
Where
that
was you in
violent
that?
tornado. Like, what was it? 2:30 a.m., 2:40
Oh yeah,
a.m.
dude. No, I was in a deep sleep.
Yeah, I think I ended right around there.
I was having sweet dreams. So, as people would say.
It was for sure. It was definitely after 2:15 a.m. I know that for a fact because we stayed up past the 2 a.m. outlooks. 45%, 45% wind is just not moderate. It's just not moderate.
Dude, I'd be scared if I got under 45 wind again
I was
because,
under a
bro.
45 SIG 2023. So this is the
What was the
risk.
storm that I got damaged from?
The
At my house.
45% wind.
Oh
Same
yeah, no.
storms as me, but mine all went south and I ended up with nothing more than light rain on a moderate
I literally
risk
was on
day.
call with you that day, and I heard the tree snap.
So this is tomorrow. This is tomorrow's severe weather threat. Big 45% wind right there. I mean, that includes Nashville, so many populated areas. Nashville, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Florence. These are all these places, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Huntsville. I passed through all of these areas to get to Talladega. What was that, a month ago? Yeah, a little under a month ago.
There's 4.7 million people in that 45%
That's insane. So
risk of that
populated.
alone.
And then
But
there's your tornado risk. We are almost in a 2% lucky. It's in Winston.
what for tomorrow?
Yep. But I don't even see storms firing right now. So there's your huge 10 significant risk for tomorrow as well. They expanded that very large. I am very surprised with that wind risk. Like the 10 sig tour, I see that for sure. The 30% wind, little aggressive, but I still saw it. But the 45% wind, I am just still shocked about that for tomorrow. I mean, their confidence is nearly high enough to introduce a moderate for wind. I'm trying to see if they say like a big reason on why that has been upgraded so substantially. Um, Thunderstorms associated with cloud cover are expected to be ongoing in the mid-south and lower Ohio Valley Tuesday morning, with early day extensive of these storms and relatively outflow and differential heating to be key factors and points of uncertainty regarding later day severe weather potential. I mean, they don't really give a clear-cut reason on the exact hazards or why they upgraded it to 45% wind there, but they did.
TOG, look at that Shawnee storm. That is radar broken, or that just happened, or just that hook just
What?
um.
What?
I
What?
swear that the storm looks like it just like completely almost died out. Just not
Oh,
did
I
that.
see that. Oh, wow,
Um,
that died out fast.
Yo, that died out in 5 minutes.
Dude, that's a North Carolina type storm right there, right when me and Lucky get to it.
Right?
It looks like it's going to produce a tornado for about 20 minutes, and then right when we get to it, just light rain.
That's why we have a drone now, so we don't have to go to it. We just put it up in the sky and look
Ooh,
at it.
sorry to cut you off, but this is actually important. So, new mesoscale discussion here just got issued for the potential of multiple strong tornadoes, including an intense tornado being possible, 90-mile-an-hour winds, and 3-inch hail. This includes the metro of Kansas City, Missouri. So, rapid dry line development is expected within the next 1 to 2 hours. Rapid intensification is expected along the dry line. So if you are in this area, we're expecting rapid development with the potential for multiple strong tornadoes, even an intense tornado, 90-mile-an-hour winds, and 3-inch hail. So all quite significant hazards there. Tornado watch will be issued here in the next about an hour and a half or so. Let's see if they say anything else in here. Dryline development is expected right around 19 to 21 Z. It's currently almost 18 Z. Oh no, they didn't know I had that up. Watch issuance is expected as soon as thunderstorm development is imminent or as convection approaches the northern edge of watch issuance 292. So that's where we're going to see a new tornado watch. This is going to include Joplin, most likely, Joplin, Missouri, Butler, Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, St. Joseph, Missouri, Holton, Topeka, Emporia, Eureka, El Dorado, Howard, Parsons, Pittsburgh, Winfield, maybe as far west as Wichita in Kansas for a new tornado watch within the next hour and a half or so.
Um.
Um,
What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say.
you can go back and stream before I
Oh
cut
man.
you off and see.
No, it was a
Well, whilst Lucky thinks about that, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all. We're going to be live here all day throughout the entire risk, tracking these severe thunderstorms as multiple rounds, likely 2 to 4 different rounds of severe storms will be possible across Oklahoma.
I would cover if I didn't have to work.
Also, if you do know anyone in the risk area, whether it be the moderate, enhanced, slight, or even the marginal risk, make sure to share them this live stream so that way they are weather aware. The main area to focus on today is for sure in that enhanced risk, orange and red moderate risk areas. That's the level 3 out of 5 and the level 4 out of 5. Do you think more will get hit? Very difficult to say. It's very difficult to predict exactly where dryline storms will initiate. There's a chance storms just fire to your east and more doesn't get too much today, but then there's a chance it fires like nearly on top of you. So, really hard to say. Could be multiple rounds. We're gonna watch out towards like 3 p.m. Eastern. That's 2 p.m. Central, about an hour from now. And then the dry line itself should explode in central Oklahoma towards about 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 p.m. Central. So 3 severe warnings here. Apparently there's a 4th one somewhere. That's in South Dakota. I don't know if that's with our low pressure. I don't think that's associated with our low pressure there. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm here going towards Sioux Falls. Likely just some small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. But that severe will expire very soon. This is near where our low pressure is. Our low is somewhere out in this area here. Rotating like that. And storms are firing just out in front of it. There could easily be intense tornadoes today. If you look at the watch, several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. Wow, I didn't even notice that. They actually say a couple intense tornadoes likely. So a couple EF3 plus tornadoes are likely. I did not even notice that till just now. Also, 4-inch hail is likely. Wow. So they're very confident in the hail threat and the intense tornado threat. try to get a screenshot of this. I need to line it up perfectly. So again, we're going to keep watching these storms here. I don't expect much out of them. Especially the one southeast of Oklahoma City now. I mean, that thing fell apart fast. Lucky.
Dude, that thing fell off harder than my YouTube career did.
Pro.
I mean, bro, like, I'm not wrong. Like, it went from looking like a hook 2 scans ago to a rain shower. I mean, you cannot tell me I'm not wrong either.
This dude. The one in Stratford. There's just no rotation with these storms.
They all look good. It's just
Yeah, like
no rotation.
it looks like it has rotation, right? It has that curvature shape that we talk about a lot. That supercellular structure, but it's just not rotating.
Yeah, and the fact that I've seen that in person, and I can confirm that. Like, do you still think that this thing would still be a crazy storm to just look at in person?
Oh,
Without
definitely,
rotation?
but I don't know if it's gonna have any
Like
surface or
wall cloud
near
or anything?
surface rotation or wall clouds. Yeah, I
Wait, see,
couldn't
just see if
say.
it's rotating in the upper levels and like the upper
Ooh,
tilts.
good idea.
Maybe it's trying to make its way down.
Maybe a little, but I mean it's nothing crazy if it is. There is a hail spike there though. Definitely a hail spike. Warned for 1.25-inch hail. Wouldn't be shocked if it may even be a little bit larger than that. So possibly some large hail at or greater than 1.25-inch in diameter, just north of Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, barely to the west-northwest of Stratford, Oklahoma. Pretty large hail there. Not as large as what we're going to see later on, though.
Dude, this thing is rotating at like, I think I'm using, yeah. Do you have GR2 open?
Yep.
Go to tilt 4.0 on that which storm? South of southeast of actually the only severe southeast of Oklahoma City. How about that? How about
So go to what tilt?
that? 4.0.
That's
Definitely elevated
4.0. Yeah, I could
relevancy,
see. I can see that.
and then it gets a little bit. It's trying to make its way down. That's what it's trying to do. It's trying to become, I guess. I
More
can't say
surface
surface based.
based.
I mean, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, like
rotation. Yes.
the rotation's going from
Yeah.
very high up down closer to the surface.
Yes. Because the storm itself, don't get me wrong, that's surface based as you can get. I feel like.
Well, let's go check. I haven't even looked at that. Oh
Like in
wow,
terms of,
yeah.
yeah,
75 75.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's not
I forgot
elevated
to
at
tell you.
all.
I forgot to tell you that. Yeah, I did look at it. Yeah, I just forgot to say it. That's what I forgot to say.
Oh, that's what you were trying to
That's
say.
that's what it was.
Well, at least we
And now we're about to get a
remembered.
new one.
Yeah,
We're,
I'm
we're,
very
we're
curious
about to
to
get
see
another.
if about the capping and the instability there. Sioux Falls, you're in a
Hold up.
severe for 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. They just continued that for the next 41 minutes.
So let's see about the
Southeast
tape.
South Dakota.
So right now these storms are in 3,500 all the way up to 4,500 tape surface base right now, and we'll see what it says in the next
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah, right. 10?
Right. Yes. 10
Okay.
minutes. 10 minutes. We'll see about tomorrow. It's a 10 sig tour. It's Dixie Alley, so normally that ends in a specific way if it's a 10 sig tour and it's Dixie Alley. I mean, right now, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about tomorrow's risk.
Look at the Tulsa radar, and then look south at that storm, and go look at velocities. I can't tell if that's broken or not.
I mean, dude, that's looking so far away.
Is it?
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about. Yeah. Wait.
Or no, you're talking about the one in Muskogee.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Holding
Ooh.
velocities. But right in the middle of that, it was like a
92 mile an hour winds.
yeah. And right, if you go on reflectivity though, it's like it's broken.
Oh, yeah, there might
Something
be
to
like
look
a
for.
water tower or something.
So could that mess with velocities too?
I mean, it
Or do you
wouldn't
think
corrupt velocities completely.
so? So just strong winds in this.
I wouldn't say 90, but I would say potentially upwards of like 70 mile an hour winds with that.
Wonder if they're gonna go considerable, for like what they see on velocities.
It would not
Or
surprise me. Yeah, could have up to 70 mile an hour winds there west of Muskogee. Someone told me how to pronounce that correctly, and I have failed to remember. And so that's going to head just to the southeast of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. So just make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows if you're in this severe. We'll probably see a new one issued downstream here going towards Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It should stay east of Tulsa. And that could be for 70 mile an hour winds. Yeah, I mean this is the main one we're watching now. It's a large cluster. How fast is it moving? Northeast at 60, so it's moving fast. I feel like that would mean it doesn't take up as much of an environment, but I'm not too sure how that works. But it is a large cluster that is going through a favorable environment, so it may be taking up some of that quite favorable environment that we have today. All right, so again, just make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows if you're in any of these severes. A new one out here in Texas. Look at that. Really? Man, Lucky, if that thing's severe, I've seen a full-fledged supercell if that thing's severe in Texas.
let's see. Let's go to.
That thing's got 2
this.
lightning bolts and a little bit of heavy rain.
So let's see. Let's go to.
And it's one
Which
for
radar?
1.5 inch hail.
Bro. Okay, y'all. Okay, guys. Let's be honest with ourselves. Okay.
I don't watch it be observed hail though. No, it's radar indicated.
If that.
I mean, it is a small.
Y'all should have seen. Dude.
It is a
Y'all
small
should've seen-
little hail core there, but I don't know if it's 1.5 inch in diameter. That might be a little bit of a long shot for this storm.
I was gonna say y'all should have seen the hail core I drove through twice. The one where I was on call with you, TRG, and
Mhm.
I decided to get out.
Yeah, not
Huh.
smart. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, bruh? Yeah, I do agree with Lucky saying this is probably near 70 mile an hour winds here west of oh, hold on. Someone wrote the pronunciations here. Muskogee. Is that not what I was saying? They know what I mean. Muskogee, Muskogee. Yeah, same thing. You know what it is. Tomato, tomato. You said Muskogee. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I said a U instead of an O.
Oh.
Muskogee, Muskogee. I mean, it's so close, dude.
I'm just gonna call it Muskogee. I don't feel like saying Muskogee. If someone wants
Muskogee,
to
Muskogee,
Musk OT,
Musk OT. So
I'm
now
gonna
we've
say
got
hard figure that
Muskogee,
out.
Muskogee, Muskogee,
Musk OT.
Muskogee, Musk OT.
Musk Musk OG.
Dude.
Where's that?
All types of different pronunciations coming in for that one.
Welcome to Teaching TRG Oklahoma City town names. Or not city, Oklahoma town names. That's what this stream has turned into since there's no tornadoes.
Yeah. Okay, now that hail core from the Dallas radar site looks a lot better.
But aren't we like farther away though?
But we're looking at a clearer picture. I could see why that's warned for 1.5 now. That looks a lot better. That newest scan, wow, it really strengthened. Look at it. It went from that tiny little hail core we were making fun of to this large hail core of probably 1.5-inch hail.
It took our opinions personal.
Yep,
That's what we like to call it.
sure did. New Mesoanalysis?
I'll look at that in a second.
I'm waiting for it.
That rotation's trying to come to the surface here, G, for that
Dude, the HRRR is so messy.
Oklahoma City storm southeast. It's now down to looks like the 2.4 degree angle tilt instead of the 4.0. So it's making its way down.
It's super messy.
All right, let's see the.
Oh, wow, they actually went with a tornado watch in Nebraska. So, new tornado watch has been issued for Omaha, Nebraska, Columbus, Lincoln, York,
Yo!
Norfolk, in Nebraska. And that's 50-20. That's actually a decent prob watch there. That is a 50% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 20% chance of a strong one. That is not bad. Hail is the main issue, though, with hail upwards of about 3-inch in diameter being possible.
Here, G.
Hmm?
My screen, my computer does not have a refresh the tab. It doesn't have that button anymore. It just disappeared. Look.
It just
I'm not playing
disappeared.
anything, don't worry. Look, like it's literally not there. What? It's invisible.
It's invisible, dude.
No, watch. Look. Cape service base. Watch this. See nothing over here.
Yeah.
See, I'm clicking.
Uh-huh.
It's invisible. Yeah.
That's why I don't use custom browsers, bro. I just use Chrome.
Bro, you know, never mind.
Great. Yet let the yawning already begin.
Who?
For me.
What? Did you already yawn?
Yep. I'm already I'm already ready to go to sleep.
I haven't yawned yet today. So Charity's doing worse than me. Right?
New severe there, just barely east of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, for 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm a little surprised they didn't up that to 70 with a pocket of. I mean, this pocket shows 80 to 90-mile-an-hour velocities. I don't think it's that strong, but it's likely closer to 70-mile-an-hour winds there, southwest of Broken Arrow. I don't know, the terminal radar, let's see what that has. The terminal radar definitely has 60-mile-an-hour winds. And the main radar has higher than that. Let me go to an old scan on that terminal radar. Yeah, the terminal radar was picking up 80-mile-an-hour winds too. There is a chance we had about 80-mile-an-hour winds southwest of Haskell in Oklahoma just a couple minutes ago. Considering that was detected by the terminal radar. There's the Fort Worth radar. There you go. Yeah, this storm that we called small hail core in Texas, it did not like that. It is definitely producing around 1.5-inch hail near, let's see, Scotland in north central Texas. Barely off to the southwest of Scotland, Texas, moving towards Scotland, Texas.
Hey, TRG, you want to meet me real quick?
Go ahead. Hello, Catman. Violent. Why?
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, you can mute me.
You're unmuted.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
Wait, what, it was unmuted the whole time.
No.
Okay.
Oh, man, Catman. Little do you know. Catman just said it's underperforming when storms aren't expected to get going till 4. Till 3, 4 o'clock. That's when we're expecting storms to really get going. These storms weren't expected, so they're just an additional round on top of an already bad day. Or expected to be bad day.
What?
So was Cape
Do you
hurt?
see that question? Do you see that question that they're asking me?
Yeah.
Team Paint. What is that?
Oh my word, he doesn't.
Yo, what?
Nah, bruh. That you gotta go listen to that song.
Okay, I'll go listen to it right now.
Go listen to that song. I'll check Mesoanalysis.
Oh, by this person?
Yeah.
No, bro, I'm not listening to this song, bro.
No, you have to.
Alright, fine, I'll listen to it right now. Ew.
Dude, come on. Listen to it.
Fine.
This dude. But yeah, it doesn't seem like Cape has been affected much. So Lucky was correct there. I don't see a capping doesn't seem to have built in or anything like that. Cape still looks very favorable. It's still right around the 3,500 to 4,000 range there for surface base. No. Go over here real quick. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta take advantage of screenshotting Lucky's profile right now. Oh no, it's too late. It's too late, Lucky. I got him. I got him. I'm gonna put that in the group chat. I'm gonna put that in the group chat with Pete. Oh man. Dew points are still holding strong. I mean, it's Oklahoma, yeah. I'd be pretty surprised if there was a dew point issue. In the middle of May, I'd be very surprised. Let me see here. All right, so the main storm right now is just to the east of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. We're going to continue to watch that for the potential of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And then also the storm in Sioux Falls, Nebraska, producing still 1.25-inch hail and about 60-mile-an-hour winds there. So things are slowly starting to increase. That should change as we go towards about 3, 4 o'clock. We should see stuff start to rapidly develop. And then we'll likely start seeing a full-fledged outbreak by the time we get towards 5, 6 o'clock tonight. Depends on how discreet things are. Hey, Lucky. Lucky.
Yeah.
Are you going to go chase that mesoscale discussion in North Carolina?
Bro, I promise you, if I look at this mesoscale discussion and it's in the mountains of Tennessee, mixed with
No, it's in North
North Carolina.
Carolina.
Let's see. Let me go to. All right, good. SPC mesoscale discussions. When was it issued?
Like now.
All right, so I don't have it on the SPC, so we're gonna go to.
I'm going to mute real quick.
In the world.
According to chasers and like all my friends too, including Pez.
Can you mute me?
Go ahead. Dude. That's crazy. See, told you. I told you. I told you. Storms in central Oklahoma are now no longer severe warned, so mainly with just watching storms south of Wichita Falls, Texas still. But the main one we're keeping an eye on is just to the east of Tulsa, Oklahoma. But starting off very, very messy. So are you going to go chase that mesoscale discussion, Lucky?
I still haven't found it yet.
Look on Twitter. It's on Twitter now.
All right, you want to add me in it because I can't find it. Actually, I can just search up.
Just go to the SPC on Twitter.
That's oh. No. No. Bro, I might as well go to South Carolina if I want to go chase that thing.
Why? It's really, really good to chase.
Really?
It's a good target storm.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it worth the 5 hours of driving?
Yeah, maybe even more than that.
Okay, bud.
Yeah, so these winds are starting to die out now east of Broken Arrow. They're now down closer to 60-mile-an-hour winds here, so that's much closer to the 60-mile-an-hour severe that we have issued here. So this is still just the very, very beginning of our severe weather and or tornado outbreak, depending on which way things go. Likely going to be much closer to a tornado outbreak today after everything's all said and done. Show you the new HRRR real quick because it does show still multiple different rounds. So that's the messy cluster we're dealing with right now in Oklahoma. That's the storms in central Oklahoma. I didn't pick up on the south. It's really just dead south of Wichita Falls, Texas. It didn't pick up on that. But you can see it moves all those storms in central and especially northeastern Oklahoma. They move it all up to, moves it all up into extreme northeast Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas. That's where the model run moves it over the next hour and a half. And then we do see dryline initiation explode here across Kansas, semi-discrete supercells at first, all along the dry line in Kansas, even into Oklahoma and as far south as northern Texas. with some prefrontal storms. Definitely the chance for some prefrontal storms, but a lot of uncertainty on if any of them are going to be able to maintain in such a messy mode. A lot of uncertainty if they're going to be able to maintain. And that dry line continues, and it's just big. It's just really a big over-convection mess by the time you get towards 9, 10 o'clock tonight. And then towards 11 o'clock, it does start to organize up into a MCS, line of damaging winds going into Arkansas, and then dies out in the overnight hours. So the main area today is definitely going to be in this region here, where we're going to see multiple rounds of severe weather, likely significant severe weather, especially around the Tulsa area. Tulsa could get 3, 4 different rounds. Your first round is passing by right now. This is your first round here in Tulsa. Very, very, very early. And then the next round should be close to about 5 p.m. Eastern. That's about 4 p.m. Central. And then you should get one more round tonight with the dry line towards about 7 o'clock. If the HRRR is wrong, there's a good chance of that, but don't know what it's going to be wrong for, like the storm mode or how things fire or where they fire or what's going to be wrong with it. But I'm sure the HRRR is going to get something wrong today. It's nearly a guarantee it's the HRRR. See if our wind shear's improved at all. It has improved in southeast Oklahoma, and it's slowly improving in east-northeast Oklahoma. The lower level jet is up to about 35 knots. That should get upwards of 40 to 45 knots here in about 2 hours or so.
Yeah, tier G.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah. This thing looks like it's gonna become very messy.
Yep.
Like really, really messy. Like I'm talking about it looks like morning convection. That's what it's gonna look like.
First go, just be weather aware, but not much around you right now. Main event for you guys will be as the dry line passes towards probably 9 o'clock Central. I thought you said there was no bust factor here today, Lucky.
Unless this thing went messy.
Well, that's what the setup looks like.
Okay, well then. Actually, I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to say it. I don't like saying it.
What?
Until it's done.
You gonna say it's gonna bust, aren't you?
Nope.
Just like half the people on Twitter and the
No,
few
I'm not your
chasers
average
I've
Twitter
seen
user.
turn around.
Actually, that's not your average Twitter user. That's your below IQ.
No, that's your average Twitter user right there. That is.
Really?
Yep, someone who says bust before the storms even really get going.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Very interesting. Lucky's not going to speak. I was trying to see if he would speak first if I went quiet for a few seconds. You failed. You failed, Lucky.
I failed?
Yep.
Oh, whoops.
Trying to see if we got any updates on our surveys from the last few days. I know we did get another rating of an EF3 tornado in northwest Kentucky from the 16th near Morganfield. If you guys remember that large CC drop that went barely just to the south of Morganfield, Kentucky on the 16th there. I think that was rated 155 EF3.
Oh, did they ever rate my tornado?
I highly doubt it.
I mean, it was on the ground.
They did.
I mean,
They did.
All right, what is it, like EF0?
Nope.
EF1?
Yep. EF1 100. Oh, well. Wow. EF1 110.
Wow,
Yep.
that's interesting. You know if it caused any
EF1
damage at all?
110. Plenty of trees snapped.
Oh,
Might have hit some homes.
ooh.
I'm going to go see real quick.
I was
Trees,
not.
trees.
I was expecting maybe a low end EF1, maybe, or even EF0. Cause I mean, did it say how long it was on the ground for, or just it just?
Yeah, it does. But let me see.
I'm gonna say like 6 minutes, maybe 5,
6
7.
minutes.
Wow, I got it right.
Yeah, after you said 6 different answers. I'm going to say it was off the ground for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 4 minutes.
No, I said 6, 5, 7.
Yeah, all the damage photos are just large trees.
Makes sense.
I don't see any homes that were.
Dude, that area was a lot more open than I thought.
Oh, here's a outbuilding that was nearly fully demolished from it.
Oh wow.
So, yep, they did rate it.
Guys, I caught the end of an EF1 tornado.
Sure did.
And I followed it for a good hour and a half. It kept trying to produce. It almost produced again. That, like, I was what we like to call blind. I didn't have TRG. I couldn't hear TRG, and I had no radar. I saw it. It was like a like very like crazy rotation to the point that I had to get away from it because I thought it was gonna produce again. Because I didn't have radar. I didn't know what it looked like.
So, those storms in Oklahoma still staying relatively weak. Tulsa, you're in a severe now for 1.25-inch hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds on the east-northeast side of Tulsa. Just a big cluster moving through here for your first round. Tornado threat is very low with this. Main issue is hail and isolated damaging winds. Quite a low tornado threat with that. So we should get a new tornado watch here in about an hour across Kansas and Nebraska. Or rather, Kansas. Yeah. Oh, no, they already did the one in Nebraska. Yeah. So just Kansas and Missouri, actually. They already issued the one for southeastern Nebraska as well. So this will be for just Kansas and Missouri there. That will include, once it's issued, it will include Manhattan, Emporia, Topeka, Missouri, and Kansas City, Missouri. Well, actually, this is all Kansas. Again, English difficult. I know my states. Don't worry. So this is all in Kansas here. This whole area will be put under a tornado watch in eastern Kansas. And then just probably a few counties of western Missouri. I don't know how many they're going to do there. But we're going to see at least 2-3 more tornado watches. Because we're going to see this one here in about an hour and a half. Then we will probably see a new one out in here very late tonight. And then probably another one tonight back out down here. Maybe even another one in Texas. So we're going to see it probably 1 to 4 more tornado watches. At least one. At least one more tornado watch. And that will be issued for at least Kansas and Missouri. And then, like I said, we could see even 3 more than that. All right, let's go ahead and switch over to Mesoanalysis. So this is the overall setup we are dealing with today. So we'll go to your 500 millibars. So hold on a second. Okay. So that's your 500 millibars there. In Mesoanalysis, so this was updated here about 20 minutes ago or so. We have a very large trough, all the way from the Pacific Northwest, all the way down into the Four Corners area, all the way back up into South Dakota. Main base of that trough is located over Oklahoma and Texas right now into Kansas. It's where the primary area of your trough is. In 2 hours, that will sharply begin to tilt negatively across Texas and Oklahoma. And then in 4 hours, that trough's amplification will be peaking with possibly as high as a 50 knot lower level jet there in eastern Oklahoma into Texas and western Arkansas. So very, very large trough that should allow for at least a slightly more area of subtle forcing in eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, southeast Kansas, and southwest Missouri. However, as that main trough pushes through, hits the dry line tonight, closer to 6 o'clock Eastern, things are going to start rapidly growing upscale into more of a line of damaging winds. Warm sector, very large warm sector, is in place. Your surface low looks to be possibly two different surface lows. One possibly back out here, another one back up out in here. And then I believe the SPC had another one in south central Nebraska. Yeah, so you have a few upper level lows here, and then you have your main surface low. Your primary surface low is right there. That's your primary surface low. Oh, actually, my bad. My bad, right there. So a few low pressures. You've got an upper level low up here, upper level low here. Surface low pressure is right there at that L. So that's where your low pressure is. Then your dry line goes back out into Oklahoma. Pretty much all of Kansas, good chunk of Oklahoma into also a good chunk of Texas. You have a bit of an occluding front up here, a little bit of an occluding front until you get up to north central Nebraska. Then that turns on into your warm front that goes all the way across this general area here. Your warm front stops somewhere out in southeastern Missouri. So that's what you're dealing with. You've got this very sharp but also large open warm sector, especially a large open warm sector out in this portion of your risk region. A very large warm sector there from Kansas into Texas, Louisiana, into eastern Arkansas. Wind shear, not a lot of wind shear. Not a lot of wind shear here in our main risk area at the moment. Relatively weak. You can see that 50 contour in this area here. So relatively weak wind shear across eastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas. 150 contour highlighted there. Southeast Oklahoma, west central Arkansas, northern Texas. We should see over the next 2 hours, all the way till about 4 or 5 o'clock, we should see our wind shear rapidly increase, potentially upwards of about 200, 250 in the 0 to 1 kilometer range, which should make it sufficient for intense long track tornadoes. And then lapse rates, they're improving. They're improving. They are slowly improving. So we're up to a pretty large area of 6 in eastern, southeastern Oklahoma. A little region there of 5 and 5.5 in northeast Oklahoma, where that storm's currently heading to. So overall, pretty good environment. The lower level wind shear is slightly lacking, but overall a pretty good environment. That's where your wind shear is the best out here, southeast Oklahoma. You can see that photograph improving. Really good amount of lower level veering there. A little bit of a capping still in place for sure. Quite the obvious warm nose there in the 800 millibar, as well as a dry slot in the 800 millibar. That definitely could keep some thunderstorms at bay for the next 2 hours or so. And then you can see that gradual cooling there from going in the upper atmosphere down towards the lower levels. Gradual cooling there with your temperature. Hard to see, but you can tell there's not a bunch of change with your temperature in the very far lower level there. Your point values out here, it's blocked by our little marker. But there's your point values. So you're looking at a little over 4,000 surface-based instability, a little over 2,800 mixed layer instability. 0 to 3 kilometer lapse rates a little over 6, 700, 500 millibar lapse rates a little over 6.5. And like I said, quite lacking here in wind shear. Actually, that's not bad at all. Matter of fact, that's not bad whatsoever. I take that back. In southeast Oklahoma, not bad wind shear whatsoever. That wind shear should be the most lacking up here. Still 150. Yeah, it looks like far northeast Oklahoma is where it's lacking the most. Alright, new tornado watch just got issued. A 60-60 tornado watch. So a 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 60% chance that one of them are strong. Also a 70% chance of 10 or more 60-mile-an-hour wind events and a 10% chance that one of those exceeds 75 miles per hour. 80-80 for hail. So we're looking at some big-time hail. 4.5-inch hail, multiple tornadoes, likely a strong tornado or two, potentially even an intense tornado. Widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Some winds could even approach 80 miles per hour. There is the opportunity that we see winds as high as 90 miles per hour. Somewhere in our risk area today, there's the opportunity for a 90 mile per hour wind gust. Still alive over there, Lucky?
Yep.
Got any inputs? I know you're getting ready to leave.
No, I'm leaving in about an hour.
That's getting ready to leave.
I thought alright, so what's 5 minutes me leaving? So
What?
what is me leaving in 5 minutes is? What is that? Is that leaving right now or
Yeah, that's almost leaving
getting
right
ready
now.
to what's getting ready to leave?
Well, within 10 minutes.
Alright,
Right?
so okay, so what's an hour?
Boy, I don't know. I'm just here. I'm just here to track the weather.
You just work here?
I just work here, man. I don't know. I just work here.
Good. Since you work here, can you help me find the lucky slabber?
Yeah, we don't want that.
Why not?
Because there's a lot of population in your area.
Okay, what about in an open field? Like, what if it just stalls open? Actually, the Roxborough slabber. Roxborough's pretty open. Actually, a little bit outside of Roxborough's pretty open. You wanna order one there for me?
No, I
In a
don't want
field?
any tornadoes out there. I'll
Not,
I'll
not even,
take a cool photogenic weak stovepipe in a field for 5 minutes out in North Carolina.
okay.
This dude. And no, that won't happen for another few decades. Yep, tornado watch did get issued. Actually, a little bit further into Missouri than I was thinking, and that does include Wichita by one Kansas, by one
Bro, your
county.
English is not okay.
I'm exhausted, dude. I only got 5 hours last night. It was rough. It was very, very rough, and now I got to do it all over again tomorrow too. Not cool.
It's just gonna be speaking gibberish by the end of the stream. Warning.
Yep, there you go. That's lucky already. He's already losing his mind. See, that's why this guy can't be in a call for more than like an hour or two.
Bro, what? I'm trying to. That's
Nah. Lucy, your timing's like near 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight. The main issue is just extremely heavy rain. I'm not sure how organized the line's going to be. There's a lot of questions on how organized it may be by the time it gets to you. If it is organized, the main issue is definitely damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So all of our main tornado watches are out. We might get another watch in Texas eventually, maybe in the next 2, maybe 3 hours in Texas, but our main watches are out over much of the moderate risk area, at well over half of the enhanced, and a good chunk of our slight as well. So those are your main 3 watches. This one was first to be issued. This one was second. This one was third. If we do get a 4th watch here pretty soon, it's going to be probably near the Dallas area within the next hour or 2. But there hasn't been any mesoscale discussion down there, so... Oh, you can't make that up. I just spoke a mesoscale discussion purely into existence. Did you see that?
I did.
Dude, that's insane. Issued just now. Wow. We'll see
Bro,
what
this dude
they
stopped,
say
like,
here.
into existence, bro.
Just spoke that right into existence.
I can't tell you how many times this dude's spoken something into existence.
No mesoscale discussion there yet. Boop. Now it's there. Like, come on. I swear, sometimes I really think they're watching this live stream and just end up issuing things right when I say it. Wow, they don't even... What? They do not even include a hail threat, yet this is currently a significant severe for 1.75-inch hail. They don't have a peak hail threat. Yeah, but they still do mention large hail. So I think they just forgot to put it there. That's what it looks like. They just simply forgot to put it there. Normally they have tornadoes, wind, and hail. This time they only have wind and tornadoes. So that means they're not expecting any hail. However, if you read their discussion, it says rapidly intensifying supercells with large hail and an increase for tornado potential, including a strong tornado around 4 to 7 p.m. Central Time. So that's 5 o'clock Eastern. Gonna wait for the full thing to come out so I can show you guys it. Norman sounding favorable for severe weather. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, that is where our most favorable environment is, but that's going to ignite on the dry line. Probably, it might still be a good 3 hours before we see the dry line initiate there. Dallas? You definitely want to be hyper weather aware today, but it's fully hit or miss storms in Dallas. Fully hit or miss. The timing is definitely after supper, so you're looking at after 5 p.m. Few tornadoes, possibly a strong tornado, large hail up to about 3-inch in diameter, and 80-mile-per-hour winds, all possible. However, there's a chance that you may not even get rain or like much of anything. It's very, very hit or miss. Alright, waiting for that mesoscale discussion to fully come out here. So I could show you guys the graphics. So there you go. See, and that's what I was talking about right there. See the left side right here, just circled it in blue. There's your tornado intensity, and your wind intensity being possible. But they don't have any hail intensity there. Normally they do. So I just assumed there wasn't much of a hail threat according to that MCD, but then you can obviously read right there. They say large hail. And then they also mention an increased tornado potential for a strong tornado from about 4 to 7 Central Time. That's 5 to 8 Eastern. So, do they mention a new watch? Yep, a new tornado watch is likely across portions of north central Texas. So we will get a new watch probably pretty soon. Says by 4:45 Eastern. So within the next 2 hours, but it's probably going to be even sooner than that, considering we already have thunderstorms firing on the dry line right there. So that will be a new tornado watch for north central Texas. Just to show you a little bit of a clearer view on where that will likely be issued. That should be issued for the Wichita Falls area, Jacksboro, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Denton, Decatur, Slidell, Gainesville, Sherman, all in Texas. That may go as far as the Fort Worth area. It doesn't look like that's going to be for Dallas, but it may go as far as just one county to the west of Dallas, maybe into Fort Worth. Got a crazy storm here a few minutes ago. Yep, that's one of your 3 to 4 rounds that just rolled through. It had around 1 at Chael or slightly greater than that and about 60 mile an hour winds. Pretty rough, actually.
CRG.
What?
I shall go do something for a little bit.
Are you going to be back 5 minutes before you leave?
No. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe 15.
Good night.
Good night.
So, yeah, morning round didn't really do too much. I don't think we had much of a morning round. We just had some light rain showers. Then this is your afternoon round here, and it's really not doing what we were expecting, like, at all. We were for sure expecting multiple thunderstorms to be likely intense at this point, especially back out into Kansas right now. And there's not much outside of that one severe in northeastern Oklahoma that has 3 severes right now. So we're going to continue to see what the latest model runs have and the latest surface observations show. But right now, just taking a little bit longer for storms to really start intensifying than expected. Just taking a little bit longer. But we can start talking about this thing being a bust at 7 o'clock if nothing happens by 7 o'clock. Because that's what Twitter does. Twitter doesn't give weather time. It takes time for thunderstorms to intensify. They just think that storms are going to literally go from nothing to full-blown intense tornadoes in 10 minutes once the peak time frame starts. So it's going to take time before these things really start to explode. Now still a significant severe here. It looks like they did extend our tornado watch a little bit. So what they may do now, yeah, you can see they extended that tornado watch 1 county into Texas. So what's going to happen now is most likely they're going to wait a bit longer to issue the main tornado watch. So they just extended our tornado watch in Oklahoma. It's now 1 singular county into Texas for this singular storm. that has been ongoing for the last hour or so. And what that means is that the tornado watch likely won't be issued here anytime soon. It's likely going to be a little bit longer, closer to 4 o'clock Eastern time before that watch gets issued, once there's signs of more initiation occurring outside of this one singular storm. I do believe that is our first few intense storms likely beginning to fire in south central Oklahoma. These are likely going to be potential tornado producers here as they go into eastern Oklahoma. So those are going to be the storms we watch to see how clustered they are with time, but these are likely going to end up being one of our main rounds. Curious to see if this can re-intensify at all west of Tulsa. I don't think so. So we're going to keep an eye on these storms. They're already starting to get some large hail. And probably some damaging winds already beginning to start up with them. Very heavy rain as well, so these storms are already starting to strengthen. We'll see how fast they can get going here. The biggest... Oh, well, now they're severe. The biggest issue is definitely hail today. That's the main expected hazard, is extremely, extremely large hail. So we should at least get some very large hail at first out of these storms. Hey, Sam, you know a lot of big days begin clustered. The recent case study I did started clustered in northeastern Louisiana and then became semi-discrete in west central Alabama. A lot of the big days begin clustered and then turn into semi-discrete after cell mergers. But these are definitely going to be big-time hail threats and damaging wind threats at first. Tornado threat will really begin to ramp up a little bit after they really start firing here. It's going to take a few minutes before our tornado threat really ramps up with these. The main tornado threat will for sure be with any discrete storms that can fire out of this cluster at the moment, or any cell mergers that can occur and help a cell be semi-discrete. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be much of a tornado threat imminently here. It's going to be a while before they really, really get going. But these are the storms that Connor's probably going to target, I would imagine. He may target these going towards northeast Oklahoma. But I'm not sure if he will stay with them the whole time. He's currently in, just south of Purcell, Oklahoma. Let's go see where Purcell is here. Purcell, Oklahoma. Yeah, so he is right about here. So he's actually very close to these storms. He is actually very close. He's right here, north of Pauls Valley, going south. Getting some big time hail likely out of this storm south of Wichita Falls. For 1.75-inch hail there and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let me see here. Okay. Let's go back up to Tulsa's radar site. Yeah, that's... Wow, that's just a big mess. That is a big mess there in northeastern Oklahoma. So if that stays the case here, then this is not going to pose much of a tornado threat. Also, the London, Kentucky tornado, we do now have an official preliminary rating. It did touch down southwest of Nancy, well to the southwest of Nancy, tracked through the southern side of Somerset, through the forested areas between Somerset and London, and went through the southern side of London. Currently, it is rated a extremely high-end EF3 at 165 miles per hour. They are currently contacting and consulting with structural engineers, people who are better degreed for the potential rating of a violent EF4. So a consideration for a violent tornado out of the London to Kentucky rating is definitely possible. They're consulting with higher educated engineers for how well those structures may have been built. Yeah, random guy, no. Don't you say only 165. If that hit your house, it would not be only. Don't do that. Let's go back to the Southwest Oklahoma radar site. Apparently we got a new watch, possibly. Did they already issue the watch for Texas? I'd be a little surprised if they pulled it, because I thought what they did was they extended that one, the tornado watch, one county south. One county south, so that way they could hold off on the tornado watch for a little longer. It's not in on my end just yet, but that doesn't mean it has been issued. Mine could just be a little slow. Uh-oh. Otherwise, having a bit of a data issue here. Not showing the tornado watch currently in effect out in Kansas and western Missouri. Yep. Very small tornado watch. I'm a little surprised they pulled it this early. I thought they were just going to hold off for another hour or so. So they pulled the tornado watch for this general area here. Let me see if I can outline this. It doesn't include Fort Worth, I don't think. Yeah, so it goes into Weatherford right there, but does not include Fort Worth. So this is where your new tornado watch has been issued. Doesn't go into Wichita Falls. It is not for Wichita Falls. It includes this whole area. I'll just give you a big circle instead of trying to outline it so well. You're going to see it in a second anyways. It includes Denton, Anna, Paris, Sherman, Bridgeport, Weatherford, Breckenridge, and Graham, Texas. There you go. See, told you it was pointless drawing it all out because it would be up by the time I finish. So there's your new watch. Just got issued. Relatively small tornado watch, but it is quite good on probability there. Wow. Wow. Good on probability is an underestimate there. That is 70-60. Yikes. So that is a 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, a 60% chance that at least one of them is strong, EF2 plus, and a 60% chance of 10 or more 60-mile-an-hour wind events, 20% chance one of them is around or exceeding 75 miles per hour, a 90% a 90% chance for 10 or more events of 1-inch hail or greater, and an 80% chance of at least one or more hail event exceeding or equal to 2-inch in diameter. That is insane hail probabilities. We could be looking at DVD-sized hail possible out here just to the north of Dallas. That is crazy. Possibly up to DVD-sized hail. That's 5-inch in diameter. Man. Isn't grapefruit 4.5? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure grapefruit's 4.5, so yeah. We could definitely see 4.5, 5-inch hail, definitely possible. It will likely be with only like one storm that really gets going. And just takes full advantage of the environment. That mess dodged me, not a single drop here. Kaylee, that's not entirely really good. The reason why is because that means now you're keeping an environment even more favorable. Even more favorable for tornadoes and all hazards. But I mean, at least it did dodge you because it is still severe storms. So, but just keep in mind that these storms that did miss you, they are taking up some of the environment. So they're going through and they're sweeping up some of the environment in Oklahoma. So for weather-wise, it just pops up right when you click the watch. But my watches aren't updating on weather-wise for some odd reason. Oh, there you go. Now they've updated. What was I like? Did I somehow pause it or something? Oh, I did pause it on accident. Whoops. That was my bad. I paused it. Wasn't weather-wise fault. That was my fault. That was on me. That watch in Texas goes till 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 p.m. local. Let's see. I'm going to go back up to here. Yeah, not much happening with our storms near the low pressure in east central Nebraska right now, but tornado watches out there. No signs of these storms really intensifying on the dry line just yet in Kansas, but man, they will definitely explode very, very rapidly. They should really start exploding in the next hour. 4 o'clock Eastern is when our peak starts. That's when our wind shear is going to start getting to the highest. So 4 o'clock is when our peak activity should begin. And then the peak lasts all the way until likely about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. So you can see how this cluster, even though it's clustered, it almost instantly started to get more of a supercellular shape to it. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. So Almost instantly got a good curvature, supercellular shape to it. That means there's a good amount of wind shear out here, and it's likely trying to rotate. If not, it may be rotating towards the upper levels. So, yeah, we'll see what the next mesoanalysis has here in 5 minutes. See if the environment may have any issues there due to those thunderstorms ongoing in northeast Oklahoma. We'll get the new current observations here in about 5 minutes. A lot of the main activity should stay in North Texas, like even north of the DFW. Unsure what's going to happen in eastern Texas. The best chance for severe weather in eastern Texas will probably be like far northern still. It would probably still be like up here in the Texarkana area. So if you're down further south, like especially if you're in Longview or Marshall pointing south, you're going to be fine in Texas. The closer you get to like Sherman, Texas, the worse is it's going to be. Sherman is in the highest risk for today. Moderate level 4 out of 5. Looks like there's a few cells popping up near Kansas City, Missouri. That's also being observed on satellite as well. So we're likely seeing some dry line initiation in eastern Kansas. We'll have multiple different dry line points of initiation here. When is my threat? So for Tulsa's main threat, it's really difficult to say. I think the main threat will be like 5 Central. I think about 2-3 hours from now will be the peak for your threat. But it's hard to say how intense the dryline storms may fire. It's just like yesterday, where it's a lot of uncertainty on exactly where storms will be able to fire and how they're going to be able to evolve and move into eastern Oklahoma. But I think your main threat will be with those prefrontal storms closer to 4 Central, 5 Central, right around there. No, today won't go high risk. Way too messy of a mode. Not too sure what that storm west of Tulsa is trying to do. I mean, it's just barely hanging on. The storms around it are all died out. It's all died out. DVD size tail is 5. I don't think that storm west of Tulsa is going to do anything. It's just hanging on for some reason. I said Texarkana could get hit later tonight. But it should be a very close call. There's uncertainty on how far south the line will be. It may be far enough south just barely to hit you. Or it may be just barely to your north, so to the point where you don't see anything. So again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button, like the stream, and share the stream with your family, friends, social media. As we get closer, we're gonna start just fully doing coverage, which means I may not pay as close attention to chat once we start getting a lot of tornado warnings. But right now, I can do both. I can cover these storms and look at chat at the same time. Just when we start getting more than like 5, 6 tornado warnings, that's when it becomes a bit more difficult. Still sunlight left? You got sunlight in eastern Oklahoma? What? There's little patches there. I'm surprised. I'm quite surprised. Hey, remember when Lucky said he was only going to be 10 minutes? Finally.
Been here for about 5 minutes, just letting you talk.
Bruh. Well, that definitely wasn't no 10 minutes, dude. Even if
I
you've
said
been...
15.
Bruh. Even then, I don't even know if it was 15.
It might have been. I think it was.
I think it was closer to 15 to 20.
You said 15?
No, you said
Alright.
15.
Well, you just said 15.
No, but you said 15 for you to be back.
You know what? I don't feel like arguing, bro. You know what? 15. That's it. Final.
The first main storms of the messy mode has started. So when will you be back? Like 11?
And 30?
Midnight? Wow.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, 10:30. Everything should be linear and if not linear, messy by then.
Yeah.
Bro's leaving right when the main event's gonna start.
I literally cannot control it, actually.
Right at 4 o'clock is when it starts. He's leaving at like 3:40, 3:45.
Chat, I gotta work. That's why.
Man.
Otherwise, I'd be here all day.
Um, how large is a basketball sized tail, Lucky?
What? How? Wait, what? Basketballs?
Did you not hear me? Yeah, I said what I said.
That's like what? 9 inches? 9.5?
9.5. How'd you know?
Oh, just estimated guess. Educated guess.
I know how much it is, but I was just asking Lucky to see if he knew. I think this
When we
storm
had,
in Texas is starting to rotate a bit south of Henrietta. What you say?
have we ever had basketball sized hail?
Nah. We haven't had anything over 9 inches.
Have have we ever had basketball sized
I'm pretty sure I would
hail
know.
in the U.S.?
Maybe outside the US, that's a question, but I doubt it.
The largest hailstone ever recorded in the U.S. was found in Vivian, South Dakota, on July 23rd, 2010, and it measured 8 inches in diameter. This hailstone weighed 1.94 pounds and was slightly larger than a volleyball, according to the National Weather Service.
I could have told you that because I know the largest hailstone. That's why I was able to tell you it wasn't larger than basketball sized. I knew it was in South Dakota. Vivian, right?
Yes, I just said Vivian.
Yeah. I was just making sure I heard you right because that's what I thought it was.
Yee.
Yeah. Although I don't know where that is. I mean I know it's in South Dakota, but
South Dakota.
I don't know where.
I bet I know where it is. I'm not even looking at my radar. I'm gonna guess Eastern.
I spelled it right too. That's crazy. Dead central.
I was gonna say center, but
Like maybe
I
a
didn't.
little bit south central. I mean, it's nearly dead center South Dakota. I'll send you a screenshot. There you
Make
go.
sure it's zoomed out. Oh wow.
It's
So that's
right at that.
south.
It's right at that
I
intersection.
mean that's like south central.
It ain't east.
Yep, it ain't east. You're right.
First severe out here in Nebraska. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. That is 60 mile an hour winds there. 1.75 inch hail reported here over Sulphur, Oklahoma.
I've
Trying to,
heard that place
yeah,
before.
I was trying to see if Lucky would say anything.
I've heard that place before.
I have to. It's just hail right now. Tornado threat is very, very low. So y'all are good. At the moment, at least. But this is trying to rotate. The one over Sulphur is trying to rotate, and the one over here in Texas. I want to say the one in Texas may be rotating. But it's very difficult to tell because this is our radar site's right here. So our radar is having to scan through the hail core, and then it scans the area of possible rotation. So I can't say for certain if that's rotating or not, but it's very close to near Henrietta, Texas. Imagine 2-liter soda, bottle-sized hail.
That'd be at least like what? 20 inches?
Nah, foot.
A foot?
Imagine seeing that on a warning. A foot in diameter hail. That doesn't sound right. A foot in diameter hail. Dude. Could you imagine seeing that on a warning heading towards you, Lucky?
Bro, dude.
You're on a tornado warning, then they add a tag foot-sized hail.
I'm going the opposite direction of that storm. Dude, you know I'm going to I'm going
Can
to
you
LA.
imagine how destructive that would be? 2.75-inch hail is destructive hail. Imagine a foot. Man,
But when it drops, it's just gonna like go through your house.
it would, because it's gonna fall at least like what, maybe 40 plus mile an hour velocities.
If not faster.
It's gonna fall very fast. What? Here, Lucky.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Because apparently he is saying that. I don't think I spelled that wrong.
Wait, it was just right there. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
Where?
Um. Let me see. Let me see if I can do this.
Sorry, we're trying to figure out something. I want to go see if Connor is getting anything yet. He's getting some rain. He's still going south. He's not going to go for these storms. He's still going
Got you.
south.
I got a location.
Okay.
Uh.
He doesn't have a location.
No, I do. I don't. Actually, hold up. I got it.
Uh,
I got it. I got it. You ready?
What? Away.
Ready? I gotta find the storm. Okay. Um. Henrietta, Texas.
Bro.
So the severe east of Wichita Falls.
Okay. I mean, it's definitely rotating or trying to rotate. I mean, it doesn't look impressive to me on velocity. But we'll just keep watching it just in case. New SPC outlook will be out here at 4 o'clock, 35 minutes. Yeah, those velocities, they're trying to strengthen, but they're not strengthening much right now. First significant severe for wind. It's out of this huge batch of clusters here. It's for Erie and southeastern Kansas, just north of Parsons. 70-mile-an-hour winds there for both of these severes. Right in this area. Cluster of storms is fired over Kansas City. Main issue with that is very heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds up to like 10, 20 miles per hour, and some very, very small hail, if any hail at all, will be the main issue. That is not your main. That is not your main line there in Kansas City. The National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma just tweeted an increasing tornado threat potential with storms over southeastern Oklahoma over the next hour and a half. Here's what that looks like. So that red graphic they have there, so that's east of Wichita Falls, all the way through the southernmost area of their WFO there. That includes Sulphur, all the way back up into, I think that's Stewart there. I can't see the name, Stewart. So that's where we have an increasing tornado threat, according to the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma, which is actually where the SPC is based out of, so we shall see if our threat does indeed increase, and it should increase. Yeah, they are not dropping the 15 sig Tor. No way. They ain't dropping that. I'm for sure of it. You think they'll drop the 15 sig Tor, Lucky?
Nah. Nah. Ooh. Interesting.
Nah, bro, there's no way they do.
You don't think so? What they like? Do you think they could even just put it as 15?
No. The main storms haven't even initiated on the dry line.
You're right.
They don't initiate until like 6
I think they're gonna keep it.
or 5, 6 o'clock. This is one of the many rounds on the dry line. The main dry line over central Oklahoma, right in here, that doesn't initiate until about 6. These are initiating thanks to a shortwave trough on the dry line too. Seems conditional. Doesn't look conditional to me, but okay. Lucky we've been maintained in a marginal. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, we've been in a marginal.
We're in a marginal?
Are you dumb? I just told you this morning. I said they even talked about issuing a slight risk for us. Slight risk caliber, severe probabilities are plausible into the day 2 or day 1 time frame. So they're likely going to add a slight for us.
I don't have trust in it.
Well, when they say this, supercell and severe storm potential with the potential of hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes, a slight risk caliber, severe probability, they're plausible into the day 2 or 1 time frame. So hail, wind, and tornadoes. Now you're starting to interest me a little bit more. And we just got a tornado
warning for southeastern Clay County in northern Texas, Clay County in Texas.
Of course, it's Texas. Well, they believe that that is indeed a tornado imminent there, just to the southeast of Henrietta in north central Texas. And this is where Norman said the tornado threat was increasing, the NWS and Norman. So they're already right. It's for 162 people. Yes, this is the first of the day. It's the first tornado warning of the day. All right. Yeah, pretty weak velocities, but still could produce a tornado. So that's the reason for your warning there. If you're in that tornado warning, make sure you're in your safe spot. Remember, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. It's not really that impressive velocity wise, but it does look like a classic Texas supercell. It looks like a supercell. I don't know where Connor is going. He might be going for this tornado warning right now. He's passed all the storms that are severe warned and considerable that have fired in southeast Oklahoma here. He's now in Ardmore, Oklahoma. We'll see where he ends up at. I'm going to be probably yawning through the whole stream. What was that, Lucky?
Hey.
You good?
No. 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 Ugh.
Oh, he's stopping at a gas station right now in Ardmore.
Ugh.
Gotta fill up the tank.
I almost died.
I mean, he just drove for 3 hours, so he's ought to be a little low there. Sulphur, Oklahoma, 2-inch hail reported over your area. Big time hail threat, isolated 60-mile-an-hour wind threat here. Tornado threat should ramp up as these storms move northeast. If they can become slightly more discrete or less clustered. So, Lucky, where you going on Wednesday?
Work?
Aw, man, you ain't going Chase.
No, bro. Not unless it's 5%.
I think there's a chance.
But then I got, bro. Then I gotta call out to work last second, literally.
When do you work?
5 to 10.
Yeah. So probably like right when the storms would be happening, right at 5.
Dude, I almost died about 2 minutes ago.
Lucky's
I
a
don't know.
pro. He caught a dying tornado.
I'm getting there, bro. I know what to look
Chasing is
for.
more important than work. Well, work is
That's-
kind of what funds the chasing.
Now, if I got paid for it, now we're talking. But since I don't, work's more important. Wait.
I haven't gotten a spam call in a hot minute. I'll just let you ring. I'm gonna just let that spam caller waste their time trying to call me. What'd you say wait for?
Hold on.
What do I hold on to? You didn't tell me what to hold on to.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Just be like Reed and get paid for it. Yeah, Lucky. Just get paid for chasing. I don't think anybody wants to hire somebody who literally only sees light rain and once every decade could see a occluding tornado. Another tornado warning. Okay, now this one I don't know where it could be at. Unless it's in Nebraska. It's in Oklahoma. Look at that. And Sam just called it. Sam, what happened to this not being tornadic? Because it's clustered and they look messy and it looks like it's going to underperform. They're going to drop the 15 sig.
Tornado warning for north central Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma, southeastern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma, Cole, Hughes, and Pontotoc County in Oklahoma.
See, I was thinking up in Nebraska because I haven't looked up here in Nebraska, and this one definitely has an opportunity to be warned here over Albion in east central Nebraska. But that one in Oklahoma actually looks like it's starting to already become a good area of rotation with a good inflow notch there being present. Definitely not strong rotation, but it is definitely capable of producing a tornado like right now. Good job on the National Weather Service out there in Norman. They highlighted this area, and we now have 2 tornado warnings in the area they've highlighted. Random funnel in Nebraska. Not surprised. I wonder if it's on the storm I just pointed out. Do you know what storm it's on? Let me go back over here. Close this out. I believe the University of Oklahoma just closed their evening classes due to severe weather. So, man, you know everybody and their mother is going to be chasing.
TRG.
Okay, that's on the southern storm with this one here.
TRG, do you want to watch my? Actually, I'm gonna
So
show my screen.
there's a funnel right here in Nebraska.
There's nothing. There's no copyright playing, but just look. But go ahead and mute the stream just in case if I accidentally play something.
I already did mute it before.
Okay. I don't know where that is. Wait. Oh.
Yeah, that's in
mute.
Nebraska. And yeah, I know.
Is it?
Yes, it's in Nebraska. It's the storm I just looked at. Person had a funnel just a minute
Woo!
ago. Yeah, not very strong rotation on this, but it is definitely capable of producing a tornado going towards Calvin. Going towards Calvin in Oklahoma. A lot of lightning, just a bunch of lightning. This is a very electric storm here in Oklahoma. Look at all the lightning on it. An extremely electric storm. Here is how inactive we are going to get this upcoming week here. There's literally 2 outlines for heavy rainfall and a frost and freeze highlight from the Weather Prediction Center. That is it. No highlights of severe weather or a large area for winds indicating a large trough. Nothing like that. Just 2 areas of heavy rain and some frost. Now, I do think that heavy rain outline there in the central U.S., especially on the southwest side of it into Oklahoma, I do believe there may be an opportunity for some severe weather out here from the 23rd till the end of May. Or not just the end of that time frame. The 23rd to the 25th is what I meant. My bad. From the 23rd to the 25th, I think there's a chance for some severe weather out there. And then likely we will have one last trough enter the U.S. at the end of May, like maybe the last few days of May. And that will be our last severe threat. So we're going to be very inactive. We're going to have probably a small severe threat there, possibly from the 23rd to the 25th. very low end, and then a maybe an event at the last day of May. And then it's on to me and Lucky's storm chasing in June.
And we got hurricane season coming up, so me and Teardre are gonna go probably either coast of North Carolina or South Carolina. We're not going no farther for a
Hurricanes.
tropical system.
Yep.
You want to do that again? That was fun.
Yeah, I'll do it again for sure.
Except for getting pelted by sand.
Well, now we know.
That
See,
hurt.
it's a learning experience. That's what chasing is. That's why I've been chasing so much recently. It's all a
too.
learning experience. The more you chase, the better you're gonna get.
And now, since I've seen the end of a tornado and just like what to look for in a possible producing tornado, I
Ooh,
know what to expect for the next chase.
might be a strong tornado about to touch down south of Allen, Oklahoma. Okay, I'm gonna have to disable this lightning because this storm is so electric. Like, it is crazy. I wonder how many bolts this thing's putting out. This thing is very electric. Wait. Peter Griffin reported a funnel cloud? What? What the heck? It's an official report on Spotter Network. Peter Griffin has reported a funnel cloud north of Central City, south of Fullerton, Nebraska. Wait, what? Peter Griffin might get a tornado, bro.
No, screenshot that, please, bro.
Oh, I will. I will show you. Actually, I bet you could go see it on Radar Scope right now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go check if we could see it on Radar Scope right now.
Where's it at?
Oh, look at the cool new watches on Radar Scope from their update. I don't see it. But I may not have the stuff turned on.
Oh, I think
I can't find it. But Peter Griffin reported a funnel cloud over here.
Oh, I found it!
You found it? How?
Oh,
Where? Where?
Oh. Apparently it was a tornado, actually. Not a funnel. It was a tornado.
Where do you see it on? What software?
Radar scope?
What? On your phone?
Yep.
Must be on your only phone or something. I
Just
don't
had a
know.
brief tornado 5 miles south of this location. Wait.
There's 3 reports there.
I'm about to see if there's a... What is this?
I don't know if I can get you guys to see it.
Funnel cloud approximately 2.5 miles
See if it
west
can show
of
up.
the location, moving north. No ground contact, but rapidly rotating.
Oh. It's not gonna pick up. It says Peter Griffin.
And this
It's right there. It's the last word. See it? Oh. You can see it says Griffin. Peter Griffin. It's very, very bright. It's right in the middle. Let me see if it's an official report on the SPC. Not yet. So Peter Griffin reported a tornado up there in Nebraska.
Rush should be in the show.
As well as like three other chasers too. Or 2 other chasers. Peter Griffin and 2 more.
Bro, he should be in the show right now, but instead he's storm chasing. New episode incoming.
Bro.
October 2026.
No, yeah, Nebraska. I don't think I said Oklahoma. Yeah, strong tornado is imminent here. Nearly over Allen in Oklahoma. So make sure you are in your safe spot if you're in Allen, Oklahoma. Calvin, this is going to be very close to hitting Calvin and Atwood, Oklahoma. Also likely going to start seeing rotation out of this storm too, southwest of Ada, Oklahoma. Just to the southwest of Ada, Oklahoma. Can't believe Peter Griffin saw a tornado before me. I mean, I partially saw a tornado, but it was fully. Like there was some rain. It was a little rain wrapped, and it was completely dark outside. So I don't completely count it, but it was a PDS tornado warning, and I was on it. And I think I partially saw it, but I don't count it as my first tornado because I didn't get to fully see it nor take any pictures and see it on my phone.
Tornado warning for
That's
northern
probably
Cole
this
County
one.
in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Seminole County in east central Oklahoma,
Yep.
Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma, southwestern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma, Cole, Hughes, Pontotoc, and Seminole County in Oklahoma.
There is also a PDS severe for 3-inch hail in Ryan, Oklahoma, and Stanfield, Texas. 3-inch hail ongoing there. Observed
Tornado warning
3-inch hail.
for
Another warning.
eastern
That's
Nance
probably
County
Nebraska.
in central
Yep.
Nebraska, Nance County in
Peter
Nebraska.
Griffin's storms warned. Peter Griffin's in a tornado warning up here. I love that. So it's freaking Peter Griffin. This is probably a strong to intense tornado on the ground south of Allen, Oklahoma. Probably a strong to intense tornado ongoing here. Yep. Observed. Lucky, you see that couplet in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just making sure. So this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground here over Allen, Oklahoma, going towards Calvin, Oklahoma. That is likely hail, not a CC drop, from what I can tell. We'll be able to confirm it here from ZDR. Yeah, it looks like hail to me. There's not much of a ZDR drop. Yeah, radar gives it a 70.4% chance of a debris signature, and normally I don't listen to this unless it is 100%. And I can confirm it myself too, because radar can still be wrong. And now it is also observed by chasers, so we... Oh no, actually it's observed by radar, my bad. I thought it was by chasers. So this is a confirmed tornado based off of radar, but I don't see any debris signature. However, it is a quite intense area of rotation. You could see the tornado vortex hole here, donut hole, as well as the very strong area of rotation around it. So there's a very high likelihood it is on the ground. Just not a very obvious debris signature yet with it. And this is for almost 3,000 people. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly. This person put it the best. Someone said all these chasers are complaining about the terrain and the setup here in eastern Oklahoma, whilst us mid-Atlantic chasers would be there in a split second if it was in our local area.
Yep.
They're all fussing about the clustered mode and it being in a slightly treed and forested area in eastern Oklahoma. We would be there in a blink of an eye if this setup was in anywhere in the mid-Atlantic and it was near us.
Dude, this was in like South Carolina, bro. Dude.
That's likely a CC drop. I'm a bit more... Yeah, and now ZDR also has lessened there. So I'm pretty sure that is a tornado. Yeah, a lot of chasers, even some big name chasers, didn't chase today.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of them actually decided not to chase. Lucky, I don't know what this is. Actually, I know exactly what this is. I'm gonna mute myself to say it.
When?
That's for, I think, mid-June. No, that's for early June.
So in 2 weeks?
Yeah,
3 weeks?
but it's only one. And still likely a tornado on the ground east of Allen, Oklahoma. A very well organized embedded supercell here. Very classic embedded supercell here. Allen, Oklahoma. Once again, tornado on the ground here. Likely a strong to potentially intense tornado. Newest scan rotations weakened a little bit, so this could easily occlude quickly. It's a very clustered mode, so in order for us to see our long track tornado threat, it's going to have to be from discrete storms probably later down the line. Yeah, like me and Lucky, there is no way to describe how fast we would instantly be wherever this risk is, if it was in South Carolina or North Carolina.
Especially me.
Me too, dude. If this was in 5,500 Cape with 0 to 1 kilometer SRH at 250 and dew points at 73 and temps at 80. And a lower level jet of 40 knots. There is no way I would not be in this area if it was in like South Carolina or North Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't care what train it is in South Carolina or North Carolina. I'm going. I haven't chased out of state for a tornado threat yet. I just realized that. Like the tropical system we chased last year, that was still in North Carolina. Woo! Yeah, that's right back up to a intense tornado. About 111 mile-an-hour rotation there. That puts it to a strong tornado. But likely it's even stronger than that based off of previous velocity scans. Still going to watch that one over Ada, Oklahoma. And just make sure you're in your safe spot, Ada, Oklahoma. It doesn't look like a imminent tornado. It is tornado warned. It is tornado warned. So do be in your safe spot. Tornado warning does mean a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. However, based on velocities, it doesn't look as interesting as it once did. So I still want you to take it seriously. You still do want to be in your safe spot because it is tornado warned. Thus, it is actually a imminent tornado. But it just doesn't look impressive to me. A new SPC outlook should be out in the next 10 minutes. Within the next 10 minutes. And it is now out. They've maintained the entire risk, and they've expanded the enhanced risk way into the boot hill of Missouri. Look at that. The enhanced risk now goes way into the boot hill of Missouri. Big expansion for the enhanced risk there. All right. We now have a PDS tornado warning. Now have a PDS tornado warning over Atwood, Calvin. This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. This is a very strong tornado on the ground going towards Atwood and Calvin. In Oklahoma, so please be in your safe spot. The first one, and most likely not the last PDS warning we will see today. So again, a PDS warning means that a strong tornado is on the ground. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground heading towards a relatively populated region. In this case, there is, wow, 2,000 people in this PDS warning. That's actually more than I was thinking. 2,000 people. Velocities definitely are weakening, but it is still a strong tornado. We're still at about 90-mile-an-hour rotation here on that newest scan. It went from about 120-ish to 90 in one scan. So it is weakening at least a bit. But it could strengthen right back up in literally one scan. We've seen it time and time and time and time again. So again, moderate risk has been maintained. A significant severe weather event is likely. A little caught off guard there by them saying a significant severe weather event is likely from central and southern plains into the Ozarks today, as well as into tonight. All severe weather hazards are expected, including tornadoes, some potentially strong to intense. Wow. Quite the wording. Little bit more of wording there. A little bit higher wording. Guidance is trended towards a more favorable environment in portions of eastern and southeastern Missouri tonight, and thus the wind and tornado probabilities have been increased. So now a 30% wind and 10 sig tor in the Boot Hill of Missouri. Still a tornado warning there for Ada, Oklahoma being your safe spot there. Looks like this is going to try to recycle. So likely in just a couple minutes, this is going to try to drop another tornado here. Probably very close to Calvin.
TRG.
You're going to go?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Alrighty.
Alright, guys. I shall see y'all whenever.
Yep, he'll see you guys tonight near 11.
No, I won't.
10:30.
Probably not.
11:30.
No, definitely not.
12:30.
No.
1
I'll be asleep
a.m.
by then. Nope, I'll be in a deep sleep.
Man, we won't see you at all again today.
I don't think so.
Let me guess, not tomorrow at all either?
Tomorrow, once I get out of school.
And you're going to disappear at 4 again, right?
Yep.
Dang. I don't know when I'll be live tomorrow. I haven't really looked at it like that just yet. No, it looks like probably 3 o'clock. Alright. See you later, brother.
I'll see you later, brother.
Get that dude out of here. Yeah, rotation is very broad, but you can see a new area of rotation is beginning. So this is the area of rotation that just formed our strong tornado. We'll track it here. So this is where it started, way back here, pretty weak, got tornado warned. Went on the ground here in Allen. Went PDS warned. And then it has now likely lifted just to the south of Atwood. Now there is a new area of rotation, likely a mesocyclone here that is beginning to strengthen. Still pretty weak, so still a pretty weak mesocyclone here. Attempting to strengthen here near Calvin. Still a really large area of inflow, so that should allow for this supercell to healthily be able to keep its inflow and area of rotation for quite a while. Welcome back, Catman. You came back to a PDS warning. I believe Connor is still going for that storm in Texas. I'm pretty surprised he is fully committed to this storm in Texas, dropping 2.75-inch hail now. He is in Marietta, Oklahoma, going west towards Courtney in Oklahoma. Okay. Back to Oklahoma. Yeah, rotation has broadened out. We're going to get a new scan here right now. Little bit tighter on that newest scan. Quite a bit tighter. Inflow beginning to increase. Outflow definitely increased a bit there as well. Gotta be honest, I would be lying if I didn't say I'm very worried about Oklahoma City later this afternoon. And into the evening. If storms are not clustered, there is a chance we could see multiple intense to potentially even a violent tornado later this afternoon and into the evening around Oklahoma City, as well as pointing to the northeast. Generally in this area right here. It looks like the environment is more favorable than it recently forecasted and is currently overperforming from what model runs were showing. So if we get discrete storms or semi-discrete storms or even a little less clustered storms to fire along the dry line towards 6, 7 o'clock Eastern time, about 2, maybe 3 hours from now, then this is going to this is probably going to end up producing a strong to potentially even a violent tornado threat. If we can get discrete storms there. So Project Otis is a project about collecting scientific data, specifically with UAVs, which are, you know, pretty much, it's UAVs. I'm sure we all know what UAVs are. If you want to click that link in the chat, they actually managed to get one of their UAVs into the tornado, I believe, that Reed saw yesterday in western Oklahoma. I believe we're down to a radar indicated tornado warning. Yep, let's go back down to that. Wait, hold on. That was the wrong storm. But yeah, we are back down to radar indicated. That was the wrong storm. Fully the wrong storm. But we are back down to radar indicated. Gracious. Y'all didn't see that. You did not see that. Completely, not even just the wrong storm, the entirely different state. A state so far to the north, way up in Nebraska, dude. That wasn't even close. So down to normal, radar indicated tornado warning here, just to the west of Calvin. But you can see that is definitely strengthening. Definitely strengthening mesocyclone. So Calvin in Oklahoma being your safe spot. I think this will stay off to your north-northwest and continue to move northeast towards Crossroads, Horntown, and Lamar, Oklahoma. see what we got here. Yeah, Norman in Oklahoma highlighted this area generally. This is not exactly where they're highlighted, but generally these storms for a strong tornado threat in the next hour. They did not highlight exactly what I did there, but just to let you know, they are highlighting these storms for strong tornado potential over the next hour. Keep an eye on that one towards Sulphur, too. I don't think it's an imminent threat, but if it doesn't merge with this big cluster, then it will be a tornado threat in the future. Still a good area of rotation, but it is weakening over Crossroads, Oklahoma. Yeah, it is definitely a weakening area of rotation, but it is over, or actually very close to Calvin and over the Crossroads, I believe it was. Yeah, right over Crossroads is where this is located. So if it is on the ground, it's over Crossroads in Oklahoma, just to the north of Calvin, Oklahoma. Yeah. Also, a left split supercell is now warned for a 2-inch hail. So that's going to go very close to Tulsa, most likely. We'll see if it dies out at all, but that is going in the direction of Tulsa, Oklahoma for a 2-inch hail. So if you're in Tulsa, keep an eye on that storm. I don't think the tornado threat will be that big with it. It is a left split. There's a chance it dies out, and if it doesn't die out, then it's going to continue to produce that potential 2-inch hail there. Storm Connor is going for. He is currently inside of this PDS Severe in Ringling, pronounce that right, Ringling, Oklahoma for 2.75-inch hail. All right, looks like both of these areas are now weak rotation, so tornado threat looks to be kind of recycling here. It likely won't be able to do much in the very, very short term, but probably in 15, 30 minutes or so, it will likely try to increase again in rotation. Tornado warning for Atwood and Spalding. Allen Francis continues for the next about 21 minutes. That's for about 6,000 people, still radar indicated. Yeah, 45 sig hail today. It's not up to Tulsa just yet. It's still a little way from Tulsa. So you still got some time. And it still has some time to die out. I do not know if it's going to survive that long. I'm unsure. It probably will, to be honest with you. It probably will. That will just add to the messiness of today's mode. Yeah, the HRRR doesn't really do much with that dry line in central Oklahoma this afternoon. And into the evening. It fires like 1 to 2 storms, but the main environment shifts east before those storms fire. If that's the case, we probably won't see much around Oklahoma City. However, I'm not for sure if the HRRR is going to be right with that. Yeah, I highly doubt tomorrow will go moderate. If it somehow does, it will probably be just for wind. But I would be shocked. I would be very shocked if we get a moderate tomorrow. I'm already very shocked we got a 45% wind. New warning that may be up in Nebraska. We'll find out in just a second.
Tornado warning for northeastern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma,
Oh,
Hughes
back
County in Oklahoma.
Yep, so that's another one in Oklahoma for the next 49 minutes. That is back in Calvin, Oklahoma. So if you're in Calvin, Oklahoma, you're back inside another tornado warning. So you are not going to be tornado warning list in 2 minutes. They've extended a new warning for 47 minutes. So Calvin, Horntown, Lamar, Dustin, you're all in that new warning for 47 minutes now. Looks like maybe not much is happening up there in Nebraska at the moment. Storms are still trying to rotate a bit, but mainly hail and wind with them. Spin up tornado can't be ruled out. We may eventually get another warning up there. Storms north of Kansas City went severe for 1.25-inch hail. Man, today could play out so many different ways. Could play out so many different ways. There's so many different ways this storm evolution could play out. Duncan, let me see. I mean, that is right on the dry line. Yep, that's right in the favorable environment. But I don't know if that's going to be able to mature quickly and stay alive for much longer if it's if it ends up cell merging into like this storm here. But if this stays fully by itself, say if it moves along the dry line like this, northeast, and it doesn't move. It looks like it might be doing exactly that. Depends on which way it moves. If it moves this way, it may not do much due to it likely ending up merging with this storm. If it just keeps moving northeast like how it is right now, then it's going to stay right along that volatile environment right on the dry line. Yep, this is exactly what I was expecting today. A big blob of storms. That was the thinking today. We'll see. We'll see if that storm near Duncan, Oklahoma, does anything. New mesoscale discussion. Tornado threat continues across portions of southeastern Nebraska and northeastern Kansas. The potential for a few tornadoes, including a strong one, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and 3-inch hail will all be possible. The greatest tornado threat will be focused in this corridor here. They highlight this corridor here, as well as this corridor here, for the greatest threat of a tornado. Are we actually supposed to see discrete supercells? Maybe one or two. Maybe one or two discrete supercells. Yep, they did highlight a marginal risk area for severe weather for the greatest tornado risk in this mesoscale discussion. Gonna keep watching these areas of rotation. They're very broad and weak right now, but they are trying to rotate. The one Connor's going for is still warned for 2.75-inch hail. He's very close to it now. Like, very, very close. Is he going south? Nope, he's going west. Yeah, Connor's like right here. He's literally right here, and between that big supercell and the one little, well, the one heavy rain shower, I shouldn't say little, one heavy rain shower in the big supercell. Still going to watch this storm approaching Ada, Oklahoma. No tornado threat at the moment with that, as well as the updraft starting up in Duncan, Oklahoma. See if we got anything. All right, nothing new right now. Actually, new Mesoanalysis. Yeah, the most favorable environment is definitely with this messy cluster here south of Tulsa. But still, that little storm firing in Duncan is in a good environment. It's right on the dry line. Just wind shear is very low with it. The shear is a lot better with these storms. Lot better wind shear with this mess. Alright, they did severe warn this storm in Duncan. Let's go to weatherwise. There you go. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 40 minutes over Duncan. Yeah, no good areas of rotation here. Just we'll watch them. See if anything changes. Oh, I left a huge line up there. Whoops. So your greatest tornado threat in Nebraska will be focused along these two corridors here. Right in there will be your greatest threat for a tornado threat in Nebraska, including the chance for a strong tornado. Yeah, still just staying with weak areas of rotation in here. Nothing I am concerned about. Just being your safe spot, but no really good areas of rotation. All right, let's go back down to... Oops, that's why. Let's go back down to where Connor is. Definitely has some very large hail on it. You can see the hail core right in here. Very, very large hail, likely near 3-inch in diameter with this storm going towards Connor.
4. Northern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma, Hughes County in Oklahoma.
Exactly where is that? Okay, that's for this storm. Man, we starting to get a mess of warnings out here. So basically, they just issued a larger tornado warning. That's what they did. They issued a larger tornado warning. So there's now 2 tornado warnings in effect for this area. So that's 1 tornado warning there, and then there's another one in here. So you've got 2 warnings. 2 tornado warnings in place for the same exact area. Or nearly the same exact area. This one's a little bit more east. It's a messy cluster. Very messy cluster. This is the storm heading off towards Tulsa. Still can see that 2-inch hail core there. Southwest of Beggs. Well to the west of Morris, Oklahoma. It should stay well south of Norman. I'm thinking it's going to move this way. So it could pose an all hazards threat. It may have enough time to avoid this storm and not get sucked up into just a cell merge. Okay. I'm about to get destroyed. Have fun, Catman. Have fun with that 2-inch hail, man. Or try to. Alright. So, 2 tornado warnings active. They're both for this one cluster of storms. Currently right over Lamar and Horntown. Going towards Dustin in Oklahoma. South Central Oklahoma. Let's see here. Yeah, so I don't see anything indicating that there's a tornado on the ground out here with these storms. All the areas of rotation are fairly weak now. we'll just wait and see. Arclitex, you're still looking pretty okay to me. Definitely want to pay attention towards like probably the nocturnal hours tonight. Maybe the overnight hours tonight too. Close to 11 p.m. midnight your time. Tulsa, there's going to be some large hail that heads that way in about an hour. Tornado threat looks to remain low for now. Let's see. Johnson City, Tennessee for tomorrow. Let me see. Yeah, there could be a second wave for Tulsa later, but it's unsure how strong it may be. Let's see where that is. So that's in Northeast Tennessee. So tomorrow you're on the edge of the greatest risk for severe weather. Looks like you're in the 15% wind risk, so storms should be weakening by the time they get to you. Still wouldn't rule out some wind gusts of about 60, maybe pushing 70 miles per hour in a brief spin-up tornado, as well as around 1-inch hail. All right, let's go see if these storms... Yeah, they're really not strengthening at all. Do you have the Tulsa radar open? Nope, let's get the Tulsa radar open. There we go. So, yep, Tulsa, you just got put into a severe...
Tornado warning for
Oh, that's
southeastern
Connor's storm.
Jefferson County in southern Oklahoma, northwestern Love County in southern Oklahoma, southwestern Carter County in southern Oklahoma, Carter, Jefferson, and Love County in Oklahoma.
So that is a severe thunderstorm warning there for Tulsa for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that warning you just heard, that is for our chaser Connor Croft's storm.
Alright.
That's his audio. See if he figures out that's a tornado warning, not a severe. Yep, he figured it out. Tornado warning for baseball size tail and a tornado. Right. So Connor is going to get in a good spot. Probably right along this road or so. Right around here. He might try to position himself more to the east, northeast. Just to try to stay away from the precipitation a bit. Right now he's heading right into the core though. I'll go ahead and show you guys his feed. Right. Let's see. Here. So this is Connor Croft's feed of that tornado warning in southern, far southern Oklahoma, just to the west of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Looks like it's just a bunch of rain right now. So if there is going to be a tornado out of this storm, it's going to end up being a rain-wrapped tornado. Probably right in the middle of his screen, right in there. So he's going to wait here for a bit, and then probably try to book it to the east, northeast, likely closer to Marietta, because this storm's currently getting hit by a lot of cell mergers. And I do want to take you guys over to... We will split it. So Connor Croft will be above my face cam here. So there's your next area of interest out here in Texas. So what's happening is this supercell is currently being hit by a bunch of cell mergers to the south, as well as from the southwest. It's being hit by a bunch of mergers. You can see one formed here and just hit it. Multiple ones formed in this area and are hitting it. And now it's got another supercell way back here that is also starting to impact near the southwest flank of your supercell. So this storm's going very, very clustered and very messy. So if there is a tornado on this tornado warning in far south central Oklahoma near Lone Grove, just to the west southwest of Ardmore. That's the storm that Connor Croft's looking at, and it would be very much rain wrapped. Right now he's struggling with some cell reception. There you go. It would be very rain wrapped. He said he's glad he's not in the Oklahoma tornado warning because it's a rain-wrapped mess, but to be honest, the storm he's on is also a rain-wrapped mess, too. I mean, this looks just as messy. You can see this huge train of clusters. Connor's right in here, near that 32 sign. And then back out in Oklahoma, this is gonna organize. That's what's gonna what's gonna happen here. So these two storms are moving off to the north-northeast. They're both going very close to, and this one right here is actually going to go into Tulsa. And what that's going to do is that's going to leave this storm probably all by itself and fully discrete. And this one back over in Ada, Oklahoma is also starting to look a little bit more like something to keep an eye on. No rotation on it, but it is starting to look a bit better. The one back towards Duncan doesn't look very impressive. Let's go back up to Kansas again. Just a huge slop of a cluster. Now, see, that's a messy cluster. That's from our storms that hit Tulsa 2 hours ago. We had storms in Tulsa. That's what's left of them. Those are heading up into Kansas City here pretty soon. So Kansas City, you're about to be back into the threat for a severe storm here. You just finished with 1 or 2 severe storms. Now you're about to be hit by a huge cluster of severe storms. I have no idea about Tennessee tomorrow. I do not know much about the risk tomorrow. In my opinion, it doesn't look impressive at all, but the SPC, they upgraded to a 45% wind risk as well as a 10 sig tor. I could see the 10 sig tor, but man, they did a huge upgrade with a large 10 sig tornado risk. Like, that thing is huge now. It used to be a small 10 sig tor, and now it's a huge 10 sig. Yeah, it used to be like literally this big. And it's like 4 times larger than that now. And then they added the 45% wind risk. So we'll see how tomorrow plays out. But personally, I don't see a bunch with it. We'll still be live though for it anyways. Yeah, Connor is going to drop south for this storm. Going over towards Henrietta, pretty sure. So he's leaving this mess. Which, that's what it is. It's a big mess. Okay. Let me see here. Prefrontals to your west. Yeah. Those are probably just going to all merge right in. You're just going to get a bunch of rain, bunch of lightning, some wind, and it is still warned for 1.5-inch hail, so they downgraded that a little bit. But there could also be some hail for sure. Severe watch is expected to be issued in Iowa, northern Missouri. Thunderstorms that will move outside of the previous watch will pose a risk for severe hail around 1 to 1.5 inch in diameter and damaging winds between 60 to 70 miles per hour. I think the enhanced will stay to the west of Johnson City, Tennessee. Proxy, very, very sloppy, very messy, exactly how we were expecting. No discrete storms just yet. No fully discrete storms. There is... I mean, the one in Ada is quite discrete. But it's not in the best environment because it's training over the environment that literally just got used. So just very sloppy right now. Okay. Very sloppy. One thing I didn't expect is these to be sloppy. I thought we were only going to get one to two discrete supercells out here. Instead, they just all ended up being a mess in south central Oklahoma, north central Texas. Hello, Peasant Chip. So Connor's gonna be diving south, probably onto this storm here. So he's currently now in Texas. Just got a new mesoscale discussion. Alright, that includes Tulsa. Yeah, Chip, we got a already a strong tornado. PDS tornado warning earlier. Also saw 3-inch hail too. Until greater upscale growth occurs, the risk for a couple strong tornadoes to continue with discrete supercells through 7 p.m. Central. So that's for like the next 3 hours, 20 minutes. Also the potential for the potential of 2.5 inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds there. And that is in the red highlighted area. Let me get rid of the SPC so you can see that. So there you go. Had to get rid of the SPC outlook there. So that's about to go right, that big cluster about to go right through Tulsa and surrounding areas. Have fun, Catman. Your second messy cluster of the day. Had your earlier one here, which wasn't too strong except for the northeast side of Tulsa, and now you got another one. This one's a lot larger and a lot more severe, though. Yeah, only one tornado so far. We're expecting that to change over the next 4 hours. That should change. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't change over the next 4 hours. I don't know if we're going to see many discrete storms, though. I mean, discrete storms are really the main thing that's going to be able to verify the threat today. So if we don't really get discrete storms here, it's just going to be very sloppy and messy. They still do have that tornado watch all the way back out into Enid and west of Oklahoma City, including Oklahoma City as well. So they do think dryline development is going to happen again. Hello again, Legacy. It's very, very messy, Kaylee, so that's the good news. You're probably right on the edge of it. Right on the edge of that mesoscale discussion. Main threats now. Peak activity is now till about 10, 11 o'clock. Most likely. Yeah, there's NATO cast. That only has a few 15 sig areas now. No surprise there. It's looking like this is probably not going to have any discrete supercells today. Yeah, very widespread 70-degree dew points. That's likely helping to contribute to such the messy mode, too. It ain't cell splitting, it's dying out. So this is gonna try to continue to intensify as I just issue a new severe on that for Lindsay, Alex. For the next 31 minutes, 1.25 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. That is all by itself, and it's going to keep moving into a better sheared environment. Yikes. Just a big, big mess down here, too. Look at that. Big mess. I don't know if we're going to get much out here on the border of Texas and Oklahoma with how bad that is. That's not like the one in eastern Oklahoma here. This one is at least a bit more organized. You can still point out that this is a left moving supercell, and this is your main supercell here. If your main supercell doesn't get a lot of cell mergers, it's going to try to produce a tornado later down the line. But back out here in Texas, I mean, they all look messy. This one could be a big issue if it can stay discreet, but I don't think it's going to be able to. A lot of these I feel like aren't going to be able to stay discreet. I think the HRRR might end up being completely correct here with a very messy, sloppy mode where we just see very big clusters of hail, wind, and the isolated tornado threat. Let's see here. So if we keep seeing this, we're not going to see much more than that that strong tornado earlier. So this is looking pretty good at the moment. But we'll see how things look towards 7 o'clock. Like I said, that lower level jet from here on out is going to keep strengthening. And that should really help increase some spin in the atmosphere. Hello, Hannah. Welcome to the stream. Just got a new severe watch for Iowa and northern Missouri. Main issue there is 60, 70 mile an hour winds and 1 to 1.5 inch hail. Tornado threat is very close to 0 with those storms. Wow, the NAM 3K, absolutely atrocious today. Absolutely horrible. You know what it had right now? It has, for 5 o'clock, which is just 12 minutes away Eastern time. If we go to the radar, it has these storms firing in an orderly line, not in this messy cluster. And it also has a few storms up here on the Kansas-Oklahoma border. And it doesn't have any of this. None of this is here at all on the NAM 3K. Fully missed the overconvection in eastern Oklahoma. I mean, it has very intense dryline development. It's all going to come down to that dryline development and how intense it may be. I'm going to go back to Mesoanalysis here. Now, what about Cape? Look where the Cape is. So there's 5,500 Cape on that severe warning. Oh, going towards Lindsay in Oklahoma. The HRRR says there is 4,000, whereas the NAM 3K says there is indeed 5,500. I think the HRRR is underdoing the environment, so it's making it look like the dry line's not going to initiate. I don't think it's going to initiate to the magnitude the NAM has, but I do think it's going to initiate a lot more vigorously than what the HRRR has. See the dry line on the Frederick radar? Yep. That's your dry line right there. And then it goes up into Oklahoma City and then back up into Wichita. You could see it's firing out here in Wichita or near Wichita. Those storms should continue to keep firing all the way down into Wichita. If the dry line is strong enough, which it should be. Yeah, I already saw it because it dropped most of the 15 sig and it dropped the 30 sig. It has like a small, like a few little dots of a 15 sig tour. I think Eastern Oklahoma was the main one. Yeah, so Connor is still going for actually now this storm. Well, we'll see which one he goes for. We'll see. He's going to go on 82, so he may go east and then back north. I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure now that he's dropped south, he's going to stay with this one here. Which actually may already be rotating. That actually looks like it may already be rotating. Still very messy storm over Lindsay, Oklahoma. Ben, I'm not too sure. The environment is still way more potent than what the HRRR shows. And the NAM3K now says that the dry line is going to initiate. So I'm unsure. If storms fire, yeah. But that's the question, if they do fire. Yeah, the Duncan storm is not really... It's not strong at all. It's failing to intensify at the moment. So we'll watch that storm to the west of Sunset, north central Texas. That's the one Connor Croft's going to go for now. They're probably going to let that warning expire in 7 minutes or drop it. Yeah, I agree with that, Justin. The environment's just really getting beat up right now, especially with this huge cluster over Tulsa. And then you have this huge cluster down here in southern Texas, northern Oklahoma. Or other way around, northern Texas, southern Oklahoma. Man, not getting a lot of sleep is starting to show big time. I'm starting to confuse Oklahoma and Texas. That's bad. I need me some more sleep. I fell asleep about 3:34 and then woke up at 9. It took me a while to get to sleep and wind down. Yeah, we had a PDS tornado warning, Billy. That's the only one so far. Going to deep sleep right now. Man, don't tempt me. I will miss the entire event and probably wake up to missing a full outbreak. Because if that dry line initiates, it's going to be really, really bad. Around midnight, my time zone. Then woke up for a minute, like 4 a.m. Made sure you weren't still streaming. Back to sleep till 9. Sounds like you got some good sleep. That's what I would have gotten if we didn't have that supercell pop off last night. I would have probably went to sleep at near midnight, but instead it popped off. We were live till like 2:30 a.m. Edits, that almost is what happened yesterday, but thankfully I got back on when they issued the second PDS warning. Right when that happened, I got back on as I saw it was heading towards Greensburg. So I got back on, and then we watched it go toward E. Sun's been out for a couple of hours now. Well, thankfully, we're just still at a messy mode, so... I mean, even with such a clustered mode like this, you're still going to have a tornado threat. But even if you have a very, very potent environment, a very, very messy mode like this, where you keep seeing storm mergers every few seconds to a few minutes... I mean, storms just keep firing around it and merging left, right, and center. Arkansas is not in the worst case scenario at all. Arkansas is going to get a big line of damaging winds, most likely. Some hail and then spin up tornadoes, but you're probably not going to see much of that intense or threat for a violent tornado. Any violent tornado today is going to have to come from a discrete storm. It depends if the dry line convex. If the dry line convex, yeah, it will be closer to like 6 o'clock. Maybe even a little after that. Right now, we only have one storm convecting on the dry line, and it doesn't even look intense at all. It looks very weak. Even if that dry line does convect, the wind shear doesn't improve until like 8 o'clock tonight. And by 8 o'clock, I'm pretty sure most of this stuff's going to be congealed up into a messy line. Well, if it feels like we're not talking about much, that's because we're now tornado warning lists. There's not really many areas of rotation to watch. We'll still keep an eye on the one that Connor's going for. But these are starting to produce some very big hail now. Now that they're very clustered, hail is definitely the issue we're seeing. So Tulsa, you're getting a very electric thunderstorm, very loud thunderstorm, very, very electric, some large hail up to about 1.75 inch in diameter. Tornado threat is very low with this storm due to how clustered it is. Very, very low tornado threat there. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning. Hopefully Catman ain't outside. I I probably wouldn't even be outside in this storm. It's so electric. Like I said, I hate lightning. I hate it. You can't predict lightning at all. You never know where it's going to strike. You never know how many of them are going to strike. You never know exactly where it's going to hit. I hate it. So Connor Croft currently stopped right about in here somewhere. He stopped somewhere in this area. I agree with that, Pez. Lightning scares me a lot more than tornadoes because tornadoes I can predict generally how strong they are, generally where they're gonna go, generally the time frame of when they could form. There's a long lead up to it by the SPC, obviously, which you can generally expect thunderstorms, but you never know how much lightning is going to be produced by a single thunderstorm ever. It is impossible to know. And there's so much more of it too. There's so many more lightning strikes with thunderstorms than, tornadoes. But thankfully here in North Carolina, Virginia, we haven't had too many very electric thunderstorms. They still have lightning, but they're not like this. This out here in like Tulsa, that is extremely electric to the point where I would probably be in my safe spot. If I were in Tulsa right now, I would probably be in my safe spot because, like I said, I can't deal with lightning, man. I cannot. Can't deal with it. Also, the chance of like a tornado hitting my house here in Virginia is almost near zero. It's so low. Even if I was somehow managed to put into a high risk for severe weather, the chance of me getting hit by a tornado is still going to be extremely low. Same goes for anyone else in a high risk. Your chance is still low. Even in the highest risk by the SPC, it's still a low chance. Whereas with lightning, there's such a better chance that you're going to get a lot more lightning. I was in a tornado warning last year, but the rotation didn't go over my house or anything. It stayed off to my northwest. All right. Yeah, the main thing I'm going to watch is for dry line initiation around and north of Oklahoma City in the next 2 hours. Early edits? I haven't gotten the notification on it. Is it on Twitter? Storms up to 1.5-inch hail southwest of Norman. I'm still not concerned about it, to be honest with you. It's moving almost due north. That's not very favorable for a tornado threat. It's still possible, but due north is typically that's the way our left movers move. They move north. And because they move north, that is a less favorable direction for tornadoes. All this stuff in Kansas is super weak too. So much weaker than forecasted. It's likely due to how much convection we've seen out in front. It's just all tampering with the environment in some sort. I agree with that, edits. Now, if it starts moving northeast, yeah. But now it's moving along the dry line, which does not have a lot of wind shear. It's very favorable cape-wise, but it does not have a lot of wind shear. Very low wind shear. A very poor hodograph. If it kept moving northeast, it would have went into a significantly more favorable environment. But now that it's following the dry line, it's moving away from that environment. Like, it formed down here in Duncan. Say it went from Duncan all the way up to south of Shawnee. If it did get to south of Shawnee, that is where a much better environment for a tornado threat is located, wind shear wise. I mean, look at this. New significant severe for 70-mile-an-hour velocities. 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible for Harrisonville, Raymore, in west central Missouri. Now that's an electric thunderstorm too, all over the Kansas City metro. It's a big blob all over the west and central portion of the Kansas City metro, and that's eventually going to go through the entire metro of Kansas City. That's very, very electric. Very electric. I'm going to be honest, the longer this goes not doing much, the closer I am to thinking this is going to underperform significantly. Tornado-wise. I do think the wind threat of 80 to 90 miles per hour could verify tonight. The hail threat has already hit 3-inch in diameter. I wouldn't rule out still 4-inch in diameter is definitely possible. But that tornado threat, unless those supercells explode along the dry line, and they're going to have to wait. They can't explode now. If they explode now, the wind shear is garbage. They're going to have to wait until the lower level jet starts to ramp up to explode. And that won't be until near like 7, 8 o'clock. Likely very close to verified edits. Let me see. I think it verified it for the west. I think the southern portion of the moderate risk in Kansas verified, the central portion verified, and the northwest portion verified. I don't think the southeast side of the moderate verified yesterday. So I do think the moderate risk as a whole, I would say it just barely verified yesterday. I'd say just barely. Let's see here. Yeah, these storms still producing between 2 to 2.5 inch hail there, as well as up to 65 mile an hour winds. Tulsa storm still producing as high as 2-inch in diameter hail there. Still seeing 70 mile an hour winds approaching the Belton and Harrisonville area in west central Missouri. Up to, what is that? I need to make sure. Yep, 29 severe. So it looks like this is going to be probably a severe weather outbreak, as opposed to a full-fledged tornado outbreak. Okay, there we go. No destructive severes, so that's really good. We have about 5 significant severes, though. But no destructive severes. Let's see. Yeah, people are saying, like, wait till after dark for the threat to ramp up when the lower level jet starts to increase. But here's the thing. When the lower level jet increases, the discrete storm mode is fully gone. We don't have, unless that dry line initiates over the next 2 hours, we don't have much more of a discrete mode left. Unless that dry line initiates over Oklahoma City. Like I said, that has to be after 6 p.m., likely closer to 7 p.m. Eastern Time. New HRRR for tomorrow still doesn't show anything too absurd. I mean, it definitely shows the potential for a few tornadoes, possibly a strong tornado or two. But that 45% wind risk, I don't see a way how that even gets close to verifying if the HRRR is correct for tomorrow. Which it did pretty well today, other than a few runs showing a semi-discrete mode. A few runs showed it being semi-discrete today, which was obviously wrong. But most of the HRRR runs showing it messy, clustered, were correct. TRG, don't worry. As soon as you in-stream early, the dry line will initiate. If I in-stream, like, say if I theoretically ended stream right now and storms initiated, then the storms wouldn't even be much of a tornadic thing. It would be mainly a lot of wind and definitely hail. But if storms initiated right now along the dry line, tornadic threat would be low due to not a lot of lower level wind shear. Man, it ain't. If I ended right now, it really wouldn't. It wouldn't matter. It's up to weather. It just always seems like when we end the live stream, crazy stuff ends up happening. Let's see here. Let's go see if anything's trying to pop up here. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there, Kaylee. I'm not going to end yet. Don't worry. I'm still going to stay here. Considerable severe now for the city of Kansas City, Missouri. For 70-mile-an-hour winds that are ongoing. You see that pocket of 70-mile-an-hour winds, and that's moving right towards Kansas City. So, Kansas City, Missouri, you definitely want to be away from doors and windows for sure, but maybe even in your safe spot because that has a lot of wind and some hail as well as very frequent lightning. Where did that come from? 1-inch hail in western Kansas. The heck? Oh, they actually extended, they have a little extended marginal risk out there, so they expected that. See it? They actually extended a marginal risk out there just in case, and there's indeed some hail there. Very random, though. I did not expect to see that. And that actually has a pretty good hail core with it. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's a little bit greater than 1-inch hail. But definitely no tornado threat that far to the west. The Muskogee storm is bowing out here, so if anything, this is going to be mainly a big-time damaging wind threat. There's a chance it could become a supercell or an embedded tornado threat later down the line, but the main issue with it is definitely damaging winds of 60 to potentially as high as 70 miles per hour if those velocities increase a little bit more. Storm Connor's on, warned for 2-inch hail, 65-mile-an-hour winds. The environment is still very favorable out here in northern Texas as well. It's just as favorable as our 15 significant tornado risk. The big question is, are storms going to fire in it? Nearly every model run it says no. Storms will not fire in this area. There is a little storm already going though, so that might be a little cell to keep an eye on. This storm is just going to cluster right up. We're expecting that. This probably just going to cluster right up. So I would watch for anything to fire on the southern end of this tornado watch to even outside of the tornado watch area. But it doesn't look like it will do much in my opinion, but it is a good environment. So I wanted to point it out just in case. West of Tulsa, depends how far west we're talking. If we're talking like Pawnee, Oklahoma, Cleveland, Oklahoma, Stillwater, are we talking about like Sand Springs, barely west of Tulsa? Or are we talking west of Tulsa as in like the panhandle of Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California? How far west are we talking? You go back to Mesoanalysis here again. See if wind shear's improved. A tiny bit over that supercell. Or I can't even call it a supercell. A tiny bit over that storm west of Norman, but not much. Downtown West Tulsa. Okay, so you're probably getting like a lot of very heavy rain right now. Some lightning. There's a chance for some gusty winds as well as some small hail with it. But the main 1.25 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, that's now moving off to your north. So you've got some heavy rain, some lightning left over for the next few minutes, and then you will be good to go. There should be a second line, or at least a second opportunity for thunderstorms tonight near 7 o'clock Central. Still a bowing outflow dominant structure here. So definitely more of a damaging wind threat there in eastern Oklahoma. Liberty, Missouri. Man, you are in so many severes. You're on like 2-3 severes over here. And there are so many more storms that are coming up towards you. So just make sure you're away from doors and windows. Make sure you know where your safe spot is just in case you get a tornado warning. I don't see anything tornadic, but just in case, make sure you know where that safe spot is. And this is probably going to continue for at least the next 30 minutes for your area. Very frequent lightning, 60 to upwards of 70 miles per hour worth of damaging winds there. As well as, let me see here. As well as about maybe 1.5 inch hail can't be fully ruled out. That hail threat should stay on the lower side. You're welcome. Yeah, we've had one PDS tornado warning. That's really it. We've had a few other tornado warnings, but none of them were observed or anything. Just that main PDS warning that had a tornado on the ground. So we're going to keep an eye on Texas. That may be one of the main areas to watch if any of these updrafts can really get going and try to sustain. It looks unlikely right now, but I would still watch around the DFW area. So much lightning, dude. So much lightning with these storms. Up to 30 severes. So full-fledged severe weather outbreak. That is for sure. "30 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect." Wall cloud in Texas. Let's see where that is. Oh yeah, that's with the that's on the storm Connor Croft's on. I wonder if he saw that and I just wasn't looking. I don't think he was far enough to the southwest. I see a shelf on his stream from earlier, but I don't see a well-defined wall cloud. But could have been. Definitely could have been a wall cloud with this storm. I mean, it looked like it was rotating a few scans ago. Yeah. Looked like it was rotating for quite a bit a few scans ago. But now it's started to die off a bit. Yeah, that's for sure a wall cloud. Considerable severe north of Tulsa for 70-mile-an-hour winds next 34 minutes. Oh, wow. You know what? That's probably the wall cloud again. Get you guys on over to Connor's feed. Look at that. That is in Texas. Now he's got a really good visual of it. Can't tell how organized it is. It just looks like a very big, scary cloud. That's what it looks like. But I'm sure some of that is rotating. That is northwest of Gainesville, Texas. Well northwest of Gainesville, Texas. About 25 miles northwest of Gainesville in north central Texas, where Connor is. He just said there's like zero rotation on this at the surface. That's what I was talking about. And maybe a wall cloud somewhere in there. Maybe like somewhere in there possibly. But it's really just a huge area of scud and a scary looking cloud. Alright, we'll go back to... We'll go to this screen. Connor can stay up there for the time being. Because he does have a pretty cool looking cloud structure. Possibly a wall cloud, but not a lot of rotation there. And again, that was 25 miles to the northwest of Gainesville in north central Texas. So that's on this area along Highway 82. Back up into Kansas City, Missouri. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Kansas City, Missouri. Look at that. PDS severe for right in here. It's, you know, we got to go to this so that way you can see that much easier. There you go. That orange outlined area. That orange area is where we have a PDS severe. So that includes downtown Kansas City, Independence, Raytown, Blue Springs, Grain Valley, Lee's Summit, Grandview, Belton, Raymore, Greenwood, Pleasant Hill, Peculiar, Cleveland, Freeman, all in west central Missouri. Overland Park, Stillwell, Spring Hill, Shawnee, and east central Kansas under that PDS severe warning. You just saw, I'm going to rewind that back. Connor watched that whole wall cloud just died out right in front of him. I mean, it dissipated super, super fast. This is a good example of how fast areas of rotations die out. This is a really good example. So, wall cloud, and I'm just going to skip 5 seconds for a bit so you can see how fast that dies out. I mean, within a minute and a half, it's just completely gone. Literally just a minute and a half. Maybe even just a minute. And it goes from a well-organized looking mesocyclone with maybe some rotation, but not a lot, to really just clouds. Alright, we're going to go to our PDS severe thunderstorm warning scene because that is what's currently in effect out here. We just lost so many severes around Kansas City, so you can see it a lot easier now This is your PDS severe. A lot easier to see. We lost like 5 severes. Yeah, we lost like 7, 8 severes in the whole US right there. So a bunch of them expired. I am shocked how poorly these storms have developed in southeast Nebraska into northeastern Kansas. Pretty shocked how poorly those have developed. Significant severe for Nevada and west central Missouri. Starting to get a little bit more concerned here. They just upgraded that to 70 mile-an-hour winds. I was just about to say that. Starting to get a little bit more concerned about a damaging wind threat with this. That is going into northeastern Oklahoma. This has got to be pretty close to Kaylee. Swear Kaylee was somewhere around here. I forgot where she is. We'll also watch for a area of rotation to develop up here too. I want to go see that real quick. Dude, what? Well, that's not legal. This car just stopped in the middle of the road right in front of Connor and pulled a U-turn with a double yellow line. That ain't legal. Just cut right across traffic. And there was the horrible thing is there's literally a turn spot right in front of him. That's the bad thing. Literally, if he went like just a little bit further down the road, there's literally a U-turn spot. So there was no point in that. I mean, it's not but maybe a tops quarter mile down the road from where he just pulled that U-turn. Right in front of Connor. And Connor, thankfully, Connor pays extremely close attention. He has encountered a bunch of people who just stop in the middle of the road. He countered like 4 of them over the last 2 days, and now that's another one. That's one today. And that's just the ones I have seen. He's probably encountered more than that when I wasn't looking at his feed. And also people who just park in almost right in the middle of the road just to see the storm. Try to find at least the somewhat good area to pull over at. Yeah, definitely going to start watching this for an area of rotation over Fort Gibbs in east central, going into northeastern Oklahoma. It's really the only area where we have red and green velocities right now that is worth watching. It's really the only area. Still 80 mile per hour winds moving through the Kansas City metro area right now. Moving through Kansas City, Missouri. 11 minutes on that severe warning. That is PDS. Ooh, little interesting hook there, but no really good rotation. That's for Oak in southeastern Nebraska. Yep, a whole lot of nothing. It's a really good way to explain it right there, Caden, for the tornado threat. Whole lot of nothing. Other than that PDS warning. Whole lot of nothing. I mean, not really. No, not at all, Caden. It's a lot weaker than we were thinking. We were expecting a good solid 100 more 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear in portions of central Oklahoma. Yep, Connor just said it too. He said if nothing fires, we need something to fire near Dallas Fort Worth, or it's just literally going to be shelf cloud chasing the rest of the day. That's what Connor just said. Yeah, shear with this storm in Oklahoma. Shear's good out here. It's good out here. The problem is it's a messy mode. And where the mode is a little bit possibly more discreet, for instance, over Oklahoma City, or if anything fires out here, we have less wind shear. But yeah, this is capable of producing a tornado, most likely. I'm going to get my analysis radar here. That over Fort Gibson, that is likely capable of producing a tornado right now. Right now, it is a bust tornado-wise, but when that lower-level jet increases, which should be over the next hour and a half, then we'll see what happens. We could definitely see more tornadoes once that LLJ gets going. So this is the main storm to watch tornado-wise here in the entire U.S. at the moment, in my opinion. Also that one with very, very minimal rotation in Nebraska, too. I'll go back up to show you that one. This one right here outside of the watch. We'll keep an eye on that for Nora. But this one is definitely the most concerning at the moment, tornado-wise. It's still warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail. Yeah, I mean, it's good, Caden. The problem is where things are clustered, there's good wind shear, and where things are discrete, there's little wind shear. If those can overlap, where we overlap discrete mode with wind shear, then that's going to be when we can get a good tornado threat going. Still a good area of rotation on that. Trying to form a bit of a bookend vortex possibly here. So we're gonna we're gonna keep watching to see what happens here. Sorry, I saw something funny and I was not expecting it. I just got Twitter gold right there. Oh crap, tornado warning.
Love County in southern Oklahoma, southeastern Carter County in southern Oklahoma, Carter, and Love County in Oklahoma.
Huh? What? Connor might just flip out seeing that. It's the storm he just left. Let's see. Wait, hold on. They just said they just tornado warned it in southern Oklahoma. That's what the chaser said. All right, I got to see what the other chaser said. He said they just what? They just what? Yeah, because really, I didn't see that coming. So we're no longer at a destructive severe, but we are now at a tornado warning. Yeah, I mean, it does look capable. I don't think Connor's going to be able to catch that. He's gone too far south for that storm. Moving northeast at 45. He can catch it.
Tornado
That's
warning
probably
for
for the one in eastern
northeastern
Oklahoma.
Johnston
No.
County in southeastern Oklahoma, Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma,
Okay.
northwestern Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma, Atoka, Cole, and Johnston County in Oklahoma.
These stupid radar holes, man. That's why I never saw this one coming either. What? Surprised with that one. That one has fully surprised me. Still good rotation there east of Fort Gibbs. Yeah, look at that. That definitely could put down a tornado. For sure. A really good job seeing that very far from the radar site. National Weather Service in Norman. Really good eye on that storm. And then again, this one here that's currently tornado warned for Ardmore, Oklahoma, also could produce a tornado. So both of these warnings are extremely valid. They both look like they have good rotation. This one had a wall cloud reported on it previously, and this one definitely looks like it's strengthening. Oh my word, Kaylee. That, in my opinion, that is one of the most annoying songs. Oh, there you go again.
Southern Colfax County in northeastern Nebraska.
They're
Eastern
warning
Platte County
everything
in
but that one in
northeastern
eastern
Nebraska, northwestern Butler
Oklahoma.
County in east central Nebraska, Butler, Colfax, and Platte County in Nebraska.
I apologize. I'm going to have to go eat. My mom made tacos. So I'm going to leave you guys on Connor. I'm going to go get me a taco. I know this stuff's all starting to pop off, but I didn't realize she made tacos. So I'm going to go get me some tacos so I can fuel up and stay here for the rest of this lower level jet event. I cannot miss tacos. So I will be right back. Enjoy watching Connor Croft's feed there. If you want to go watch him, third link in the description. I will be right back.
This tornado warning. Dude, this thing like accelerate or something?
Yes. They keep fluctuating between 30 and 55. I don't understand. Sorry, somebody just reported 4.5 inch diameter hail of this.
On this storm?
Yeah, I just came across at 4:34. Broadcast media 4.5 diameter hail 7 miles north of St. Joe.
Dang, low key, I might just try and beat the hail, bro. That's gonna be the best thing I see all day. Apparently there's baseballs on it. Apparently there's softballs on this thing. Apparently there's softballs on this thing, guys. Might have to get up there in that hail for.
Tornado warning for northern Johnston County in southeastern Oklahoma, Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma, west central Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma, Atoka, Cole, Johnston, and Pontotoc County in Oklahoma.
John, thank you for the 20 gifted.
I'm gonna show you the tacos so that way you can be. So that way you guys can be jealous of me.
Welcome in, all new members.
Here you go. Lucky would spaz for this. I got 3 because I'm starving and I want to be full for the rest of the night. 3 tacos. Dorito tacos. They are heaven. And I'm going to take this picture. I'm going to send it to Lucky. And he gonna flip.
Dude, whenever they develop hooks on like the tail end,
Oh, I'm going to send it to him too, Pez. Don't
I
worry.
swear every time they're just stable. I hope it's not the case.
Oh my goodness, this is about to be
whenever they just develop on, like,
delicious.
the tail end of a supercell train, 9 times out of 10, the
I'll eat
upload
off
already
camera
happened.
because I hate eating on stream anyways, but I cannot miss Dorito tacos. Period.
Yeah, apparently the low level shear just like isn't strong enough to like compensate or something. I read a post like the inflow outflow balance, like because the low level shear is so weak, like nothing is gonna happen unless there's nudgers involved. Until the low level jet kicks in. Bro.
I would not be shocked if either one of those warnings in South Central Oklahoma are on the ground around Colgate. That sounds very familiar. Also, yeah, they did tour possible the storm Haley and I were talking about over Holbert, Oklahoma. Oh, Lucky just texted me. He said, no fair. Tacos.
Almost to 35. And I can blast north.
That storm, apologize, I haven't, I'm eating still. That storm southeast of Holbert, Oklahoma, it probably needs a tornado warning. Look at this.
This thing's cooking.
That needs a tornado
This
warning.
thing is absolutely cooking.
That could ramp up very, very quickly. Also, keep an eye for any CC down there. 4-inch observed hail right there. 4.5 observed hail.
Oh, there goes your inflow notch. Now it just looks like every other
Wow.
outflow dominant part of the line.
Port Gibson, where? Oklahoma?
Alright, coming up to the highway here.
We need
Oh yeah. That might be on the ground actually, unwarned.
I need to be able to understand you better, because every time you key up,
Yeah.
I hear like 5 other radios.
Yep, that's an unwarned tornado.
As soon as I key up, Corey's yelling.
Unwarned tornado on the ground.
Does Corey
Right
hate us
there.
now? He can,
That is
I
on
mean,
your
he can
severe
come over here if he wants.
southeast of Holbert. Unwarned tornado on the ground. That's one we've been pointing out for a long time.
Not fair
Currently on the ground now, unwarned.
Yeah, he said he's just getting overwhelmed with too many people, and I'm like, it's literally just Stormrunner and Connor, right? Well, I know Jade's over here now, but I was like, it's literally just them on tag 3 right now. He's like, I'm gonna stay on Foxcom, it's quiet over there. I'm like, alright.
One more taco to go, and then I'm good. No, that's copyright. Stop. Connor, you're gonna get me copyrighted, bro. Yeah, so that's actually I don't know how you say that town name in Oklahoma, but that is approaching this city. It is unwarned, and that is a very populated city there. It is on the ground, still on the ground.
I just went through Lindsay, about to go north on 35.
Copy that. It's... You
Oh,
must be right behind me then.
dang it. Ah.
I don't think I'm too far. I'm passing, just past the metal mart.
Gotta flip a Yui here quick. What happens when I don't have GPS directions, and I thought I had to get on the interstate the other way.
So that's a tornado still on the ground approaching Tahlequah.
Alright, let's
Tahlequah,
blast north and get
Oklahoma.
this.
If that tightens up anymore, it will be a strong tornado. If that gets more gate to gate, this will become a strong
Blast
tornado.
north and get this, guys.
Yeah, I see you guys up there, DL. I'm almost.
I mean, there's like a line of 1,000 cars trying to get north on 35, so this should be fun.
Yeah, there's a crap ton of people. I got lucky and hit a green arrow. Actually, I got lucky and missed the turn to get on the I-35 and ended up being quicker to flip a U-turn.
Oh, really?
CC is still there a bit, but
Alright, time to
it
get
looks
north and
weaker.
fast.
It's not gate to gate.
Time
If
to
it was
get
gate
north
to gate,
and
it would be a
fast.
strong tornado, but it's not. Alright, y'all. I will be right back, and then we'll be right back to coverage. Be right back.
This traffic is ridiculous.
Gotta go, gotta go.
I was able to squeeze by like 8 chasers.
Johnny, think of it a 10.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Think of it a 10, get the Johnny.
Yeah, I see you getting on over there with Captain Lightbar with this light still on, like, bro.
Alright, y'all. I am back.
As far as you can see that. Now, those are some Amazon lights up there.
Amazon lights? What the heck are Amazon lights? Alright, let me just get all this fixed. Alrighty. I'm gonna turn this face cam back on here. And then we could go over to this scene. Alrighty. Let's see here. So this is the... Oh, now you warn
Tornado
it.
warning for South Central Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, northern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma, Adair, Cherokee, and Delaware County in Oklahoma.
Alright, there you go. That is now tornado warned. That's got to be very close to Kaylee. So that's no longer on the ground, but it is very close to producing another tornado, likely already. That area of rotation is getting stronger by the scan. Also, all the southern storms are now destructive. We have 80-mile-per-hour winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and 4 point... Well, it was actually 4.5. Now it's 4-inch hail. It's an observed 4.5-inch hail report there, though. Let's go back over here. Passing to the south by about 30 to 45 minutes away. Wow. Pretty close. Pretty close. Alright, I'm going to switch this to the Norman radar site. And I'm going to switch this to the Dallas radar site. Okay, that's the Dallas radar site. See, Oklahoma City radar site. That's still very, very tight. Over going towards Phillips in south central Oklahoma. Oh, I forgot to do one last thing. I apologize, y'all. I apologize a lot. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. This time, much, much faster. Alright, I'm back. Now we are good to go. We are good to go. So all these are still radar indicated. I do want to show you that CC drop that was a tornado unwarned on the ground here. You can see it was briefly on the ground. Just for like 2-3 scans. Likely was pretty weak. It was likely pretty weak. Because the velocity never got very tight. You see how the winds never really wrapped around into the velocity couplet. There's still some light greens, grays, and dark reds in here, indicating weak velocities. So, likely wasn't very strong there. But if it does tighten up, if it does get more gate to gate, then it could easily drop a strong tornado. But I don't think, and I hope it doesn't produce another tornado there. But we will see if it does try to strengthen anymore. So there's also the 4.5-inch hail report in north central Texas that we got. That was ongoing too. Nothing still happening with this storm over Oklahoma City. It is getting a bit stronger of damaging winds, so it's likely very close to producing 60-mile-an-hour winds there in Oklahoma City. I want to go more north. Haven't checked on this storm, I don't think, at all in Nebraska. You can see that was definitely rotating west of Rogers. So be in your safe spot there. Hard to say if it still is. This one further south died out very, very quickly. Back into Oklahoma here. Yeah, still getting actually a bit stronger. There is some mergers in front that may hit the hook. Not sure what that's going to do. Kind of 50-50 on what that may be able to do there. It's either going to destroy the storm and then help it try to recycle, or completely destroy the storm. Slash destroy the area of rotation, then try to help it recycle. Ooh, unfortunately, we did just get a MCD for the potential of a violent tornado. Sadly, they have gone ahead and increased the tornado threat to the potential of a violent tornado in southeastern Oklahoma. Most favorable corridor for supercell intensification over the next few hours, with an associated increase in tornado potential. 4.25-inch hail, 90-mile-per-hour winds, and 170-mile-per-hour tornado are all your peak intensities. So an intense to potentially a violent tornado is still possible out here. Even though it's a very messy mode. It's all going to come down to how cell mergers interact here. We shall see what happens. Very, very clustered, though. The HRRR does initiate on the dry line, but it's a lot weaker. So this is likely our main event, is with this cluster here. Seeing if I missed anything here. Any new information. I think that mesoscale discussion was the main thing, and that just came out. Okay. New velocity scan should come in here in about 5 or so seconds. Let's see what it has. Pretty strong area of rotation. A lot more gate to gate on that scan. Let's see here. That's likely for the severe warning. Yeah, the severe warning is a considerable severe. 70 monar rotation. That CC doesn't align. So we're going to watch that area of rotation move up to the northeast here. And you can see how gate to gate the green and yellow is there. We'll see if that lasts on the next scan or not. I mean, it's really gate to gate right there. Uh-oh. Let me go back to here. Yeah, that's probably a tornado. We gotta wait for the next velocity scan to see if we can confirm that. So still give it like 10 seconds. But there may be a tornado on the ground again for the second time out of this storm. We can check ZDR. That is definitely a tornado. Velocity's not very well aligned, but that is definitely a tornado. So another tornado back on the ground out of this storm. This one is going towards Westville. Just to the north of Briggs is where it's currently located. It will eventually go towards Westville in east central Oklahoma. Pez, we just had 2 tornadoes. That literally just tripled our tornado count. We had 1 before this, and now we're up to 3. And the last, we just got 2 in the last 15 or so minutes. Let's go back to Norman. It is legit impossible to tell what is happening there in Oklahoma. South central Oklahoma, where that radar hole is. Alright, we're going to stay with that tornado on the ground up here. I can't really tell how high it's lofting debris because it's such a low CC. Yeah, but that is definitely a tornado still on the ground there, even on the next scan. This should be, yep, observed. There you go. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say this should be observed pretty shortly. The Durant radar does reach those storms in southern Oklahoma. However, I don't have the velocity for it, so I can't tell if they're strong or not down there. So observed tornado on the ground. Likely lofting debris a little bit higher than 3,000 feet. We'll see. We'll see what happens out of that. Also, some spin-up tornadic activity could occur on the northern side of the severe as well. Are you in the severe, Kaylee? Are you 30 minutes away from the tornado warning? So you should be in the severe. Unless you're 30 minutes away from the severe, too. But definitely pockets of 70-mile-an-hour winds in here. One specifically going towards Maysville, and another one that is going towards, Colcord, Flint Creek, that area. Still a debris signature there, though very light on that newest scan. So the tornado is likely about to lift. Or may already be lifting. Still 2 tornado warnings there for the Colgate, Oklahoma area. So this cluster is still on a strengthening trend. It's going to be our best opportunity for an intense to possibly violent tornado threat over the next 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, velocity is no longer present there, so this is probably a lifted tornado at this point. Look at all the damaging winds up here. around the Kansas City area. Finally, Kansas City, you're in the clear now. You're still in a severe, so it's a good idea to just stay away from doors and windows. Maybe don't go outside for a little bit longer. But you're finally going to be clear from this big cluster. Unfortunately, there is a lot more storms firing way off to your west, and some of those will likely end up going into the Kansas City metro later tonight. Although the timing on that is uncertain when it may get into the Kansas City area. Wow, look at that. Look at that. 2.5-inch observed hail in a marginal risk. That is something. That's in western Kansas. Let's see here. Yeah, still a little CC there, but likely that tornado has lifted now. Wait for the next velocity scan right now just to see. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that is now likely lifted to the north of Eldon. If it's still on the ground, it is definitely weak at the moment. Yeah, much of Arkansas is in a very favorable environment. That's why they extended the 10 sig tour into much of the state, pretty sure. Yeah, you can see they extended that 10 sig tour. It was just for the northwest side. Now it's for a good chunk of Arkansas. Still a CC there, but like I said, it's probably about to lift, and if it is still on the ground, it's likely weak. I mean, it's impossible to see what's happened there, what's happening over Colgate. There's no observed warning, so nobody's reported a tornado off of it. Connor is on the southern storm now. He's in Marietta getting gas. Alright, no CC now on the observed warning. However, there is a new little area of interest that has started to form along the southern side of the current observed tornado warning. A little area of interest right there. Just something to keep an eye on just in case. And then again, gonna watch these pockets for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't also be shocked if they attempt to produce tornadoes later down the line, probably as they enter Arkansas. Alright, we're gonna go back down here again. I mean, both of these look like strong areas of rotation. However, we're looking from a radar that's very far away, so I highly doubt that. I highly doubt it's actually strong. Let's see here. Yeah, so just be in your safe spot if you're in any of these tornado warnings. Nearly impossible to see how much they're rotating, but they are definitely rotating around Colgate. No severe warnings now. No severe warnings now out there in Iowa or Missouri. Yeah, still nothing happening out here around the Dallas area. This storm did intensify like I was thinking. It did intensify quite a lot. We'll see if it tries for anything, but it's probably just going to end up being more hail, some damaging winds, and a messy, sloppy risk for a tornado. Likely not much of a tornado risk there. Let's see here. It's from the Fort Smith, Arkansas radar site. This is going into a dead zone. I remember this radar dead zone, Springdale, Arkansas. It's in a radar hole. Let's see here. Yeah. There's definitely two regions of rotation here in and around Colgate. Connor's leaving that tornado warning to go back towards the storms in north central Texas. So he's leaving the tornado warning to go back into north central Texas. So still an observed warning for 28 more minutes. But there is no CC drop, so it could go back to radar indicated at any moment. Ben, that was in northeastern Arkansas. That was in northeastern Arkansas. Actually, the reason why I remember this radar hole is because we had a near 2-mile wide tornado in Springdale last year in this area, and we tracked it. And it was very difficult to see how large it was based off of velocity. And then when they surveyed it, they realized it was about 2 miles
Cole County
wide.
in southeastern Oklahoma, north central Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma, Atoka, Cole, and Hughes County in Oklahoma.
There's a new warning. Let's go back down there. So that's an extension into Wardville in Oklahoma. New extension there. Okay. I mean, like I said, it looks strong from the radar site, but radar's really, really far, so very difficult to tell. Just realized the Durant, Oklahoma radar site, it has National Hurricane Center tracks. So it's like a full radar page. You can really use it to track all storms, just the only main radar they have is Durant, so there's no other main radars. They use MRMS and the Durant radar site. Another warning.
For southwestern Pittsburgh County in southeastern Oklahoma, Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma.
Okay. So that may be another extension. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Another extension, no longer observed on that one, by the way. But another extension into Ashland and maybe as far as Savannah. Almost into Savannah. Very close to Savannah. So it's for Ashland and barely to the west of Pittsburgh in south central Oklahoma. Yep, this is trying to tighten right back up. Trying to tighten right back up. Potential tornado here trying to develop to the west of Westville in east central Oklahoma. And I believe we're about to get another tornado warning. Also, another area of rotation out of this couplet here. This is 80 mile an hour winds. Very close to Kaylee. And there's an area of rotation there. Here comes a new warning. I can feel it. I know there's a new warning. Yeah.
Tornado
I have
warning
no idea
for
where, though.
southeastern Bourbon County in southeastern Kansas, west central
The
Vernon County
heck?
in west central Missouri, Bourbon County in Kansas, Vernon
What?
County in Missouri.
Wow, both of those are rotating, actually. That is not where I was expecting a warning. Look at that. New tornado warning in effect. And that's actually a really good area of rotation to the south of Fort Scott in Kansas. Not nearly as good of rotation with this one towards El Dorado Springs. That might just be corruption. From this radar site, it doesn't show rotation. But the one that's tornado warned is definitely rotating.
Tornado
I
warning
wonder if that's
for
for this storm.
northwestern Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, southeastern Delaware County
That
in
might be for this
northeastern
storm.
Oklahoma, Benton County in Arkansas,
Yep.
Delaware County in Oklahoma.
Sure is. Told you one of these could potentially go tornadic in the future with that pocket of wind. So now a tornado warning there for Maysville. Welcome back, Kaylee. You survive? Think you survived. Now this warning has to be very close to you. That has to be really close to you. Still south? Well, that's good. But that one's quite a bit closer. Wow. That's crazy. Another MCD for a potential violent tornado threat. Get this. Missouri into northwestern Arkansas. Tornado threat is increasing and will likely peak across portions of southern, southwestern Missouri into northwestern Arkansas. Severe threat is increasing. 80 mile an hour winds, 3-inch hail, and a couple strong tornadoes, potentially an intense or violent tornado. All possible. Oh my
Tornado
goodness.
warning for southwestern Richardson County
Nebraska.
in southeastern Nebraska,
Yep.
southeastern Pawnee County in southeastern Nebraska, Pawnee, and Richardson County in Nebraska.
Yep. Pawnee City inside a tornado warning in southeastern Nebraska. Let's go back to the Tulsa radar site. These two are the ones I'm really watching right now. I'm really watching these two areas of rotation. We're up to 8 tornado warnings now. 8 warnings. And our storm well northeast of Oklahoma City is actually now up to a significant severe with 1.75-inch hail. Yeah, I think this is the one Connor's going to go for here. But like I said, that's still going to be clustered too. It's in north central Texas. Now we got plenty of storms to go check on here. See if any of them are really, really rotating. None of them look horrible right now. They all look like they're rotating pretty well. All of our active tornado warnings look to be rotating quite a lot. Like I said, most concerned about that one. These two here in eastern Oklahoma, beginning to move into west-northwest Arkansas. Yep, we are. We've had Kansas, we've had Nebraska, we've had Oklahoma, we've had Texas, and we've had Missouri, we've had Arkansas. So there's been tornado warnings in a lot of states. Next scan, both of them are still rotating a lot. Let's see here. Norman said additional storms could fire in the next 1 to 2 hours. All right, observed. We got observed. Way over here. This one is on the ground, I believe, going towards Ashland, Oklahoma. Observed tornado warning for Colgate, Oklahoma. Wardville, Oklahoma. And that tornadic storm currently producing a tornado will eventually go into Ashland in south central Oklahoma. Southeastern Oklahoma. Well, that's a very familiar name there. Caden, I recognize that name a lot. For some reason. I felt like there was a tornado there. Where? I don't see anything around there, Caden. Strong a few scans. I mean, there was a brief little area rotation right there. Oh, and then that. Oh, I see that. No very obvious CC. What is this observed by? Emergency management has confirmed a tornado going towards Wardville, Oklahoma. I'm going to take this up here. Let's see. Yep, I see that funnel report. That actually might have been a CC drop. There might have actually been a tornado unwarned right there. Very close to where that funnel cloud was reported, there's a CC drop.
Tornado warning for southwestern Dodge County in east central Nebraska, northwestern Saunders County in east central Nebraska, Dodge,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Saunders County in Nebraska.
That's definitely on the ground. That was an unwarned tornado reported on the ground. Yep. That actually is that's probably one of the strongest tornadoes we've seen today. That is lofting debris, possibly about 4,000 or 5,000 feet up right there. And that was unwarned. Yep, you could see a couplet of about 100-mile-an-hour rotation. So that's probably maybe our second strongest tornado of the day. And that's heading very close to North Bend in Nebraska. Go over here real quick. All right. So tornado on the ground here approaching North Bend in eastern Nebraska, as well as a tornado on the ground approaching Wardville, heading towards Ashland in southeastern Oklahoma. And also still 2 areas of rotation to keep an eye on here. One towards Westville, Oklahoma, yet to produce its 3rd tornado. This has already produced 2. And we're trying to keep an eye on this storm as it approaches a radar dead zone here. Potentially has 70 to 80 mile per hour winds with it going towards Sulphur Springs in northwestern Arkansas. We're going to wait for the next CC scan here in probably about 10 seconds. See if this is still on the ground. Hard to tell in there. Jeez, Kaylee, that is definitely a lot of wind. I'm surprised you have power too. That looks very strong. Still possibly on the ground west of North Bend in Nebraska. Possibly still on the ground there. No idea what's happening over Wardville right now. Just Wardville, Oklahoma being your safe spot. No idea what that storm's really doing. Man. I'm sure he appreciates you somehow keeping the power on, Kaylee. Even in a severe storm, grind never stops. Let's go back over to the tornado warning in Missouri. Looks a lot weaker now east of Fort Scott in eastern Kansas. still not fully sold on those velocities being correct. There could be some very weak rotation in there near Walker, Missouri. New fairly discrete supercell by Nevada, Missouri. Oh yeah, that's the one we've been watching, yeah. Fairly discrete, buddy, that is as embedded and clustered as you can get. Let's go back to Nebraska. Emergency management reported that tornadoes southwest of Wardville. They did unobserved that one, but one is still confirmed. I'm going to go back to Nebraska again. Yeah, I don't see that CC anymore. Don't see that CC anymore, but there still could be a tornado on the ground here. You can see that's where your tornado is actively dissipating.
Tornado
Of
warning
North Bend.
for northeastern Vernon County in west central Missouri, Vernon County in Missouri.
That's probably the other, maybe the other storm. Yep. That's what I was thinking. There you go. For the next 23 minutes, radar indicated warning there. We talked about that storm when the Fort Scott one got warned. So both of those are now tornado warned. Wonder which way Connor's going here. Connor's in Gainesville. I imagine he's probably going maybe west. He's in Gainesville going either west, north, east, or south. One of those ways. I don't know if it's a confluence band, but there's some storms on it. I wouldn't rule out a discrete supercell or two out here in northern Texas for the rest of the day. I don't know if it's currently verifying. I mean, we had 4.5-inch hail. We had 80-mile-an-hour winds, so I think the hail and the wind threat is close to verifying. Tornado threat, I still don't think it's verified that much. We've had one PDS warning so far. I mean, we're up to, what, maybe like 5 tornadoes now? So we're getting up there. All right, radar indicated there in Nebraska, so that one has lifted. We may not be at radar, and we may not be at observed anymore. Nope, still observed for 5 more minutes. Man, what I would do to have a radar site out here. Please give us a radar site out here. I would love to see what that storm looks like closer to the surface. It's too far from the Durant, Oklahoma radar site. Way too far. I would say the only thing that's not verifying well right now is the tornado threat, which is, you know,
Tornado
kind of the main
warning
part,
for
really.
southern Pittsburgh County
One of
in
the main
southeastern
parts.
Oklahoma, Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma.
Yeah, still on the ground. This actually might be a big tornado. I wish we had a closer visual from a radar site. I would not be shocked if this could be possibly a large tornado here in our radar dead zone going into Savannah, barely to the south of McAllister in Oklahoma. Holy moly. Whew, I just clicked on a chaser feed and I realized I didn't have my audio muted there on Streamlabs, so I got an absolute heart attack. But I had YouTube muted. Whew. It'd take me a minute to calm down from there. I thought I was going to get copyrighted. Alright, only the one in Nevada, Kansas, Nevada, Missouri is warned. They now do not have the one in Kansas warned. So there was 2 supercells we were watching. Fort Scott, Kansas, Nevada, Missouri. Both were warned at one point. Now only the Nevada, Missouri one is warned. This one still over North Bend could easily tighten up. Right along the Highway 30 corridor, east central Nebraska. Well, man, that is not
Tornado warning for southwestern Benton County in
easy one to
northwestern
see.
Arkansas, northwestern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, northeastern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, Benton, and Washington County in Arkansas. Adair County in Oklahoma.
New warning there. It's an extension. Really trying to watch this one here, but it's very, very difficult with our radar site being so far. It is possible that is a large tornado. It is also possible that is just complete corruption and not doing much. But either way, it is definitely a tornado on the ground. So, we'll see. So we're up to 9 tornado warnings now. Wow. A little bit of a jump scare for that one. But that is significant for wind. That is going towards, let's see, just to the southeast of Alma in east central Kansas. So many storms to watch, and the big problem is they're so far from each other. It's hard to keep up with all of them. Yeah, there's a chaser on this storm up here in eastern Nebraska, and they have a huge wall cloud developing. So that's likely going to try to drop another tornado very close to North Bend in eastern Nebraska. In eastern Nebraska there.
warning for southeastern Bourbon County in southeastern Kansas, west central Vernon County in west central Missouri, Bourbon County in Kansas, Vernon County in Missouri.
They rewarned this one for Fort Scott. So that's now warned for Fort Scott. Another area rotation there. I think the hail and wind is performing well enough, personally. We've seen widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds, very widespread 1 to 2 inch hail. We've seen winds, a few events of winds up to 80 miles per hour, and then we saw that 4.5 inch hailstone back on the far northern side of the moderate in far north central Texas. And the tornado threat, you know, we've had a couple weak tornadoes, and we had our 1 PDS tornado warning. So the tornado threat's starting to get there. Especially, it depends on what this thing's doing too, because honestly, this could be another strong tornado here developing. We'll see. That's the strongest area of rotation. It's just really difficult to see what it's doing. Nebraska on the ground, weak tour. All right, that does not surprise me. So, is it still on the ground? So, possibly a weak tornado on the ground here over... Okay, you said Nebraska. Yeah, this is in Nebraska. Right over Highway 30. Still radar indicated.
Tornado warning for
possible weak tornado on the ground there.
Pittsburgh County in southeastern Oklahoma, Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma.
Wait, what? Oh, so they warned this one too. Oh my goodness, such a mess. So they now have 2 warnings on this, because this one is capable. Oh my goodness,
tornado warning for
trying to speak here.
Southwestern St. Clair County in west central Missouri, east central Vernon County in west central Missouri, St. Clair, and Vernon County in Missouri.
So this one going towards Savannah in eastern Oklahoma is trying to produce a tornado. And this one over Pittsburgh in eastern Oklahoma is producing a tornado. I wish I could tell you if it is a strong tornado or if it is a large tornado or what is happening there. But it is simply impossible to say, because we are scanning through not only a hail core, not only another area rotation. Now see, that's kind of got me right there. That might have me thinking that is your tornado. Let's go back down to... this radar sight's not going to help. That is hard to say. But that is a little bit more convincing with the ZDR drop and the CC and the violent couplet, which I don't know if that couplet is even remotely close to accurate. I don't know if that is even remotely close to accurate velocities there in eastern Oklahoma. But this is going towards, is that Blanco? Yeah. It's going right towards Blanco in Oklahoma. So we'll see. It's very difficult to say if this is on the ground based off of radar, but it is on the ground based on the National Weather Service and what they say. And Emergency Management recently reported it. That is still CC there. That might be our debris signature. Radar gives it a 100%, which is pretty weird to see it such a perfect 100% like that. Typically, when we're this far from the radar site, it's a lot of scattered 100% like this. See, it's a lot of scattereds over here, scatters here, scatters here. It's not typically a very well-defined area of 100%, so that's likely a tornado. And yeah, you can see a CC from the Fort Smith radar site too. I believe this is possibly a strong, intense tornado on the ground. Possibly even a violent tornado, based off of how the hook looked from as well as we can see the hook, which it's very difficult to. That may be an intense to potentially violent tornado there, going towards Blanco in eastern Oklahoma. It is 100% on the ground, though. We're going to just have to wait and see if we get any confirmation of it being on the ground, or large, or anything like that from any chasers or emergency management in the area. Let's see here. Oh. Yeah. That's likely an intense tornado on the ground. Possibly a violent tornado. Wow. And I bet the Fort Smith one, oh, heck yeah, it sure does. So that is, ooh, maybe even a bit of a reflectivity debris ball being shown up on the Fort Smith radar site. So possibly a violent tornado approaching Blanco, Oklahoma right now. Blanco, Oklahoma, potentially a violent tornado on the ground. Blanco, Oklahoma. Moving up to the northeast, that's going to go towards Haleyville. Pretty populated area there, Haleyville. Quite a populated region. The Fort Smith radar site, I do agree there, Caden. I think the Fort Smith one may be better to look at since it's got a more clear radar beam scan there. So for the time being, since this is our observed warning, I'm going to take the one in Dallas, and I'm going to put that to the Fort Smith one. Yeah, definitely a tornado on the ground, lofting debris over 14,000 feet. So that is a strong to potentially a violent tornado on the ground. We will use both radars so we can get the updates even faster. This is going right over Blanco. This is going right over Blanco. This is now a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground over the town of Blanco, Oklahoma. So that is a PDS tornado warning now over Blanco in eastern Oklahoma. Second PDS of the day. Wow. So that's also going to head up towards Haleyville. It's going to head right towards Haleyville there. In eastern Oklahoma. Large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. If you do not know what PDS means, it means that it is a particularly dangerous situation. If it is an observed PDS like this, that means a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado has been observed by a credible source, whether that be multiple radar scans, multiple emergency management, multiple law enforcement, multiple chasers. It has to be a credible source and multiple credible sources to put it as PDS. So thus it is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been observed from a credible source, which in this case is 2 different radar sites for 3 different scans each, confirming a large tornado now over Blanco, Oklahoma. I'm going to go to the other radar site here. It's going to be this one. Should update in right now. We should get a new CC scan on this. So there's your new CC scan. Still likely a intense to potentially violent tornado on the ground over Blanco. And again, this is going to go right towards a very populated area. It's going to be very close to Haleyville, which has a population of, I believe, about a couple thousand. McAllister is the main PDS area here. That has a population of probably about 20,000, maybe even 30,000 on the east side of that PDS warning. So make sure you are in your safe spot, Blanco, Oklahoma. We're going to go back to the other radar site. This is getting a little bit more corrupted now from the Norman radar site. Quite a bit more corrupted. We're starting to scan through hail on the Fort Smith radar site, so a little bit of bad data likely being scanned here, but definitely a large tornado. Large tornado still on the ground going right into Blanco, Oklahoma. Wow. Yeah, so very intense tornado, likely violent on the ground over Blanco. If this does continue into Haleyville and or McAllister, it will be a potentially violent tornado. It will likely be a violent tornado if it goes towards Haleyville or McAllister. Wow. Let's go back to this one again. Waiting for a new radar scan. CC's letting up on the newest scan on both radar sites. Oh.
Western Richardson County in southeastern Nebraska, southeastern Pawnee County in southeastern Nebraska, Pawnee, and Richardson County in Nebraska.
So CC is letting up a little bit on both radar sites. Same goes for velocity. If we go back to the Fort Smith radar site, you can see the CC let up just a little bit on the Fort Smith radar site, but velocity's let up quite a lot on the Fort Smith, Arkansas radar site for this likely intense to violent tornado over Blanco, Oklahoma right now. However, we're so far away, that could simply be corruption, and this could easily still be just as intense as it was on the last scan. So we're going to wait to see what our other scans have here. That's still a large debris signature. A large debris signature still on the newest scan here. We'll see if velocities weaken or strengthen. This could still easily be a potentially violent tornado right over Blanco, going directly towards Haleyville. It's still on track to go right towards Haleyville. See if the velocities let up a lot. Nope. They're right back to an intense tornado, at least an intense tornado there. Let's go right back to our other radar site, see if that shows the same thing. Difficult to see on CC, but you can see the tornado is still there on CC. It's just getting a little bit harder to see. Next velocity scan on this radar will be in 11 seconds. All right, new scan just came in there. Still an intense area of rotation. Fort Smith radar, though, is definitely the way to go. Just real quick now, a PDS severe for Marysville in Texas for observed 2.75-inch hail. This is your tornado. This blue right here on correlation coefficient. The reflectivity doesn't have a notable debris ball anymore. It possibly had a debris ball earlier, right there, as it was in between Pittsburgh and Blanco. It had a possible debris signature on reflectivity there. So your tornado likely is east of Blanco now. And again, it's still heading directly for Haleyville in eastern Oklahoma. New scan right now. Ooh, late scan. Got a late scan here. It's supposed to be in right now. So we're going to keep watching that. We're going to just stay with this storm. None of the other tornado warnings are observed or anything like that. So we're just going to stay with this. Still a very strong couplet. A little bit weaker, but still a very strong couplet of at least 130 mile an hour rotation at minimum. Yeah, still a large debris signature there. Again, this is going right for Haleyville. Directly towards Haleyville, Oklahoma. If it keeps going, it's going to hit Haleyville right head on here.
Southwestern Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, southern Mays County in northeastern Oklahoma, Delaware, and Mays County in Oklahoma.
I do got to briefly switch to that one because it's right at the radar. Yeah, this is producing also likely 80 mile per hour winds going right into Locust Grove. Locust Grove in eastern Oklahoma, likely about 80 mile an hour winds there. Ooh, Kaylee, that's going to be very close to you. That's going to be very, very close to you. All right, whilst we wait for those scans, I guess we go ahead and check these warnings, see if there's anything on them. So still radar indicated, still radar indicated. Both of those are still fairly on the weaker side. Oh, this one actually has a tornado report, but never went observed. Stormchasers reported a brief tornado reported by 2 spotters. Video has confirmed. So video confirmed a tornado. 2 spotters confirmed a tornado here. That was in far southeast Nebraska. All right, let's go back down to Oklahoma. Okay, we're going to have to go to our analysis radar. Wait for that new velocity scan on here. Still a strong area of rotation. We'll look at the Fort Smith radar site. CC is definitely let up quite a bit. But this is still likely a strong to intense tornado on the ground here. It's over mainly just field, so there's not much for it to pick up anymore. That could be one of the reasons why the CC is lighting up. Or maybe the tornado's lifting. But we aren't really going to be able to know that until we get very close to a radar site, which won't be for quite a long time still. So again, potentially still a strong to intense tornado on the ground, heading towards Haleyville in eastern Oklahoma. Okay, that's full corruption over there. All right, another scan there. CC is still there. You can see it right at my cursor. Tornado on the ground in McAllister, near McAllister. Where is that? Are you talking about this storm? You're talking about this storm, right? I was gonna go look for another area, but then I just realized this is literally McAllister. You just, you forgot, you didn't put the capital A, so it looked weird to me for some reason. Tornado watch expires in 53 minutes, my foot. What you mean? Heck no, we gonna get a new tornado watch here in an hour for sure. Or they're gonna continue that one. So Haleyville, Hartshorn still a strong to intense tornado tracking right towards you. It doesn't look as impressive on CC anymore, so there's the possibility it's lifted. But just make sure you're in your safe spot. See what it has in next scan. That still shows CC, so still potentially on the ground. It's just the CC's a lot weaker there. And it looks like the velocity is beginning to get quite a bit weaker as well. Haleyville has a population of 702, and Hartshorn has a population of 1,896. That is for these two towns here in eastern Oklahoma, with a strong tornado tracking very close to them, but it looks like it potentially will lift here. Potentially will lift. I don't know if this is going to do a good meso handoff at all, Caden. I doubt it. I doubt it's going to be able to do a good meso handoff.
Tornado warning for southwestern Haskell County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Latimer County in southeastern Oklahoma, eastern Pittsburgh County in southeastern Oklahoma, Haskell, Latimer, and Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma.
That is still an observed PDS warning. Weather spotters have still confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Let's go back to Fort Smith's radar site. So the PDS tornado warning has been extended into Haleyville, Hartshorn. And this is going to go into Quinton, as well as Wilburton. Let's see here. It's PDS warning for
Tornado warning
13,000
for
people.
southeastern
Over
Love County in
13,000.
southern Oklahoma, southwestern Marshall County in southeastern Oklahoma, Love, and Marshall County in Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's over here. That's for Marietta for like the third time today. Okay, what in the world? Gotcha. Connor can't make up his mind. Poor dude. Can't make up his mind on which storm to go for. Because they all look sloppy. You're not going to be able to see like half of them, if not near all of them. So he doesn't know which storm to go for. Let's see here. Where is Savannah, Oklahoma? Oh yeah, that's okay. That's right in here. Reed's on this storm, by the way. I had no idea till just now. Reed is on this storm. He's on the PDS tornado warning. I mean, of course he is. It's Reed Timmer. Hard to see where this tornado is now based on radar. I don't really see anything as definitive anymore. I don't see anything as definitive at this moment. A new tornado watch will be needed for the potential of multiple strong to intense tornadoes. Also, the chance for a violent tornado. Let's see. And you know, this actually has the chance for a PDS watch. This does have the chance for a PDS watch. With that wording. I doubt it will actually get it, but there is the chance. Here comes your MCD. So there you go. A new tornado watch will be needed, which will likely include parts of eastern Oklahoma into west and central Arkansas. And you can see the peak intensity is indeed violent, which is not something that we had on our last MCD for our tornado watch in central Oklahoma, even though we got an 80-60 watch. So this actually has a chance to be a higher probability watch due to that lower level jet kicking in more.
4. Northwestern St. Clair County in west central Missouri, St. Clair County in Missouri.
I doubt it will be, though, because of the messy mode. I highly doubt they'll go PDS for it. Another 4-inch hail report here. Another 4-inch hail report. Barely in the moderate, but in the moderate. In north central Texas there. That's to the west of Marysville. Oh, wow. That is 10 times stronger on the newest scan. This is trying to touch back down if it's ever lifted, which I think it did lift. It's trying to touch back down just to the south of Hartshorn, Oklahoma. So this is going to track right towards Wilburton now if it stays on this course, but it's likely a little bit deviant, so we'll see exactly where this goes. And you can see that uptick on the other radar site there. So it went from about 20 mile an hour rotation to 140. Yeah, so that's like 7 times stronger right there. 10 times was an over-exaggerant, but hey, that was pretty close. 7 times stronger on those velocities. I think that is a CC drop. I believe that's back on the ground. Yep. So it literally went from nothing to right back on the ground in one scan. That fast. Jeez. Let's see here. So this is going to be a very close call for Hartshorn and Haleyville in eastern Oklahoma. Still no new scan there. This is still a PDS tornado warning. Another 4-inch hail report there in north central Texas. Wow. Things dropping some huge hail in the moderate there. New scan should be in here in 2 seconds. We'll see where this thing's gone. Barely east of Hartshorn. Barely southeast of Hartshorn. Looks like it's probably missed the downtown area, but there is a chance it hit the southern side. There is a chance it hit the southern side of Hartshorn in eastern Oklahoma. Let's see. See how high that lofted debris too. Yeah, 13,000 feet. That probably hit something on the southern side of Hartshorn. This is going to go very close to Gwynn. We'll go with Gwynn. Very close to Gwynn, Oklahoma. And then it's going to be, if it keeps going on that exact same trajectory, it's going to go right towards Wilburton in eastern Oklahoma. Very, very close. So it's likely another intense tornado back on the ground here. The SPC site keeps bugging on the browser source up there. Stupid thing. There we go. See if you can see this from the Norman radar site. Yep. You can see it all the way from the Norman radar site too. Let's go back to the Fort Smith, Arkansas radar site. Still a large tornado. This is going to be very close to Gwyn. Very, very close to Gwyn. This tornado is going to be extremely close to hitting Gwyn, and then it's still on track to go right towards Wilburton. Velocity scan here in 10 seconds. This is still the only observed warning, and it is a PDS tornado warning, meaning particularly dangerous situation for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Still on the ground, still a really strong velocity couplet, still lofting debris 14 or so thousand feet up into the atmosphere.
Tornado warning for Central Vernon County in west central Missouri, Vernon County in Missouri.
Alright, whilst we wait for a new scan, I do want to go check on our storms here in northeast Oklahoma. So that's turned into a big area of 70-mile-an-hour winds going towards Jay and Colcord. Colcord in eastern Oklahoma. See if we can see. Both of these are still strong areas of rotation, actually. Probably some corruption here. But both of them look pretty strong. Especially the one over Nevada in western Missouri. We may have to be watching this for a very strong tornado to develop here over the next couple minutes. Still a strong tornado on the ground. And our PDS warning Kansas City radar looks better. Ooh, for the northern one, yeah. Yeah, both of these could easily produce strong tornadoes. Nevada, Missouri, Lowry City, and southwestern Missouri. Also, I'm going to keep an eye on this area of rotation, starting up right over Weber's Falls, Oklahoma. That's going to be with an embedded supercell spin-up tornado. No convection along the dry line in Oklahoma City, so that just isn't going to fire. Just straight up is not going to fire. Alright, newest scan, still a strong tornado, potentially even strengthening more south of Gwyn in eastern Oklahoma. Again, going to go right towards Wilburton in eastern Oklahoma. It's going to be very, very close call to going right into Wilburton in eastern Oklahoma. It'll be a very close call. Jeez. Want to keep an eye on that storm very, very closely west of Wilbur's Falls. This probably needs a tornado warning. Let me get the Fort Smith radar and go up there. Yeah, this is about to drop a strong unwarned tornado over Weber Falls, Gore, Braggs, Paradise Hill, Redbird Smith, all in the path of this storm, trying to drop a unwarned strong tornado. That might just be its
warning
warning.
For northwestern Sequoia County in east central Oklahoma, southwestern Adair County in
Really good
northeastern
call
Oklahoma,
there. Really good.
southeastern Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma, east central Muskogee County in east central Oklahoma, Adair, Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoia County in Oklahoma.
And that may just be on the ground right now. No ZDR, no very obvious ZDR decrease. But there's a chance that is on the ground right now. West, or actually going into Weber's Falls and Gore. Here in eastern Oklahoma. Still likely a intense to potentially violent tornado on the ground. Very close to Gwen. Very, very close to Gwen. Again, this is going to be a very close call to Wilburton. It has a chance to miss Wilburton just barely to the north. It has a chance to miss Wilburton barely to the north. If it does go barely to the north, there's still homes that it could hit on the north side of Wilburton. Also now a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Colcord, Cloud Creek, Dodge. I am very sure Kaylee, I don't know if you may not even have power. Kaylee might not even have power anymore. But she's probably inside of this PDS warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see here. My phone yelled at me. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. That's what they're made for. Yeah, you're in a PDS. I think you're in a PDS warning. There's the warning. It's in the orange. So that's the Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma border. Right there. So the PDS warning is for Jay, Maysville, Colcord, Cloud Creek. 80-mile-an-hour winds there. Yeah, definitely a tornado on the ground there in Gore, near Weber's Fall. Looks a lot more intense from the Fort Smith radar site, and they're both almost equal distance. I trust the Fort Smith radar more because the Tulsa one is scanning through multiple storms. If we go back to the Tulsa one, I'll show you. So the Tulsa one, it's right here scanning through this whole area before it gets to the storm. So I trust the Fort Smith one. If we go back to Fort Smith, the Fort Smith one is scanning right into that hook. Still, intense to potentially violent tornado on the ground. Might even be getting a reflectivity debris ball here. Over Gwyn. Possibly even a bit of a reflectivity debris ball there. In eastern Oklahoma. They've continued the PDS warning for 12,000 people. Over 12,000 people, 14 schools, and 1 hospital. Inside that warning. Let's go back to Texas just briefly. Yeah, these storms are just going to keep staying clustered. That's really good. Tornado still likely going right over Gore now. Not a big CC, so it may not be as strong as I was originally thinking. It's lofting debris around 5,000 feet up, so still a good solid tornado there. Enough to do damage. Still a solid tornado, enough to do damage there, going towards Redbird Smith now in eastern Oklahoma. That's on the ground. This is likely becoming just so rain-wrapped. I mean, this thing is so rain-wrapped towards Wilburton. And if it keeps going, we can go ahead and do the probability of debris and do the trail of it. And you can see it still looks like it's on course to go very close to Wilburton. Looks like it's going to go very close to Wilburton. No, you bothered him? He's trying to play Call of Duty, Kaylee. He's trying to play some Warzone. But then again, you don't want your car to be crushed by a tree if the tree comes falling down. So now an observed warning here for Redbird Smith, Paradise Hill, Gore, Evening Shade. This is populated. How many people are in this warning? 10,000 people are in this warning. It seems more populated than that. So many towns. Paradise Hill, Redbird Smith, Evening Shade, Pinhook Corner, Marble City, Bunch, Dry Creek, Brushy, Vian, Carsley, in eastern Oklahoma, all under an observed tornado warning. CC just lightened up a lot on that new scan. See if Velocity did as well. It looks a lot weaker to me. Hopefully that is this weakening before it gets into town. They just issued a special mesoscale discussion for a strong tornado threat, including the threat for an intense tornado and or a violent tornado in this area here. That includes the city of Fort Smith, Arkansas. There's so many. There's 3 MCDs. 3 MCDs over in this region. Dude. But that is a special MCD specifically for these areas. A corridor of strong tornadoes through 10 p.m. Eastern. So for the next about 2.5 hours. About the next 2.5 hours there. We'll see what the next scan has to show about CC. This storm may be beginning to weaken. Maybe the tornado is beginning to lift. Very, very close call here to Wilburton. So Wilburton needs to be in their safe spot. A couple intense supercell clusters are ongoing across east central Oklahoma, one of which has a history of producing tornadoes likely strong to intense. These storms are moving into the core of lower level jet, where the VWP is sampling 260 meters squared second squared, 0 to 500 meter SRH. Given these very favorable streamwise vorticity, the established supercell clusters, and the strong surface-based instability, the risk for strong to intense tornadoes should continue for the next few hours, all the way till about 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Eastern. Much weaker CC, but still large velocities and strong velocities. I don't know if it's still on the ground, but better safe than sorry. Get to your safe spot, Wilburton in eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, even if storms fire on the dry line, it's no longer favorable. It doesn't look nearly as favorable now on the dry line in Oklahoma. Capping's starting to build in. So even if they fired in central Oklahoma, we probably wouldn't see much. Wow, so it was a cluster of storms in Texas that ended up being our main event today. Who would have guessed? Not me. Not me. And they moved up here into Oklahoma. Likely tornado is lifted now just to the west of Marble City in Oklahoma. Still could produce another tornado, though, quite easily. Wilburton's still watching that CC right over Wilburton. May still be a tornado on the ground. I don't think so, but it may be. While we wait for the next scan, let's go look up here into Missouri. These are still both radar indicated. Can't really tell what's happening here. All right, let's go back to here. Yeah, this is definitely going to try to produce another tornado near or around, somewhere around Wilburton in eastern Oklahoma. Somewhere around there, it's going to attempt to produce another tornado. Let's see here. Yeah, the ARRR is handling it terribly. Where these storms are now is where they're supposed to be at almost 9 o'clock. So the ARRR doing horrible. Doing horrible at initiating right now. This whole line is also now warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be shocked if it's producing closer to 80 in some spots. Go up here. I think the eastern side of the moderate is verified, yeah. Yes. This portion of the moderate, I believe, has verified. The west side is not gonna verify. There's no way. Because this side is where we've had so many tornado warnings. 4-inch hail, 4.5-inch hail, 4-inch hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 2 PDS tornado warnings. Actually, no, 3 PDS tornado warnings. And now we've got a widespread QLCS tornado threat starting to occur with our line. All right, let's get back down to these storms again. Listening to it, Chaser. Okay, this is the Fort Smith radar site again. Looks like that tornado likely dissipated very close to Wilburton. Wonder if that northern portion of our QLCS is trying to do anything right here outside of a warned area. Well, the answer is yes. It's trying to drop a tornado right now. Just to the south of Keys. That's unwarned. I don't know if they'll issue a warning for that, because it's so close to the other warning, but it is unwarned, so they should. If they believe it's capable of producing a tornado, they should issue a new warning there. even if it's an overlap, because sometimes they'll issue a warning for like the same warning. You're being like 2 to 3 different tornado warnings at the same time. So even if they issue an overlap tornado warning, I think it's still possible for them to do that.
Tornado warning for northeastern St. Clair County in west central Missouri, St. Clair County in Missouri. Tornado warning for Haskell County in southeastern Oklahoma, northern Latimer County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Leflore County in southeastern Oklahoma, east central Pittsburgh County in southeastern Oklahoma, Haskell, Latimer, Leflore, and Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma.
Think Texas could go big? No, not at all. Nope. I think there could be an isolated tornado or an isolated strong tornado tonight with a tail end Charlie, whichever storm is at the bottom of the cluster. But no, I don't think it will go big. So we'll keep watching this tornado warning over Lowry City. Make sure you're in your safe spot there. I believe this has been downgraded now. Yep, radar indicated PDS. Alma, Kansas. Oh, whoa. Oh, yep. Probably an unwarned tornado on the ground there. Likely an unwarned tornado on the ground southwest of Alma, Kansas. I don't think we're going to use the Norman radar site anymore today. So let's go get this radar site to Alma, Kansas. Look at this tornado on the ground. Fully unwarned. Yep, that is on the ground. Next scan should show that a bit better.
Tornado warning for southwestern
Yep, there you
Waubonsee
go.
County in east central Kansas, Waubonsee County in Kansas.
Is that for this right here? I wonder if that's for this storm. If this is radar indicated, and if I click on this and it shows radar indicated when this has been on the ground for 2-3 scans now, it's just predictable. It really is. Like that's shown CC for 1, 2, and now the new scan is a deep CC, 3 scans, and you put a radar indicated warning on it. Okay, buddy. Don't think it's a strong tornado. It most likely is not due to how high it's lofting debris, only about 1,200 feet. So not likely a strong tornado, but man, is that a good hook echo right there. That is a really, really good hook echo, really large base for your supercell too. Likely some sort of outflow boundary or some sort of boundary interaction that is allowed for this to touch on the ground here in Kansas. So this is on the ground. I'm going to give it another scan. Typically, these are fast tornadoes, so I wouldn't be shocked if on the next scan it's fully dissipated and then they observe it. Still a hook echo, still a CC drop. But the biggest thing is that velocity to see if that velocity is tight or weakening. Let's see. Yep, so that's likely about to lift. Likely still on the ground, but about to lift. And I mean, it was unwarned for probably about 6 or so minutes. Let's see. So that's 2 minutes, yeah, probably about 4 or 5 minutes. It was fully unwarned and on the ground. And then they warned it with a deep CC and didn't observe it. And now that it's about to lift, I bet they're going to observe it. Oh, tornado on the ground here. Tornado is on the ground here in eastern Oklahoma. That velocity has not updated. We got to see what that velocity is, but likely this is a strong tornado on the ground here west of Bunch in Oklahoma. Thankfully, that unwarned area never did anything. It's still trying, but it hasn't done anything. That is likely a very intense tornado on the ground. Lofting debris already 3,000 feet up. Already 3,000 feet up there. They just continued a radar indicated warning. However, this just touched the ground, so they're likely just now seeing this scan and about to observe it. Let's see which gets observed first. The tornado that just touched down or the tornado that's been on the ground for about 8 minutes or so. Yeah, this is likely lifting, though, in Kansas. I don't know if they're going to observe this warning because it's likely lifting at this point. They may not observe it. So, tornado lifting here, well south of Alma, Kansas. Tornado on the ground here, west of Brunch? Yeah, Brunch in eastern Oklahoma. And you can see that from the Tulsa radar, so that means this is lofting debris about 5,000 feet up. Still may be on the ground. That does look a little bit larger, so that could be possibly fallout or something. Unsure exactly what that may be. It's definitely debris. That's what I do know. It is definitely debris. Area of rotation's trying its best to tighten up again near Kitna in eastern Oklahoma. Unsure if that is fallout or still your tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. Oh, guess what? Guess what? The one in Oklahoma got observed first. The one in Oklahoma got observed first. The one in Kansas is still not observed. That has a chance to still be on the ground. It was unwarned for about 4 minutes, and it's been on the ground ever since right here. Right about here is where it touched down, which that was 23:39. So it's been on the ground for 10 minutes, and it still isn't observed. But the one in Oklahoma is now observed, which has been on the ground for maybe about 4 minutes. I don't know if they're ever going to observe that one in Kansas. They may not. Like I said, nothing against the NWS up there. You know, they warned it, so that's better than nothing. At least it's now warned up there. So people should be seeking shelter. New tornado watch. Several tornadoes likely. Man, it is the same probability. 80-60. Oh my goodness. High, moderate, high, moderate, high, high, high. So that is actually significantly higher probability for wind. way higher probability for wind and maybe for hail too. Okay, so it is the same for hail, way higher for wind, especially for significant wind, and the same for tornadoes. So this is a higher end watch.
Tornado warning for Central Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma, Adair, and Cherokee County in Oklahoma.
All right. So you know what that is. That's actually the northern one now radar indicated, the one that I was talking about earlier that could produce a tornado. They just now warned it. They just now warned it. Still under a PDS warning for 8 more minutes here. Unless that changes. Let's go back up to Kansas. Yeah, that tornado is definitely lifted now. Definitely lifted now. Gracious.
Tornado warning for southwestern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, southern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, Washington County in Arkansas, Adair County in Oklahoma.
Maybe is that this storm? Wait, what? Where is that at? Oh, yeah, okay. That's the observed warning being continued. Got it. Yeah, so observed warning being continued into Summers, Dutch Mills, and Evansville in northwestern Arkansas. Got it. Should get a new HRRR here. That should give us a slightly better representation of what to expect tonight. The moderate in central Oklahoma for like the OKC area, no. That did not even get remotely close to verifying. The one for like Tulsa pointing east, Tulsa to the south, northern Texas, this whole portion of the moderate, this entire portion of the moderate risk has verified. So just this sliver here on the west side did not. Let's see here. Yeah, this line that we're dealing with right now in Oklahoma and Arkansas, it's not going to stop for a long time. It is going to push through the rest of eastern Oklahoma, and it's going to track all the way up into the Boot Hill of Missouri. So this is going to be a long-lived MCS here. A very, very intense, long-lived MCS for the rest of the night. The tornado potential, let me see if I can give you an idea of when it will start to decrease. It will really start to decrease at about 1 a.m. out in that line. Near 1 a.m. is when it will really begin to decrease a lot. 1 a.m. Eastern. So midnight, 1 a.m. tonight, that's when a lot of this stuff should be starting to really die out. We gonna be here forever. Maybe, Ben, maybe. See here. Okay. I want to go back to this storm here. Yeah, that likely is lifted. That's a lot of fallout. That is a lot of fallout. Yeah, that could have lifted debris. I would say at least 6,000 feet up there in eastern Oklahoma. Storm in Missouri doing anything yet? I don't know if this has ever produced a single tornado yet, but it's had good rotation the whole time. Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. Yeah, that was the PDS tornado warning earlier, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was. Okay. Go back to the Fort Smith, Arkansas radar site. Oh, also, just to show you that tornado watch, I don't know if I even showed you guys it because we've been tracking those storms. Let me do that. Do that. All right, so there's your new tornado watch. I'll highlight it for you right here. Is where your new tornado watch has been issued. So if you're in that area, that is where your new tornado watch has been issued. Pretty high-end watch. Very high-end watch. Tornado risk is just as high as what it was earlier in the afternoon. So going into the overnights, the tornado threat is still going to maintain just as high as it was earlier. That tornado watch goes into as far east as Mountain View and Hot Springs and Texarkana in Arkansas. They expanded the tornado watch for another whole hour in Oklahoma, but I have a feeling that they're probably going to discontinue that whole portion of the watch in central Oklahoma in about a minute or two. They're probably going to get rid of most of that. Unless they are somehow very confident in dryline initiation there, which I don't think is going to happen. Personally, I don't think Texarkana will get much tonight, but you are in the tornado watch just in case. All right, we're down to observed now for this storm over Stillwell in eastern Oklahoma. We are down to radar indicated now for all the tornado warnings currently active. Back down to radar indicated for everything. We're back up here in Missouri. Still just not able to get its act together. It's had a pretty large area of rotation. We've been watching it this whole time. It's just not been able to get gate to gate and not been able to produce. I mean, here's proof that the eastern side of the moderate risk is verified. You could see much of the east side. You could see exactly where storms really started to pop off at. I mean, it's a very sharp line. You just had that one random supercell that fired out there near Duncan, Oklahoma, and tracked through the OKC area and is still ongoing. Just one supercell through central Oklahoma. And then a very sharp cutoff right here along the dry line in eastern Oklahoma, eastern Kansas, northeast Texas. And this is nowhere near all the reports by any means. Don't get too caught up in the number of reports there, because it's going to... I mean, it could probably double by the time we're done with this event and by the time everything's counted. It will likely nearly double for some of those reports, especially the tornado report. Okay. I don't think we'll ever see storms fire in central Oklahoma. I lost faith in that a while ago. And you know what? The SBC did too. Entire tornado watch for all of central Oklahoma has been canceled. Whole tornado watch has been canceled. Still eastern, southeastern. Oklahoma in a tornado watch. I think a tornado's back on the ground in Stillwell, Oklahoma. And Marietta. Oh, that's what Caden's talking about. Yep, that's back on the ground, right over Fairfield. Gracious day, I apologize for closing that, y'all. Sorry about that. I'm trying to click on the right thing. It's not working. Waiting for the velocity scan on that. Marietta. Yeah, Marietta. Marietta. Come on, velocity scan. Hurry up, will ya? This is in eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, likely a weak tornado there. Lofting debris no higher than 3,000 feet. The one that prompted a PDS warning just a few minutes ago is this one here. And that looks very disorganized tornadic-wise. The one that prompted a PDS warning way earlier here, that has moved off to... Man, where has that one gone? Wasn't this it? Wasn't it near Calvin? I forgot. Was it near Calvin where we had a PDS tornado warning earlier? I've fully forgotten, honestly. I have to go back and look at, but that storm's all the way up in like northern Missouri, southern Iowa now, not doing much. No, not that one, Ben. That was like the fourth tornado warning, the fourth PDS one we got. I'm talking about the first one. That was a long time ago, like 5-6 hours ago. What I think prevented storms from firing? Low wind shear. Low wind shear, I think, contributed to storms not firing in central Oklahoma. At least not as well as what we were anticipating. And probably also something to do with forcing, too. The Lower City one I don't think's ever produced before, so I don't think that should be worded as again. But it may produce here soon. So we'll see. So, yeah, that is starting to tide up. Go back over here. Oh yeah, it's very rain wrapped. Very, very rain wrapped. Yeah, also gonna have to watch these southern ends here in eastern Oklahoma. The southern end of our QLCS. Actually, that's kind of the middle. Yeah, because you have the northern sides here, middle sides here, and then this is the southern end. So the middle portion that is currently producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, that's going to be what we have to watch for also a spin-up tornado threat. Oh, that one observed. No kidding how long that's been observed. Really going to watch this one in Lower City. Not sure how accurate those velocities are, though. They don't look very, very accurate to me. They look corrupted. Let's go back to the Fort Smith radar site. So just a bit left, just a little bit of debris left here from this tornado, likely fallout. Yep, now really starting to dissipate, nearly not even there anymore. Alright, is there any radar sites I can move here? Yeah, the one in Nebraska. We're going to move that to the St. Louis radar. There we go. Oh man, yeah, that is so much corruption. Bunch of corruption there. But it's trying to tighten up. That's in Lower City, Missouri. Southwest Indiana. You're in a risk for these storms potentially lasting as far as to your area. So likely extremely heavy rain overnight tonight, close to about probably, let me see, close to probably about 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Can't rule out a isolated wind gust of like 60 miles per hour. As well as some small hail near an inch in diameter. A spin-up tornado is also possible, but not likely. But we could see a spin-up tornado possible, may occur in southwest Indiana, somewhere in southwest Indiana. If it does, it will likely be very weak and very brief. So nothing like what we're seeing out here in Oklahoma, Missouri, and Kansas. Very small CC drop. I wonder if that might still be a very weak tornado on the ground, because it's been there for a while. Let's see here.
Tornado warning for
Kind of scared me, not gonna
southeastern
lie.
Henry County in west central Missouri, Henry County in Missouri.
Jump me a little bit. So that's likely an extension here. Yep, into Tightword and Brownington. It is impossible to tell if that is very tight rotation or not.
Tornado warning for western Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, east central Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, Washington County in Arkansas, Adair County in Oklahoma.
Yeah, there could be a severe storm or two in southwest Indiana. If there is, it will be a low and severe for like 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, or something a little lower than that. It'll likely be a very low and severe. So that's a new radar indicated tornado warning here for Fayetteville, Arkansas. Our confirmed one expires in 1 minute and 50 seconds. We'll go back down to radar indicated. So that in 1 minute, we're going to lose some warnings, but right now we're at 5 tornado warnings and 18 severes. I believe we have probably passed peak. We have likely passed peak. And the main threat from here on out will likely stay with this QLCS threat as it goes into southern Missouri, extreme eastern Oklahoma, where it is now, northwestern Arkansas, and it potentially could survive all the way until it gets to the south central or southeastern Illinois, or southwestern Indiana is likely where it's going to die out late tonight, somewhere out here. It will really start weakening after this point. Once it gets towards the Boot Hill, that's when it's going to really start weakening. Once it gets near the Boot Hill of Missouri, very late tonight. Excuse me. $101,000 people in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Wow. Yeah, there's 98,000 people inside that tornado warning. It's for the southwest side of Fayetteville, Arkansas, not for the whole area of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Oh, that's back on the ground. It's now radar indicated, but that is back on the ground. So tornado back on the ground, about to head into Arkansas, likely in Arkansas right now. It just went back down to radar indicated, so I got to go back down to radar indicated, but that is indeed a tornado on the ground here, barely to the southwest of Summers in Arkansas. Yep, I think that was my first sneeze today. So we're down to 2 tornado warnings and 16 severes, but a lot of those severes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of those severes are significant, which is quite a lot. See the ZDR on that. Not so confident about that being a CC drop. Southeast of Brownington, northeast of Lowry. We'll see. No, it's not so confident about that. Look at your screen. I'm looking. What am I looking for? What am I looking for, rockets? All right, southern one is now observed. Yeah, that's likely already starting to weaken, but they did just observe this southern one. Let me go back up to here. Yeah, that is likely a weak tornado on the ground. Likely a weak tornado on the ground there. Yeah, ZDR confirms that too. So, weak tornado likely ongoing south of Tightward. It's not large at all. It's literally like 4 pixels of rotation. Not sure how that's supposed to be a large tornado, but sure. Like, it's literally like... Actually, I think that's... Yeah, that's 2 on 2. It's literally 2 pixels and 2 pixels. Not exactly large. Yeah, likely tornadoes lifted now. Just a very brief tornado occurred here. North of Dutch Mills, Arkansas, to the southwest of Summers in Arkansas on the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. But that, as you can see, went observed there. Let's go back up to this one here. It's not really that big of a CC. That's a relatively small CC. Now that's gotten a lot larger. But I think some of that's probably corruption on the right side. This is probably corruption. Unless we'll see the next scan. Hold on. Might be something else happening right there. Yeah, that's getting a little bit stronger now. It's up to about 90 mile an hour rotation. Let's check ZDR. That's likely CC. Rockets, I'm looking right at it, dude. Holy crap. This is literally the one northeast of Lorry City. I know. I'm on it. I'm looking right at the CC, dude. So, tornado's still on the ground here. That
Tornado
is now
warning
observed.
for Benton County in central Missouri, Benton County in Missouri.
Rockets, you must be... Is Rockets behind? Give me a second. Go back down to the Fort Smith radar site here. Still a little CC there. might still be a weak tornado on the ground, but likely another tornado trying to develop. This one could potentially be a little bit stronger if it starts to really get going. Southwest of Prairie Grove in Arkansas. Let's go back to this one. Nope. I gotta close that radar site. I keep going back to the wrong one. Still some CC there. A lot weaker velocities though now. Yeah, we're going to see if that can recycle, do a mesocyclone handoff there, going into Prairie Grove. Oh, wow. I just discovered this storm's trying to tighten back up. Let's go back to the Fort Smith radar site. Look at that. That's trying to tighten back up. It's already trying to get a hook on it. This is the storm that previously produced a tornado. This was the one that was our PDS warned just, what, like about 40 minutes ago or so. Guys, we have 3 tornadoes on the ground. We have 3 tornadoes on the ground, and the CC just got even bigger on both of them. We've got 3 tornadoes on the ground in Arkansas. The southern one just lifted, and now we've got very close proximity twins. Very, very close proximity twins now. The southern one just lifted. You could see its CC is now dissipating. So it is successfully recycled and is currently dropping twin tornadoes in northwestern Arkansas. There was triplets there for just a second. You can see velocity couplet, velocity couplet, velocity couplet. Take that off. All 3 FCC. So there's twin tornadoes going towards Prairie Grove. Prairie Grove in northwest. I can't English. Twin tornadoes going on into Prairie Grove in northwestern Arkansas. There you go. Twin tornadoes ongoing heading towards Prairie Grove in Arkansas. Let's go back down here. Want to keep an eye on this couplet. Want to see if anything happens with that near Panama, Shady Point in eastern Oklahoma. Yep, still observed. Let's see if they mention a second tornado. Let's see here. I don't see them mentioning a second tornado, but there is twins on the ground here. And now likely 1 tornado remains. Yep, tornado is still on the ground out here, going towards Lincoln in western slash central, west central Missouri. Yep, unwarned tornado ongoing west of Shady Points now. It's a storm we've been watching. So, Panama, Shady Points are not in a tornado warning, but there is a tornado on the ground, unwarned tornado on the ground here, going in between Panama and Shady Point in eastern Oklahoma. ZDR, spectrum width, NROT, CC, velocity, and reflectivity all can correlate that there is a unwarned tornado on the ground here. Likely still on the ground, just to the west of Shady Point. This is in eastern Oklahoma, where we got another tornado on the ground. So we have 4 tornadoes on the ground. Actually, one of these lifted. Wow, so in the last 5 minutes, we've had 5 tornadoes. Because we had the one up here touchdown. We've had 3 in this warning. And now we have an unwarned one down here west of Shady Point. So in about the last 5 minutes, we've had 5 tornadoes. That's crazy. Looks like that CC near Lincoln in western Missouri is starting
South
to
Central
weaken.
Sequoia County in east central Oklahoma, northeastern Le Fleur County in southeastern Oklahoma, Le Fleur, and Sequoia County in Oklahoma.
See how they immediately put observed on it? They didn't put radar indicated. They didn't put tour possible severe. They immediately went straight for observed tornado warning for 12,940 people. So now tornado warned. Observed tornado for this storm going into Panama and Shady Point in Oklahoma. All 4 of our tornado warnings have tornadoes on the ground right now. All 4 of them. We'll wait to see the next velocity scan, but that one's probably lifting there near Prairie Grove. About 5 more seconds before the next scan comes in, so we'll just wait here. So still on the ground here in between Panama and Shady Point. Still tornado on the ground. And back up here in Prairie Grove, looks like that's likely about to lift. New tornado could develop, though, near Greenland in Arkansas. See that couplet right there starting to ramp up? So another tornado could recycle out of this near Greenland in northwest Arkansas. Yeah, tornado likely lifted now to the southwest of Lincoln and west central Missouri. That's likely lifted. Let's go back over to Fort Smith's radar site. What's happening back there in Texas? A bust? No, I'm just kidding. Not much of a tornado performance there, though, in north central Texas. Not what the chasers were originally thinking. I mean, there's plenty of chasers out here in north central Texas waiting, and including Connor. And they really haven't seen much today, tornadic-wise.
East Central Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, northwestern Madison County in northwestern Arkansas, northeastern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas,
Man,
Benton,
they are on
Madison,
top of it.
and Washington County in Arkansas.
New observed tornado warning for a tornado that is likely about to touch down right over Greenland in Arkansas. Just not wasting a single second here. That is a quite early heads up. So, I mean, if this tries to drop a tornado at any point here downstream, I mean, you guys are already inside a tornado warning here. Spring Valley, Hinesville, Ekins, you guys all need to be in your safe spot. Observed tornado warning for you. The tornado is lifting right now near Prairie Grove, Arkansas, but a new one is likely attempting to develop near Greenland in Arkansas. Tornado likely lifting north of Shady Point right now. That is likely beginning to lift. Yep. Potentially a strong tornado over Greenland. Potentially a strong tornado over Greenland right now in northwestern Arkansas. There you go. That's what I was talking about redeveloping. We'll see how strong the velocity is here. Yeah, that is likely a strong tornado right over Greenland. And this is going to be moving into Fayetteville, Arkansas. Fayetteville, Arkansas, there is a strong tornado to your south about to move into the southeast side of the city of Fayetteville, Arkansas. A heavily populated area. Very, very populated area. Strong tornado on the southern side of Fayetteville, Arkansas. About to move into the east and southeast side. Currently over Greenland in northwest Arkansas. I'll go tell you how many people inside this warning. 244,955 people, as well as 54 schools and 8 hospitals. So nearly 250,000 people inside of this observed tornado warning. And that is likely a very, very strong tornado. Got to update weather-wise there. It's still not fully updated. Alright, I'm going to have to refresh weather-wise. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, so there's your large tornado over Greenland right now. Over Greenland. Moving to the northeast. It's going to go right through the southeast side of Fayetteville. I'm going to give you a location of this right now. I'm going to take Radar Omega over here. I'm going to leave you up on GR2 analysis. This is potentially an intense tornado. So there is a intense tornado going into the southeast side of Fayetteville right now. It is currently over the Drake Field Airport near the Arkansas Air and Military Museum. Very, very close to the Fayetteville Executive Airport. Also near Raid Mountain. Moving to the northeast. So this is going to be very close to the Fayetteville Country Club. Very, very close to Puttin Hill. The Ronda's Roadhouse in southeastern Fayetteville, Arkansas. It is going to be very, very close to that area going through the southeast side of Fayetteville, Arkansas. It will be likely barely off to the east of Fayetteville Junction, just off of the I-49 corridor here in just a couple of minutes.
Tornado warning for northwestern Sebastian County in west central Arkansas, northeastern Leflore County in southeastern Oklahoma, Sebastian County in Arkansas, Leflore County in Oklahoma.
That's our southern one. And this is likely lofting debris about 12,000 feet up according to the Tulsa radar. So we're going to stay with this one, a strong tornado, potentially even an intense tornado. Okay, it is directly over the Drake Field Fayetteville Executive Airport, just about a half-mile east of downtown Greenland. So this is still on track to go through the southeast side of Fayetteville. It does look a lot weaker on radar. at least on velocities there. So it's directly over an airport right now. Again, a very strong tornado, potentially an intense tornado, just south of Fayetteville in northwestern Arkansas for almost 250,000 people. Almost 250,000 people inside this tornado warning. Let's go to, just briefly whilst that updates, I want to go up here. There is a new tornado that has just touched down west of Lincoln. West of Lincoln, there's a new tornado that just touched down and probably just lifted that quickly west of Lincoln in west central Missouri. All right, we're going to go right back down here. Still a strong tornado on the ground. I'm going to give you an update on where this is. It is directly over the intersection of Road 69 and Wilson Hollow Road at the Wilson Cemetery. It is over Wilson Cemetery, not but about 3 3/4 of a mile to the southeast of Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's still likely a strong tornado. This is going to go right into Baldwin. This is taking a direct course to downtown Baldwin, just barely southeast of Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's going to go right into downtown Baldwin. So it's likely about to be over the South Black Road Oak area, the intersection of South Black Oak Road and the intersection of Dead Horse Mountain Road, just about 2 miles to the southwest of Baldwin. Moving to the northeast. So it will be in Baldwin here in about 5 minutes or so, possibly even a little less. Little surprised this isn't PDS, but it may not reach the velocity criteria for a PDS warning. I'm getting about 120 velocities, so that would definitely put it at a strong tornado. Might even have a bit of a reflectivity debris ball there. Velocities are breaking up, so it's likely a weakening tornado. And now it is directly over that intersection I just said a minute ago. South Black Oak Road and Dead Horse Mountain Road. It is right at that intersection. Just about 2.5 miles southwest of downtown Baldwin in Arkansas. Still likely a strong tornado, potentially weakening though at this point. Likely weakening at this point. Let's see here. Trying to see where this is again. Also right over Robinson Mountain. I think that's the new scan. Yeah, that's the new scan. It is still a... it's actually breaking CC on Radar Omega right now. We'll see if velocities are just as strong. Nope, velocity's still a bit on a weakening trend there, but it is right over Robinson Mountain. It is on the southeast side of Baldwin in Arkansas. It might have gotten a little bit stronger on that newest velocity scan. Also, a tornado attempting to drop here very close to the Fort Smith radar site. That's going to be right over Pocola. New tornado trying to drop there over Pocola, east central Oklahoma. No CC drop near Lincoln and west central Missouri right now, so we're going to stay with our CC in Greenland. Lofting debris likely still around 10,000 feet up. All right, a lot more scattered CC, so there's a chance that's lifting now right over Strain, Harris, in southeast Baldwin in northwestern Arkansas. This is now a PDS tornado warning. That is now a PDS tornado warning. So this is now an observed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Although the velocity and the CC likely are weakening at this point. Just a little bit too late for that PDS warning, in my opinion. Yeah, this is likely lifting. Likely lifting now. All right, so this is likely lifting right over Harris. Directly over Harris. Which is just so many houses. Likely lifting right over Harris in northwestern Arkansas. So what's that, like our 5th PDS of the day? So, yep, definitely verified a moderate.
Tornado warning
I
for
think that's your PDS
northern
one.
Benton County in central Missouri,
No, it's
Benton
not.
County in Missouri.
Never mind, that is not. Your PDS one was actually a disk extension and an upgrade, so it won't beep for that. So the one you just heard there is a radar indicated warning for Cole Camp and Lincoln for the next 32 minutes. So that that tornado that likely is just now lifting over Harris. That's Harris right there if I take off the radar. This is Harris right here. So it's lifting right over Harris in northwestern Arkansas. It likely hit a bunch of homes right over Greenland. And the airport as well. That's likely where it did probably some of its worst damage, was right over that airport you see here. Likely took a direct hit from this tornado. Yep, pretty confident that's gone. However, looks like a new tornado could try to develop with a meso handoff here. A new little notch, new little hook trying to develop off of this storm. We'll see if that's successful. It could easily just disappear. We've seen it before where it looks like a meso handoff and it just vanishes next scan. Could be a tornado on the ground at any moment here north of, rather northwest of Greenwood in west central Arkansas. I'm going to get the Topeka radar site, and I'm going to put that in Springfield, since we have some storms there. Storms there trying to go, or eventually going to go, just barely to the south of Springfield, Missouri. Look at that donut hole. Jeez. Huge mesocyclone likely occurring right there, north of Lincoln in west central Missouri. Yep, new tornado is likely about to be on the ground. Possibly already is, south of or just to the southwest of Hinesville. Just to the southwest of Hinesville. New tornado trying to drop down there. In northwest Arkansas. So if this is dropping a tornado, I'm going to go ahead and give you more locations on it. Since this is in a very populated area, it's very easy to call out exactly where it is. There's a lot of named locations here. So it's likely directly over the Trammell Mountain near Turtle and Hale Road. Which that is approximately... That's approximately about 5.5 miles northeast of downtown Baldwin, Arkansas. If this does continue, I don't see much of a CC on the next scan. So if this does end up dropping on the ground here, it's going to end up going right over the Benson Mountain. Wait for a new scan in just a second. Yeah, not much of a CC there. Go to the Tulsa radar. Too far to confirm anything. There we go. Yeah, Weatherwise has not been updating for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close Weatherwise and I'm going to reopen it. It has not been... Oh, that's why. It had an update. That's why. They updated it. Man. That's why it wasn't working. Yeah, there could be a tornado shortly right over White Bluff. That's going to be tricky to see because it's almost over the radar site. It is over the radar site. They didn't observe it. I will tell you this, we will know sooner than later because unfortunately, if this is on the ground, it is unfortunately going through a very populated area. We go back up north here. Yeah, looks like if that was a tornado that developed over Benson Mountain, it is likely lifted. That was about, give or take, 8 miles east of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Alright, whilst we have the time to, I'm going to go ahead and let you know. A new tornado watch is going to be issued shortly here for the St. Louis Metro in Missouri. A new tornado watch will be issued pretty soon in this area. This MCD came out a little while ago, but we were actively tracking those strong tornadoes. So they say the severe threat is expected to develop and increase over the next couple of hours. Tornadoes, wind damage, and large hail will be possible. The potential for a few tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong, and wind gusts of 70 miles per hour with a fast-moving, short-bowing line segment will be possible over the next few hours. A tornado watch will be needed before 11 p.m. Eastern. I wouldn't be shocked if they issue that well before 11 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, that is impossible to tell if there's anything happening over the radar site. That's impossible to tell there. New area of rotation trying to develop right over Wesley and Hinesville in northwestern Arkansas. Also, for the Kansas City area, the northwest side of Kansas City, maybe quite well to the northwest of Kansas City, starting to see some severe weather now. These storms should eventually make their way into the Kansas City area, but the main threats seem to be a little bit low, quite a bit lower than originally expected, probably closer to 60-mile-an-hour winds or 1-inch hail possible with this round, so not as bad as what you guys had earlier today. Pretty sure that's a new tornado warning issued. Yep. New extension. You should hear a beep in a second for Smithton. Radar indicated warning there in central Missouri.
Tornado warning for southeastern Pettis County in central Missouri, Pettis County in Missouri.
So there you go. That's your new tornado warning there. Radar indicated in central Missouri. Just to show that again. That is for Smithton in central Missouri. Let's see here. All right, we're going to go back down to the Fort Smith radar site. Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness, y'all. That was just a catastrophe. We just had a catastrophe right there. This just went through so many freaking homes. I bet the forecasters in Fort Smith, I bet their heart just dropped so bad seeing that. That is a large tornado that just went through a very populated area. That is likely a large tornado that just went through a superly heavily populated area right over the I-49 corridor, directly near the radar site, almost on top of the radar site. Oh my goodness. So very strong tornado. Oh my word, it's going over so many freaking houses. So many houses. These are all mobile homes, it looks like. This whole area, this is all mobile homes. I'm pretty sure most of that is mobile homes. It looks like there's some better built areas there, but a good chunk of that is mobile homes. And this is a very intense tornado tracking right over it. Now an observed warning. We did lose the PDS up there for Hinesville. I imagine this is going to go PDS probably pretty soon if it keeps up these radar scans. Gracious day.
Tornado warning for Franklin County in west central Arkansas, southeastern Crawford County in northwestern Arkansas, northern Sebastian County in west central Arkansas, Crawford, Franklin, and Sebastian County in Arkansas.
A very, very strong tornado right over Roberts Boulevard, Fort Smith Boulevard, just barely to the southwest of Central City. Very close to the radar site, barely east of the I-49 corridor. So many people just got hit. Still a large, very large debris signature here for a strong tornado that is on the ground here in west central Arkansas. Gracious. Velocities, I'll go back and get a velocity reading for you. So the highest velocity I saw was about 140, 150 mile per hour rotation. And that was when it was nearly over the radar site. And look at this huge hook echo too. So this is a very, very strong to intense tornado. Capable of producing a long tracked intense tornado, and it's going to go right over Central City. It just went through so many homes. So that's where it went through. It went right through this area. And I mean, there's so many houses, and it was likely on the ground, even over the radar site. So likely this whole area right here. So far, that's likely the whole area it's hit. And there's so many houses just south of the radar, and then right where it just went through, there is a full, like an entire full packed place of trailer homes right here, or mobile homes. Let's get rid of that. So still a large CC drop. This is about to go right over Central City. Definitely notably weaker. A lot notably weaker than when it was nearly over the radar site. Wow. Also, another tornado attempting to touch down near Huntsville and Alabama, right around that area. Hinesville, northwestern Arkansas.
Tornado warning for northern Madison County in northwestern Arkansas, eastern Carroll County in northwestern Arkansas, Carroll and Madison County in Arkansas.
Pretty sure that's an expansion into Berryville, Green Forest. Yes, it is. Berryville, Green Forest, Huntsville, Corner, Carrollton. You guys all just got put in a radar indicated warning. Tornado could drop at any moment on your storm. Central City likely being directly impacted by a potentially strong tornado right now. Central City and west central Arkansas being hit by a tornado right now. Next scan should be right now. We'll see how large that CC may be. Significantly smaller. So hopefully this is just lifted before Central City. We're going to get a velocity scan in just a second. So again, we just had a strong tornado right over the Fort Smith, Arkansas radar site. And that tracked through Central City. No very clear-cut hook echo anymore, so this is likely about to lift. Man.
Tornado warning for west central Monroe County in southwestern Illinois, central Jefferson County in east central Missouri, Monroe County in Illinois.
You wanna run
Jefferson
that by me?
Jefferson County in Missouri.
Want to run that by me one more time? I'm sorry, what state was that? I'm 99% sure I just heard Illinois in that. Yep, that is south of St. Louis. Wow, that is crazy. So, area of rotation south of St. Louis. quite well off to the southwest of St. Louis. Tornado warning there. We'll check back in with that every now and then, but I want to stay with our observed warning. Also, not much strong rotation near Smithton for that tornado warning in west central Missouri. All right. Yeah, I do believe this is lifted now. I believe that is lifted. Hard to say if there is a tornado or not on this storm in Huntsville. You know, let's go to the Springfield radar site. Nah. Oh, well. That was likely a CC right there. From the Springfield radar site. This is for the same scan. Yep. ZDR decrease, probability of debris, 100%. So that was likely a quick tornado on the northwest side of Huntsville in northwestern Arkansas. That's likely already about to or possibly already has lifted. Aurora, Missouri. Let's see. I'll check real quick. Okay. Aurora, Missouri. You still got a lot of lightning left over and some very heavy rain. You're still being hit right now, but after this line, you're good. So make sure you're just away from doors and windows for like the next 15 minutes and then you're done. Pretty sure you're done. All right, let's go back here. Yeah, so that was your brief tornado now observed over Huntsville in northwest Arkansas. That was likely a brief tornado there. Yeah, back down to radar indicated for this one and now upgraded to observe for this one. So they switched. Look at that. They literally switched. This one lifted, this one touched down. Nope, not even close, Ben. This stuff's going to continue till about 1 a.m. tonight. We'll have the potential for a strong tornado threat for the next probably 5 or so hours. Okay, here. Should get a new SPC out. Oh, hey, there's the new SPC outlook. Man, that's a small moderate. Look at that. Small little moderate maintained. And I believe they pushed the enhanced even further into now Kentucky and Illinois. 15 sig Tor, 45 sig wind, 30 sig hail. So there you go. Not too much longer left with your moderate. Wow. So we've almost, by the time we are done, we will have tracked this entire moderate. We have done so much coverage for these days. It is insane. We have covered these days for so long. Yep, OKC, really didn't see anything. The dry line never initiated out there. You guys really didn't see much more than some rain. I will have plenty of time to sleep on Thursday. And then I got a very busy weekend in front of me. I have a very, very busy upcoming weekend. So we'll stay live for this threat. We'll be live probably starting about 3 o'clock tomorrow. We'll be live much of the day tomorrow. Wednesday is definitely a possible chase day. Wednesday is for sure a possible chase day, with potential supercells around the central North Carolina area. There's a small chance it convects tonight, but if it does, it's not going to be much more than heavy rain and an isolated gust up to 60. They did keep a slight risk just in case. But they dropped the tornado watch, but they did keep a slight just in case. %2 tornado risk, so very low. Yeah. The wind shear is being pushed out with this, the main line, and the instability is being completely swept out with the main line too, so it's not very favorable behind it. There's still some ingredients left over, but not a lot. Yeah, that likely lofted debris quite high up. We can't get a good scan of how high this lofted debris because it was right over the radar. Well, actually, there's a pretty good scan. You can see it at minimum 5,000 feet up. So it was definitely a strong tornado, potentially even an intense one, based on how populated the area was. It could have even been an intense tornado. Connor Croft has ended his live stream. I'm not sure if he's chasing tomorrow. I'm not too sure if Connor's chasing tomorrow's tornado threat. Hold on, I want to go take this analysis radar over there to Illinois. Okay, that's corruption. Just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure. So we're going to keep watching this line to see how it intensifies. We are going to begin to get the 0ZH I'm pretty sure now. Yep. 0ZH now rendering in. And that's going to be big to see what it shows for tomorrow. It does have an additional line forming in Texas and then going through Little Rock. That is such a weird scenario. I doubt that's going to happen. It shows another full line tonight. Let me show you. If it does happen, that's going to definitely increase the threat. So it has that dry line firing in Oklahoma. And then once it gets into the favorable environment in Arkansas, it actually is capable of producing widespread 60 to 80 mile per hour winds and a few tornadoes, possibly even a strong tornado or two. Completely in the overnight hours. Sneeze number 2. No, it is corruption rockets for sure. I'm very confident it is. Keep an eye on this storm here north of Charleston for a potential tornado to drop at any moment. I don't believe it is rockets. I really don't think it is. Because if I draw out CC here, I mean it's on the hook, but the velocities are so weak. That's the reason why I don't think it is. The velocities would have to be a very strong couplet for the for correlation coefficient to be that deep. I see that. Could get a spin-up tornado threat here east of Springfield. QLCS spin-up tornado threat out of this weak line that is formed over Seymour in Missouri. We're back up to 20 severes, but only 2 are significant. Only 2 are significant. Most of them are along this line in Missouri into Arkansas. You see the one in Missouri and then the one in Arkansas. Yeah, I don't know why the HRRR convects another line tonight. I don't believe that's going to happen. Even if it does, it's going to be so late, I won't be up to cover it. That is for sure. All right. HRRR is into the afternoon at 12 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll see what it has tomorrow.
Tornado warning for northeastern Webster County in southwestern Missouri, northern Wright County in southwestern Missouri, Webster, and Wright County in Missouri.
There you go. New tornado warning for the storm that Ben pointed out, and then I pointed out later. South of Evergreen in Missouri. Well east of Springfield. So new tornado warning there. Just got issued. What the heck? Our viewer, Lucy, just got a funnel cloud on this storm. In her backyard. Wow. Dude. That's crazy. That might be on the ground. That actually might be on the ground. That may have been a tornado on the ground. Wow. Oh no, the CC is corruption for sure. That tornado would not be picking up a lot of, likely not a lot of debris, probably just some dust. Oh no, you were crazy, Rockets. You are. Possibly a tornado right over Duncan. We're going to have to get a good scan. Western Missouri. Let me go back to this radar site. We're going to have to wait for the velocity scan in 9 seconds. And then we will be able to figure out if that is indeed a tornado or not. Alright, here it comes. 2, 1, 0. ZDR decrease a little bit. That might be on the ground. That is way too difficult of a call when it is in the hail spike too. We're now back down to radar indicated. That is a very difficult call. Dude, I can't believe Lucy got her first tornado. That is crazy. Right in her backyard. So we're going to wait to see the next scan on CC to see if this may be a tornado on the ground near Grove Springs in west central Missouri. We'll see if it is. Should get a scan right 10 now. Such a difficult call. It may be if it is a tornado, it is a very weak one. And likely won't last very long. Southwest of Grove Springs, Missouri. If that is on the ground, that is. CC I'm looking at there is corruption. Should get a new severe pretty soon downstream for Harrison in northwestern Arkansas. Those southern storms are going to be in the moderate risk area until like 1, 2 a.m. So we won't be able to track every last storm until they're out of the moderate because these southern ones are very far behind.
Marion County in north-central
They're
Arkansas,
very slow.
Boone County in north-central Arkansas, Boone, and Marion County in Arkansas.
It's for over 36,000 people just got added to that new tornado warning. So that includes Harrison, Arkansas there. We should see a new severe downstream very soon as well. Oh man, I can't forget the HRRR's rendering in. Lord have mercy, what the heck is that? What am I looking at? What an uptrend. Old versus new. Not a volatile environment, but a pretty good environment. First thing I really want to see actually is dew points. Yep, really good. Wow. So we're in for multiple strong tornadoes tomorrow. What the heck, dude? We gotta do this all over again? Oh, my word. I feel so bad for people out in the central US, dude. This has been such a crazy event. Yeah, I think, well, we'll see what this shows, but yeah, I wouldn't rule out a moderate for wind or tornadoes tomorrow. But we'll see what the rest of this run shows. The main question I'm going to have, y'all, is this line going to be there in the morning? If that line's not there in the morning, we are going to likely see a tornado outbreak tomorrow. We probably will see a tornado outbreak tomorrow if that line's not there in the morning. But if the line is there in the morning, well, shoot, do we got to go live at 11 a.m. in the morning for the line? I will likely be, live at 2 o'clock. Likely at 2 p.m. Eastern, or maybe 3 p.m. Eastern. Do you remember that storm, that Nebraska storm Sunday? Sunday. Today's Monday. Yesterday? You could have just said yesterday, and then you wouldn't have been screwing with my head so bad. Which one? Oh, you're talking about the one in southwest Nebraska. The one that was radar indicated the whole time. We got a damage report of a possible tornado. Oh, I got you. I got it. I remember. Yep, I remember that. In between the two radar sites in the radar hole. Bro was in the middle of about to type it and I started remembering. Yep, I remember that. I sure do. Wow, so it wasn't all corruption. That's kind of that's crazy, honestly, because I thought most of that was corruption. It was rated EF2. Preliminary though, still. So that could go up or down. St. Louis now inside a tornado watch. 70-40. And wind is 80-50. So the wind threat went down a tiny bit. The hail threat went down absurdly went down. And the tornado threat went down just the smallest bit. Likely not going to get anything greater than a strong or an intense tornado in that tornado watch. Very low chance for anything more than a spin up strong tornado or possibly an intense tornado. And that is for the, and that's for a huge chunk of the risk. Huge chunk of the risk there. I'm actually more curious in the 01ZHRRR. I want to see if that line forms tonight on it. Here's the rest of that run. And you can see the line does actually weaken in Nashville because that first line comes through, and see how the instability gets up to like 2,000 in Nashville almost. 1,500 to 2,000 in this area. So it sweeps out all that extra instability, and thus when storms roll through in the late evening, the instability is too low. Huh?
Tornado
Another
warning for Central Buchanan County in northwestern Missouri, Buchanan County in Missouri.
We got down to 1 tornadic storm and 2 tornado warnings for that one storm. Now we are back up to 4. How are we at 4? Where the heck is the 4th one? What? 1, 2. Oh, there's 2 up here.
Tornado warning for northeastern
Oh my
Platte County in
goodness.
west central Missouri, Platte County in Missouri.
I would not be shocked if that's on the ground. Did you see that terminal radar? Look at that. Look at that. I would not be surprised if that is on the ground just barely to the south of St. Joseph in northwest Missouri. That is crazy. Look how fast that hook came together, too. That's a 1-minute scan of how a hook echo forms, so you can see it slowly pushing out. Instead of it just appearing in one scan, you can actually see how the southeasterly winds get a hold of it, help it push out, and then the northwesterly winds get a hold of it and help it push back in, and so it rotates just like this and turns into a hook. And now that hook is getting embedded inside the supercell. It's getting embedded inside the supercell there. And that's probably a pretty strong area of rotation. If we go to the main radar site here, that's probably a pretty strong area of rotation just to the southwest of St. Joseph. Also, that shows you the difference between a far radar site and a close one. Look at that. So this looks like a completely flat storm like that, kind of outflow dominant like, with an area of corruption. Until, look how much that structure changes. Watch it. Boom. Completely different structure now. Shows you how vital a close radar site is. And how important a close radar site is to a storm. I do want to go back down here just to see if this is strengthened at all. It has not. It's staying broad. Anything around Fort Smith. Still going to watch that little area here south of Ozark. South of Ozark in west central Arkansas there. But here's that loop. Watch the loop here. 1-minute scans of that hook pushing around and trying to rotate now. Here's the velocity of that. So you can see that northern edge. We talk about the northern edge a lot, and you can see how quickly those velocities ramp up. And now it's a large, strong area of rotation. Long range reflectivity only updates every 5 minutes there. Yeah, like I said before, still wouldn't rule out a brief spin-up
Tornado
tornado
warning
with
for
one of these storms
southern
in
Franklin
Texas.
County in west central Arkansas, Franklin County in Arkansas.
But I don't think they're going to be a big issue. So they did just tornado warn the storm I was talking about here for Ozark, Arkansas. Little area of rotation there, trying to develop. Yeah, I think there is a chance for a moderate tomorrow, but that chance is not very high, but it is a chance. For either wind or tornadoes or possibly both. One or the other or both. I don't know. CSU just went from a 14% to a 9% for tomorrow. So CSU significantly lost confidence. If that morning round, I think it's going to come down to the morning round. If the morning round is present, then we most likely won't see a moderate. If it's not present, then that will increase our chance for a moderate risk. But either way, whichever way tomorrow goes, we're going to have the chance for a few strong tornadoes and 90-mile-an-hour winds. Or 80/90-mile-an-hour winds, one or the other. Right around there. See if we got anything down here real quick. Okay. Is tomorrow from this same line or new development? Tomorrow is from the cold front dry line from this storm. It's not from this same line. This same line will go on to go into southwest Indiana. And then there's a chance for another line to form in Texas tonight and move into Tennessee in the morning. And then our third line will be the cold front dry line from today. All right. So there should be at least 2 rounds tomorrow, Legacy. There should be a morning round, probably around 10 a.m. And then the afternoon, there's a chance for some prefrontals in the afternoon towards 5 p.m. But the main round shouldn't come through until about 6 p.m. So there should be like 2-3 rounds tomorrow. Go back up here to Missouri real quick. Still both radar indicated. Wow, that is a tight hook echo. Look at that. Very, very tight hook echo. That is definitely trying to produce a tornado. going towards Evansville and Garrettsburg in northwestern not Kansas, Missouri. Northwestern Missouri. We have tracked so many states. I have confused all my states. That's how many we have tracked. I just recently I called Texas, Oklahoma. And now I'm calling Missouri, Kansas. Like, come on. Yeah, Connor Croft did head off. Just to reiterate that, Connor's no longer chasing right now. Since the storms in Texas didn't do much. Kansas finally did wake up. Yep. Sure did. Proxy, yeah, there's a chance you could see something tomorrow night, but it probably won't be that rough. It doesn't look like the storms are going to survive the Appalachians. It's pretty rare they do. Yeah, I think Eastern NC is going to get a day 2 slight risk. Looks like we should get a day 2 slight risk in Eastern NC, Southeast Virginia. So I'll probably be out Wednesday. It looks like a supercellular tornadic threat. So as long as all goes to plan, we gonna end this whole active last week with a chase. I don't know if I'll be able to stream it because it depends when I leave. I'll likely have to leave early, so I probably won't be able to get my second device. Well, we are still going to stay live here for a few more, probably at least another hour, bit over an hour or so. I want to try to see if I can get lucky in here to discuss the threat for Wednesday. See you later, Proxy. Thanks for tuning in. I doubt I'll be able to get lucky in here unless I tempt him with some food or something. Alright. Let's go back down here to the Fort Smith radar site. Not seeing much here at the moment. That tornado warning, the area of rotations really died out. I'm going to point it out because it's an area I keep coming back to. This velocity couplet here, just to the east of Forsyth, moving to the northeast. It's not tight or anything, but it's going to be something I pay attention to. Why the heck are these 8-minute scans? Why is that 8-minute scans? Is that the same on GR2? Nope. Let me guess. It's just a Radar Omega issue, and weather-wise doesn't have it being 8-minute scans either, right? 2 minutes. Just the radar will make it issue. Typical. Typical. Looks like this hook echo is still here. Still there near St. Joseph. Rotation likely beginning to weaken. I'm really, the main thing I'm waiting for here is I want to see the... I think the 0Z is probably done, right? Yeah, HRRR has been late on the 0Z run on College Due page. It's already finished, nearly finished on Pivotal Weather. It's at 18Z Wednesday, which is 42 frames on Pivotal Weather. It is still 30 frames on College Due page, so it's like 10 to 12 frames behind on College Due page right now. Do they really need to issue this? There's your public weather outlook for the moderate risk area. Storms are nearly out of the moderate. There's some of them are still training in the moderate. The main area is south of Fort Smith. They're going to keep seeing storms probably through the night in the moderate risk area until the cold front pushes through, which may have a line with it. That's something that is big for tomorrow's event, is will the cold front have a line with it tonight? If that's the case, that moderate risk area won't be clear until probably 6 a.m. is a guess. 6 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Central.
Warning for southern Washington County in east central Missouri, northwestern Iron County in southeastern Missouri, Iron, and Washington County in Missouri.
That is for a prefrontal here. Yep, prefrontal storm here. Prefrontal storm right in this area, moving to the northeast in central Missouri. Make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that warning. It's for Quaker, central Missouri. Yeah, you think, Ben? You think? It definitely died down once things grow up linear. It definitely dies down. A complete linear mode destroys your hail threat. Now, if it's a clustered mode, that's different. .60-mile-an-hour winds about to move through Kansas City. This is your last main line in Kansas City. Still could get some thunderstorms overnight, though, but that's your last main line. Go back to our warning out here. And this is not going to last long. It's probably going to be hit by all that convection to its west shortly. So it won't last long. Could still get a tornado out of it, though. I would not rule it out. That is something the HRRR showed, is a potentially strong tornado threat out of prefrontals here in Missouri. But it's very messy. So could have a strong tornado threat out of these prefrontals for about the next hour. Wouldn't rule it out. Tornado or two, possibly a strong one. see here. Just a lot of rain, light to moderate rain for the rest of the night. There is a chance, there's a lot of uncertainty, but there is a chance for a line of about 60-mile-an-hour winds towards 1 a.m. Central. It likely won't have much of a tornado threat with it in your location. If it does have a tornado threat, then it will likely end up being into central and eastern Arkansas, not for you. So you should be good. Just really rain and then possibly a second line towards 1 a.m. Central with about 60-mile-an-hour winds. 60-mile-an-hour winds being like the high end. Typically doesn't happen with these lines, even if you're in a severe warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. A lot of the time you end up with significantly less. This line is, I just noticed, this line is going sub-severe. This line is actually going sub-severe stupidly early. Like, really, really early. It is going sub-severe. Let's see. Give me a moment. Yeah, I just want to text Lucky real quick, see if he wants to join at all tonight. He said no, but I texted him if he wants to discuss Wednesday Stormchase. That might interest him. Let me see. Yeah, you're good. You're in a tornado watch, but I don't think you're going to get much tonight. And I don't think you'll get anything tomorrow. I think you're good. You still may want to just be weather aware, keep an eye out just in case. Interesting. The HRRR only convects one singular supercell along the warm front Wednesday. That's in far east NC. Very interesting. Alright, we're down to one warning. That is it. Down to one tornado warning. That is it. I will not be live till the day one outlook. No. Nope. I don't expect to. I won't be up for that. I gotta get sleep. I'm gonna have to get me some good hours of sleep tonight. Really good. Environment with that prefrontal, I will check right now. So, not as good as the one that was in St. Louis. Let's see here. Pretty good photograph. Not the best lower level veering. 2000 instability. 176 0 to 1 kilometer shear. 212 0 to 3 kilometer SRH. 1600 mixed layer instability. Not bad. The main thing that's carrying it is probably the 35 knot lower level jet. You're at 76 temps 70 dew points, so pretty good environment for a tornado, possibly even a strong one. Oops. I want to go to the 01ZH-RRR. See, I bet on College of DuPage here, that ain't going to start rendering for a while. It glitches out. It's supposed to be rendering now, but the 0Z is only 77% done. Their site's been glitchy. NAM 3K starting to render in for tomorrow as well. Now that won't be glitchy on College DuPage. Yep, that's already 6 frames in. Alright, what are we at for warnings here? 3 significant warnings. All, of course, severes. I think Lucky is going to try to tune in here near 10:30 and discuss the chase. I know Lucky's going to... Well, he's got work, so... Unless it goes 5%, he ain't going to chase. Which, it could go 5%. Okay. Well, tornado warning still remains in effect for 37 more minutes for this area of rotation in east central Missouri. Outside of that, there's not really a whole lot tornadic-wise happening. Well, yeah, we do still have the spin-up tornado threat here. I want to get the Fort Smith radar site. Yeah, that just started to try to spin up there. We'll have to watch that. That's what we're going to have to watch for tonight. Just little tiny areas of rotation trying to spark up like that very, very quickly. Still going to watch east of Springfield as well. And then back up here in Kansas City, north of Kansas City, there's a possible significant severe. You can see an area of rotation still trying to ramp up there, as well as a QLCS spin-up tornado threat just to the southeast of that. So definitely a tornado threat with this storm, as well as with 70-mile-an-hour winds and likely very small hail. Now, Kansas City, the actual metro, probably will get around 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds with this storm as it moves off to the east like this. Maybe even a little bit more northeast, so really the northern area of Kansas City is going to get hit by that. Yeah, they did put Tor Possible on that severe as well in south central Missouri for Ava because of these little areas of rotation to watch. Want to go back to Fort Smith's radar site. Looks like that rotation is weakened out west of Page in eastern Oklahoma. They did not put Tor Possible on that, shockingly. Alright, let's go see the NAM. the NAM 3K together here. Switch to the NAM 3K, go over here. See, that does not have a line forming tonight. It has a very weak line on the cold front and some scattered showers on the southern side and some scattered showers in front of it. But no well-defined line that's going to take up a bunch of instability. But you can see that cold front, doesn't matter how intense it is, it still sweeps out all the instability. We'll see if that pushes through all of Tennessee too. That might be actually an initiation point for prefrontal storms tomorrow in eastern Tennessee. The NAM, very wrong on the placement of where this line currently is. Very, very wrong. Also, whatever the heck that was, it did not happen. Look at that. Whatever it's trying to do there, that didn't happen. That was 56 minutes ago. Didn't happen. A lot more wind shear with the NAM compared to the HRRR for tomorrow. Trying to see if we got any more information that I may be able to share with y'all. I don't see anything. Not really much to share there. If you say it's interesting, it's probably nothing. Oh. Never mind. Let me go check that storm. Let me go check that storm. Small ZDR decrease, spectrum widths present, NROT. Probability of debris, 90%. 80 to 90%. We'll see what the next scan has to show. There is a chance. There is a chance this could be on the ground here in central Missouri. Just to the northwest of Bellevue in central Missouri. Next scan should be in about 20 seconds for CC, so we'll be able to see very shortly if this is indeed a tornado or not. New mesoscale discussion just got issued for portions of northwestern Missouri. This is now an observed tornado warning. So that is indeed a tornado on the ground. There you go. Yep, that is definitely a tornado on the ground. Over a very, very forested region there. Quite the forested area that is over. You see the ZDR decrease there as well. Very clear ZDR decrease. Spectrum width very present. Rotation present. NROT present. And of course reflectivity all present. So that is indeed, for sure, now a very clear portrayed 100% tornado debris signature there. So that's a tornado tearing up some trees well off to the northwest of Bellevue in central Missouri. It's tearing up some trees right now. So this is an observed tornado warning for 2,971 people, 2 schools and 0 hospitals there. Yeah, still on the ground. New CC scan will be here in about 10 seconds. I would have to strengthen quite a bit to go PDS. All right, so if this does stay on the ground, it's going to go towards just to the west of Mineral Point in central Missouri. This is really the only solid prefrontal out here. But if we do get any additional prefrontals to really try to develop in this area, they will pose the exact same risk for a tornado or two, as well as the potential for a strong tornado. New CC scan there. That is still a very large debris signature. Let's go back here. Go up to this. Still a very large debris signature there. Definitely a lot weaker velocities, though. But that probably lofted quite the bit of leaves and sticks, pieces of trees up in the atmosphere. No homes out here. If it was a little bit more east, there would be homes. If it stays on the ground for any longer than 2 more minutes, it's going to start heading into a few homes here in very rural regions of central Missouri. Quite the debris signature, though. Lofting debris. Wow, 8,000 feet up. That is, by definition, a strong tornado on debris, on the debris side of things in CC, but not so much with the velocity. But potentially is a strong tornado. Maybe a strong tornado there. Just not very strong on velocities. It's almost at 100, so it's close. It's very close. If it was at like 110 or 120, then we could start calling this nearly a strong tornado, or possibly even a strong tornado. But right now, that CC is huge in terms of how low of correlation it goes. It goes all the way down to the 48th percentile, so that's quite a large debris signature there. Also a bit in size too. That's definitely not a small debris signature. That's pretty large. Not saying it's a large tornado, but I mean that is a pretty large CC there. Remember, a lot of the times the tornado is quite considerably smaller than the CC. A lot of the time. Because how are tornadoes shaped? They're, most of them, except for wedges, they're going to be shaped like this. So they're going to increase with height. So your debris, what your radar is scanning, is up here. This is the debris the radar is going to be scanning. It's not scanning at the surface with how wide the tornado is. It's scanning the debris up here in the atmosphere. It ain't scanning right at the ground. It's scanning that atmospheric debris, which is much wider than the actual tornado. Depending on what type of tornado this is, though, it was likely It was likely on the smaller side of things. I wouldn't expect it to be a wedge with that small of a velocity couplet. I wouldn't expect it to be a wedge. And just an example, for a wedge tornado, say we have a wedge tornado. This would be a... Geez, I wouldn't even be able to draw it. So wedge tornado would be wider than it is tall, like that. So that would be a wedge tornado, wider than it is tall. That's a wedge. So that would be a wedge tornado. And then you could see how much larger that debris field would be. And then that does correlate still to at least somewhat the size of the tornado towards the ground. But likely this is now lifting, if not lifted, to the northwest of Bellevue in central Missouri. That is likely lifted or lifting. Dang. Just found a Minecraft mod that looks insane for weather. I know that's so off topic, but I need that now. I need that. Thing looks better than almost every storm chasing game. That new mesoscale discussion, where was it issued for? It was issued out here for the Kansas City area pointing eastward. Let me go see it on their site. Severe threat is expected to continue for a couple more hours with the potential for a few tornadoes, including the threat of an isolated strong tornado, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and 1-inch hail, all possible. The line is expected to continue to weaken after the next hour or two. Man, that's a whole lot of fallout. This thing picked it up. It picked up a lot of trees. It picked up mostly a lot of leaves, a lot of branches, sticks, portions of trees. I mean, that is a lot of fallout for just trees. That's lofted debris 20,000 feet up. That is actually one of our strongest tornadoes of the day. And it's a tree ripper. That may be because it's lifting up so many leaves or something. I'm trying to guess on why it's lofting debris so high up. 20,000 feet up. I mean, that sometimes that could even be a violent tornado, but the velocity signature definitely does not correlate with those wind speeds. Likely it was barely a strong tornado, but the debris was just lofted so high up. Very, very, very high up. This is 20,500 feet right here. And the next scan, there's even still some pixels there at 25,000 feet. But we're going to go with this one because it's a lot more obvious that is debris 20,500 feet up in the atmosphere. That's crazy for a tree ripper. Tree slabber. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it with how much fallout that is. That is a bunch of fallout. That is a lot of fallout for a tree ripper, man. The only significant severes are in place is one in north of Kansas City, one north of Kansas City, and then one in St. Louis, Missouri. So only 2 significant severes in place, and that is all the significant severes. The other 12 are normal severes. And then, of course, we have our single tornado warning currently observed for 20 more minutes. That is a crazy amount of fallout. Look at all that. Just crazy fallout there. Man. Still fallout. And that's going to keep falling for a long time. Like I said, that's not a little fallout, man. That's a lot. It's a lot of tree fallout. Yeah, but likely not on the ground anymore based off of velocity. It's most likely not on the ground. Poor trees. Man, better trees than houses any day. I would have much rather had this in a rural area, so I'm glad it likely lifted just before those homes. It likely lifted somewhere in here, and your houses are right up in here. So those houses, they are not getting hit by a tornado, but man, there's probably a bunch of debris falling on them. There's likely a lot of debris falling on top of those homes. Trees raining down. I don't think it's full-blown trees raining down, but definitely a whole lot of leaves and a lot of branches and sticks, and maybe a bit larger of branches as well. I don't believe it's full-blown trees, though. Could you imagine that? Tornado lifts and there's just full-blown 50-foot tall oak trees falling from the sky. Imagine that one. Let's go over to... I want to go back down to the St. Louis radar again. We'll stay here. Keep watching that debris fallout. It is still there. Like I said, it lifted probably right here. Between these two scans, it lifted. Which that was about 13 or so minutes ago. It lifted, and it's still raining debris. Still raining debris. That long after it's lifted. Crazy for a tree ripper, man. Are they going to let that go unwarned in St. Louis? I mean, it looks significantly weaker, so... yeah, they probably are. So we're down to just one significant severe. And 11 severes overall. So 10 normal severes, and then the 1 sig severe north of Kansas City. That is all we have left. And then we still have our observed tornado warning, though. Still have that. Should be downgraded to radar indicated pretty soon. Unless they're just going to keep that observed until it expires. Man. Still observed. So still an observed tornado warning there. Just to the west of Irondale in central Missouri. All right, we're going to go back to the NAM 3K model, see what that has for tomorrow. Man, I don't want no sounding. So it explodes supercells just like the HRRR at 20 to 21Z. Loud have mercy. Yikes. Yeah, that would probably be a 45 sig wind for Nashville. Pointing south, southeast. Oof. I don't know if that would be a moderate for tornadoes, but if it was to go moderate, it would probably be for eastern Arkansas into western Tennessee. And then, yeah, you can see Appalachians, man, just they get rid of all the moisture, just gone. It just gets rid of all that moisture nearly instantly. Just gone. A lot of light rain and some isolated heavy rain over Virginia left over. And look at that warm sector. Look at the difference between the HRRR and the NAM3K for the warm sector on Wednesday. Ooh, that sheer difference. That's going to be what makes me decide if I'm going to chase or not. If the wind shear looks like that in the morning, I'm going. If it looks like this, I'd be 50-50 on it. Go check some experimental models for tomorrow. Go see if the HRRR is the more leaning correct model, or if it is the NAM3K that is the more leaning correct model. Okay, well that one's an entirely different situation. These are all just on their own. They ain't even close to what the HRRR or the NAM shows. Ah, yes, the RRFSA. Let's see what you have. Much closer to what the HRRR has. See if it has anything for me on Wednesday. Oop. A superceller too. Yay. Shoot, better than nothing, that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna go over to here. Let me guess. Yep, the debris is still falling out of the sky. Still falling out of the sky nearly 20 minutes after the tornado is lifted. Just crazy. Another area of rotation nearing the exact same area that just got hit by a tornado. Hopefully that doesn't, hopefully that does not increase at all. Well, we gonna wait till Lucky calls, y'all. We'll discuss the chase with him. See what he thinks about tomorrow and Wednesday. Pretty strong, man. Looked pretty strong. Especially on CC. Don't think I need the Tulsa radar site anymore. I don't know where to move this thing. Do I have... I'll go with Little Rock. I guess I'll go with Little Rock. Springfield, Fort Smith, Kansas City, and St. Louis. Those are your main ones. Now I got Little Rock, just in case. Eight minutes till we're tornado warning list if we don't get a new warning. I don't know if that's going to happen. Don't know if we're going to get tornado warning lists. Let's see here. So, yeah, we're going to just watch this tornado warning, wait for it to expire, wait for Lucky to call. Hear his thoughts. We'll track a little bit more, and then we'll conclude stream. I'm not going to go too late. I'm just going to make sure things really are dying out here. Let's see here. Gotta wake Lucky up. He might have went back to bed. 2 minutes. Start the timer, chat. Go. It started. 2-minute timer has started. Yeah, this is a little area rotation here. Not much, though. Not much there. Scrub, you missed a wild tree ripper over the last 30 minutes. Very wild tree ripper. He's got 65 seconds, 64, 63 seconds to call, so we'll see. For Friday for London, hard to say. It doesn't look like London's going to be in the main tornado threat as of now, but, you know, you still want to be weather aware just in case. Yeah, it was a big tree, big time tree ripper. That still might be some of its debris falling out of the sky right there. 24 minutes after it occluded, so that was your CC right there. Big time tree ripper. So we'll keep watching. Not strong enough yet. Yeah, Lucky's late. Don't think that's strong enough just yet to want a warning. 4 minutes. 3 minutes till we go tornado warning list. Okay. Yeah, I'm just checking a few things here. I'll stop that stopwatch. Actually, I'm gonna keep it going until he calls. Watch 292 just expired. That was our tornado watch that we first started with over Oklahoma. So that just expired, as you can see right there. Just expired. No longer under tornado watch 292. In 3 minutes, we will be without a considerable severe or a tornado warning. Can we make it? Let's see. You know who ain't gonna make it? Lucky. 5 minutes now. I'm telling y'all, when he's like a minute, it ain't no minute. It ain't no minute. Yeah, the 01ZH triple R just completely uptrended for tomorrow. It doesn't show that line being nearly as intense. Kind of like what the NAM 3K has, so tomorrow, if that's the case, it will have a chance to go 45 sig for wind and or could be both, could be one 15 sig tour. Still going. We're 4. Lucky is 4 minutes late. It's just going to keep going up. If I text him, he's probably going to call. I'm going to let him call on his own time. Yeah, they'll keep the watch up for Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois till they all expire. I don't think they'll expire any of them early. We are officially down to a ordinary severe. Look at this. No significant severes, no tornado warnings, no PDS severes, just 10 ordinary severes. We did just get a new severe. Oh crap, I'm gonna have to minimize this, full screen this, open this, open this. There you go. But I gotta know the method, y'all. Gotta know the method. Yeah, definitely can see why that is tour possible there. I can see why that is tour possible. So that's going to go towards Payson in Illinois. If he's 5 minutes more late, If he gets all the way to 10 minutes late, then I'm just going to text him. You broke the internet? Legacy. Now, why would you do that? Tier 2 broke it, you didn't. Nah, it was Lucky. Lucky did it. Lucky's the one who broke it. And they'll issue a moderate risk for tomorrow. It's possible. I doubt it, but it's possible. I'm not the SPC, so I can't tell you if they will or won't. Let's see here. Hugo, Oklahoma. Let me see. You're not in the complete clear. There's still going to be some loud thunderstorms probably through much of the day. Or not much of the day, much of the night, rather. You won't be completely in the clear until probably about 2 a.m. Central is when you'll be fully in the clear.
4. Central Washington County in east central Missouri, Washington County in Missouri.
There you go. New tornado warning. Figured. Wouldn't be shocked if this one ends up warned too up here. Yeah, Legacy, we got your chats. We can see them. Yep,
Tornado warning for southwestern Adams County in west central Illinois, northwestern Pike County in west central Illinois, southeastern Marion County in northeastern Missouri, Adams and Pike County in Illinois, Marion County in Missouri.
Okay, I don't think we'll get another one. I don't see any, unless there's something down here. Yeah, I don't see anything else that is good enough for a warning. Those were the two spots that I was watching, and both of them got warned. All right, 40 seconds until Lucky is 10 minutes late. He literally said 2 minutes. Like, he actually said 2 minutes. He texted me 2 minutes, and it has been 11 minutes and 32 seconds, 33 seconds, 34 seconds, 35 seconds. This dude. All right, I'm going to text him because he ain't calling. Watch, I bet he's going to call nearly instantly now that I texted him.
Tornado warning for northwestern Crawford County in east central Missouri, Crawford County in Missouri.
Huh? That little thing? Wait, okay, come on now. Come on now. There's no shot. There's no way, bro. There's no way. It's rotation. Dude, if this is rotation, I've seen 900-mile-an-hour winds before. Yeah. That does not look like rotation to me. That is extremely weak. Mid-Missouri. Depends on exactly where. Mid-Missouri could be pretty large. There you go. Uh, You're gonna get another line tonight, but it shouldn't be strong at all. It should really just be light rain. Light to moderate rain. I think you're done. You are very, very close to done. There's just going to be a lot of isolated light to moderate rain showers for the night. Nothing should be severe. Nothing should be significant. All right, chat. He has called. Stop the time. 14 minutes and 24 seconds after he said 2 minutes. So he is 12 minutes and 24 seconds and 37 milliseconds
Shut up, bro.
off.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's not that serious. It's really not that serious.
No, it's not.
Oh man, I literally just come home from work and I just want to talk to my parents.
You're good.
Oh my. Oh man, now we got a timer, bro. Oh man.
You're good, dude. Just joking. Jeez, chill.
Lucky abandoned us.
We thought he did. We thought he did.
Can't even talk to my parents after a long day at work. So sad.
Yeah, Ben.
So how'd it play out? Was it messy?
It was messy, but we saw 2-3 intense tornadoes. I don't think anything violent. 2 were questionably violent, but not clearly violent. We saw a huge tree ripper about an hour ago, loft debris like 24,000 feet up in Missouri. It only had a couple of like 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then did that loft debris that high up in the atmosphere. We got about like 6, 7 PDS warnings. And we had a lot of
6, 7.
Yeah, 6, 7 PDS. Then we had multiple 4-inch hail reports, one 4.5-inch hail report, and then multiple 80-mile-an-hour severe. So it verified pretty well. Not for Oklahoma City, though. That dry line never fired. But now we got to be talking Wednesday, because CSU has a 5% in East NC. Which CSU has not had a 5% in North Carolina so far this year. Not a good 5%. It's always been like 3, 4 a.m. or 6 a.m. in the morning, 5%.
All right, one thing I can see that could already do something. Morning convection. Like it's like overnight convection actually. So it's not morning convection. So maybe that might not be too much of a factor, but it's still. Yeah, it's gonna be Eastern and CTRG. I don't even gotta look at anything. It's gonna be Eastern and C.
I mean, even the HRRR has full clearing. You know what we look at when we see clearing temperatures? Ooh. Yeah, the 70 dew points in East NC. You're right.
It's gonna. Like, I don't even have to look at anything, bro. I'm not just saying that just because that's where I saw a tornado at, but I'm just saying that just by looking at Cape. And
Well, NAM has you at almost 75-degree dew points.
With what, 80 temps?
I
think if we see
like 80 to 85 temps.
Let me open radar mega. If we see a 5%, it's gonna extend from the coastline all the way to. I'm gonna say
the HRRR only initiates one storm,
I'm gonna
but
say
it's in
Greenville.
it would be potentially an isolated strong tornado threat if that happened.
That morning convection has maybe nothing to play with. I don't think. What's SRH looking like? Yeah, nothing. Diddly squad doo mustard.
SRH
I'm
is
not.
that's a big thing. Is SRH is pretty good in the afternoon on the NAM 3K, whereas on the HRRR it's just it's very weak on the warm front itself.
So I'm going to tell you this now. If it's not 5%, I'm not chasing because
I'll go with the same on that.
now if it's in my area and it's like mid afternoon, okay, now you got me thinking.
I think it's gonna be like towards probably 3-4 o'clock over your area, and then East
and then-
NC closer to 5-6 probably.
Because if I want a tornado, if we want a tornado, it's most likely gonna have to be Eastern NC. I'll see if there's a 2% in Central, then we can't really rule out a tornado. But our best chance, honestly, just for North Carolina, is Eastern NC. I think that's the only place we've had our. Actually, no, I think we had a tornado this year in Charlotte, or near the Charlotte metro.
Yeah, we did.
All right, and the rest have been Eastern. Nothing Central.
Man, the wrap is kind of in between the HRRR and the NAM. It shows a little bit more shear than the HRRR, but less than the NAM. Definitely not what I would consider a really good setup, but it might be on the verge of a 5%. Right on the edge of a slight risk. What do you think about it? You're really good. You're the one who saw a tornado, not me.
Okay, bro. Well, let me take a deep dive.
What?
Hold up, bro. I was trying to plug in my.
bro is ran downstairs and he's talking to us from the kitchen.
Of course, you say kitchen because you always think I'm eating all the time. Anyways, so
Dude, you gotta admit, 90% of the time when I'm calling you, you got food somewhere right near you or a drink.
all right, so it could be very coastal. Very coastal. Like I'm talking about.
It's because I always call you like supper or after lunch or right when you get home from school or right there.
is
Like
lunch for me.
right when you eat is when I call you.
Yeah. Let's see what Supercell composite's already at. All right, so they're coastal NC is at a so far is at a 10. For Supercell composite.
Huh?
And STP is up to
I gotta get a
About
sounding
the-
there. Are you looking at HRRR 0Z?
yes.
That's what I thought.
And don't tell me the sounding. I want to get one too. Hold on. Get it right where search up
And I'm gonna get it
Yeah,
right in front of that supercell. Right in the supercell's inflow at 00Z.
All right, let me see.
It's not
Wait, wait, wait.
horrid, but man, it's not what I thought it was gonna be.
Okay, let's do that. Go to severe weather. Go to. Actually, we'll just do this. At what time you said? Oh, that's like
0Z.
what? 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 No, there is no. Oh, I found it.
There's no 0Z, bro. Imagine he actually
Right.
finished that.
Uh,
there is no 0Z. Did you get it?
Dang! What in the dew point? Wow, what? Yo, chat. Chat.
Oh, the gyro I didn't even see that,
Chat.
Lucky.
Chat. OMG.
Wait, I wonder if the NAM is gonna show that too. Hold on. I'm gonna get it on the NAM 3K real quick. See if that shows what the HRRR has.
All right, let's use College Dude Page's new hail SWAT thing. Dang. I mean that says already one.
What? Did you see the CLM? Whatever that is.
CLM.
Hail swath
That-
CLM. H triple
Oh
R.
yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
That's just crazy.
What is that? No, Nam
I don't
doesn't
know.
have it nearly as bad as the H triple R though. For
Well, I
that
don't know. That means,
tri-air.
well, I mean, the whole like East Coast, Midwest is getting
What in the world?
a lot of hailstones
Is that just like the chance for rain or something? Because look how bad that is.
or a chance of hail. 'Cause, I mean, bro,
No, there's
that's
no
just,
way, bro. There ain't no way.
like yeah, there is no way. It's just like just impossible.
Like you're
See,
telling me that's how much hail everyone's
dang.
gonna get, dude.
So TRG, I don't know if your sound says this, but look at the wind barbs at the very low at the surface, and like the winds veering with height.
Oh, like it goes from
That's
dead
rotating.
westerly and then to easterly.
Yeah, that's just a heck ton of rotation.
Sure, buddy. It's gonna be like nothing, I bet.
I know it's gonna be nothing. Your LCL and LFC could be a little closer,
Oh yeah,
but they're pretty
definitely.
close. I mean, they're close, but they could be closer. Your Storm Slinky, that's just perfect. That's gonna show you. That's like it looks like a classic supercell look. Um,
Yeah, I don't like how that LFC is almost at 850.
yeah, I don't like that's too high. It tells you um I think it says meters. If you look at the sounding, it'll say meters for the LCL and LFC. I think
Lucy,
I'm guessing that's gonna be
I wonder what you're gonna talk about in the chat. I have no idea. Oh, there's already the message. I had no idea what you were gonna say. Man, you got a big surprise there, didn't you? A backyard funnel cloud. Something that not a lot of people get to see.
I mean, I haven't seen it. It wasn't in my backyard. It was 3 hours away, 2 hours away. Actually, no, my tornado was 2 hours away. I saw a second funnel. They were producing in, but I don't think so.
So this is Lucy's video. I'll put it in the chat so you can watch it there too. If you want to direct a link to it. But here's the funnel that Lucy got in her backyard. Look at
Wow. That is
that. That is a borderline tornado. Very, very close to being a tornado.
Where was this at?
South of St. Louis. Like, look at that. Dude. I need that. I must see that.
Okay, I didn't see that good. I didn't see that much. I saw it going up, like the very end of it.
Look at that. That is definitely a funnel. No doubt. No doubt that is a funnel. And look how much it's rotating
Nah, that's
too.
Scud, bro.
Nah, bro, that is not Scud.
That's what me and TRG
You
was saying,
see
'cause
you
it'd
see
be
how
moving north.
no, that's rapidly rotating. That's a rapidly
Yeah,
rotating
I know.
funnel.
I know. I'm joking, chat. I'm joking.
Yeah, but even if I saw that, I would be like, yeah, that ain't no Scud. Because you could see it like within the first 10 seconds of that video, I just keep replaying it, looping it here. Wow. Play the whole video there. Just crazy. And in your backyard too. Ooh, lightning. Whoever's filming it saw that flash and went over to it. That's how I am whenever I see lightning too. Funnel cloud right in front of me. Ooh, lightning. That's exactly what I would do. That is awesome though. Crazy, crazy capture. Oh, you
Yeah,
got
the
drone
hovercraft
footage of
for
it? I won't show that because I don't know. Well, you put not for commercial use. So I'll just see.
put it in a Discord or something.
Well, I'll still put it in the chat. Let me see. Wait, you said I could show the drone footage too? I'll just put it in here. I'll put it here because I want people to go look at it. That way I ain't taking no engagement from you. That bolt is crazy. Dude, especially on the left side. That is so close to being on the ground. No, I'm pretty sure it is. Wait. I don't know, is it sped up, Lucy? Did you speed up the drone footage? Oh yeah, they definitely don't. You're right. I don't know, but I haven't been to Missouri before, so maybe it's different.
The actual, like, plain footage, no sped up, then that is some crazy rotation.
Well, either way, it's rotation and it was a funnel.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Dude. That's just crazy. Awesome catch. Crazy catch. That's something me and Lucky can only hope we'll get. Eventually.
Bro, if we lived in any other state, I guarantee you it would be so much easier.
No, don't say that, because we would end up being stuck in somewhere like freaking Delaware or New Jersey, dude. What, 1 or 2 events a year? Or Wyoming or something. I'm glad we at least get to experience all the seasons here. We have hurricanes, snowstorms, very rare. Severe weather, tornadoes, very rare. But we still get all the seasons.
And sometimes we get all the seasons in one day. We'll go from
Yep.
winter to summer in about 2 hours.
Yep. That's how it feels. It definitely does when a cold front comes
Pennsylvania is
through.
boring, not gonna lie.
Buddy,
Yeah,
you're literally in a hot spot. You've literally
Bro, I
had like
know.
10, 15 tornadoes around your area in the last year.
I'd rather be in PA than North Carolina.
I would too.
I kind of like North Carolina because I grew up here. Like, yes, there's not too much to do, but there's an okay amount. And plus, whenever you're bored, just go to Walmart.
That's about all there is to do here. Go to Walmart.
Yeah, trust me, me and TRG done it like 4 times already.
We do it all the time. Lucky comes here, one of the first stops is Walmart.
It's either for toiletries or just because we're bored.
Or
The
both.
first time I forgot a toothbrush last time, so yes.
Yeah, after I reminded you like 20 different times.
You did. And I was just too excited to see you that one time.
Bro was ready
Hey,
for them
hey,
tacos.
Right? No, we gotta go visit that car dealership thing again. With all the supercars and stuff.
Oh, you want to meet there one time?
Yes, one day we gotta go there.
Maybe we'll pick you up one day.
No, I'm driving, bro. Cause then y'all won't let me go then. Yeah, how am I gonna get back?
No, we just drop you off again like we did the first time.
Yeah, no, I'd rather drive.
Okay.
I'd rather take the long route. I'm never taking that route actually. Go to Greensboro, then book it north to Martinsville. I always go like,
So the chat just said, yeah, PA stinks. Really? It can't be that bad. Yeah, take the interstate. Take the interstate always. Take the interstate, then take up 220, and then go into Martinsville.
It always takes me to all these back roads, but you know what? I like the back roads sometimes.
If it takes you Winston, oh my goodness.
Actually, I can tell you where it would
Actually,
take
this
me.
is 220 right up here, so it takes
My
you
phone's
like
all the way
that.
over there. I really don't feel like going.
There's back roads in here that it took me one time. Oh my word.
Yo, I can say from personal
yeah, it was like
experience-
over here. Yeah, I went like through Winston, and then I went through all of this stuff, and it took me this way, and then all back out in this way, and then eventually I came out here
Was that
in
when we storm
Martinsville.
chased?
It was the
And we went
most
back to
recent chase, whatever I
and we went back
did.
to Wisdom.
I
'Cause
think,
I literally,
yeah,
bro,
yeah, that was it. Yes, when you stopped
bro,
at Chick-fil-A. Always stopping at restaurants.
no, we chased for like 8 hours, bro. No, it was more like 6. Let's be realistic. It was like 6
First
hours of
stopped at
chasing.
McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Walmart, gas stations for food. Skip the gas.
Hey, chat. Hey, can we do a quick poll? Where does Lucky stop after his next chase for food? Let's do a poll.
We can do it tomorrow if you want to.
What, the poll?
Yeah, I can do it tomorrow if I remember.
Yeah, you're right. I'll let you know. But main options are gonna be McDonald's, Chick-fil-A. What's another good one?
Mm.
Honestly, that's like the only 2 fast food places I've ever gone to really after a chase. Nah, next time me and Tear go on a chase together for a tropical system, we're going to freaking Five Guys. Cause this dude didn't know what Five Guys was.
I do know what Five Guys is, but I have never been.
He's never had it. Okay, my bad. He knew what it is, but Freddy's. Oh my. Oh, I remember that time I got Freddy's out there chasing.
Now that I don't know.
Oh, yo. Okay.
I've
no,
never
skip
heard of
Five
that
Guys.
before.
Skip Five Guys. We're going to Freddy's, bro. Freddy's is top tier. They have some top tier burgers. They have probably one of the best burgers in the fast food game.
Nah, bro. McDonald's on top.
Nah, bro. What is Freddy's? Oh my.
I think
Pez.
Pez. I think they're talking about like the FNAF series, like Freddy, the animatronic. Pretty sure that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, freaking Happy Meals with Freddy Fazbear in it.
Are you gonna stay up a little bit tonight, Lucky, or not at all? Like till midnight, is what I mean.
I guess. 11:45.
Lord have mercy. Storm
But
survey was conducted earlier this afternoon in Tuscaloosa. We've determined straight line winds of 90 to 100 miles per hour. Gracious. Early yesterday morning.
I think it was a bit windy out there, guys.
A 4-mile swath of 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. Yesterday at 5:50 a.m. local. Jeez. My goodness. Yeah, I just got that because James Spann retweeted it.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Lucky Gamer.
Yes, sir.
That's the man, the myth, the legend, right?
Oh no, that's James Spann. Speaking of lucky games, bro. After what, tomorrow?
Yeah, we're doing some gaming streams.
Yes, bro.
Give me a break. I need to give me some sleep. So after Wednesday, give me till. Ooh, I've got a long weekend though.
What you doing?
What you doing? I got a lot of plans, assuming I don't get sick.
And chat, bro's gonna get sick.
There's a virus. There's a virus going around, and I think one of my family members caught it. So I've been trying my best to.
Well, hey, just throw it away, bro.
Yeah.
You caught it, just throw it away.
Yeah, thanks, Lucky. Thanks.
You're welcome, bro. Some great advice by me.
I've just been trying to not get sick, and I'm doing pretty good so far.
Bro, guys, I had a blooper on stream earlier. Okay, wait. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna say it because that's gonna sound so wrong.
All right, I've muted you. Say it. They'll take that the wrong way. Yep. Alright. I'm
Heard that thing for like a year. Actually, almost 2.
COVID, we still talk about it here like almost every other day, nearly daily. Because all of our taste buds, my whole family caught it like I forgot how many times. It was either 4 or 5 times we caught it. It's fully screwed up our taste buds. Fully screwed it up. Somehow, chemo brought mine back to where actually it brought back some of my taste buds. Things started tasting good, really good again. Like chocolate used to be disgusting, and ranch Doritos. Those two. I remember I talked about ranch Doritos saying how it wasn't good, and chat flipped. Yeah, good times, good times. Good times turning on chat turning on me and chat turning on Lucky. Good times. Right, Lucky?
Right.
Yay. Yippee! Oh, that's copyrighted. I'm done.
The word "yippee" is copyrighted. I did not know that, chat.
Me either.
Yo, I can sing some copyright stuff if you want. All you gotta do is just ask.
COVID is just a blur for me.
It really, dude. I remember that day that they told us that we were gonna be out of school for 2 weeks, and I was so happy until it went from another 2 weeks.
And
to
now for snow days, you guys get virtual learning. Fully
Yes.
screwed up snow days don't even exist anymore.
And bro, and then after a month, I was like, and then they said we were done for the rest of the school year, as in like in person at least. Dude, at first I was happy, but then I was like, dang, bro, I still gotta get up and go on this Zoom thing, whatever it is. And then, bro, what grade was I in? Like 7th?
How did that work? Because hello, I'm homeschooled. It didn't end for me ever. We kept doing school.
That's unfortunate.
Yep, I never got those breaks from COVID. I never stopped school, even with COVID too. Oh, Lucky!
Yo,
Remind me. Remind me. Remind me. It's
okay.
a must. It is an absolute must.
What, for me to watch it or you?
Well, I mean, you can, but I don't think you have you. I don't think
Let's
you
see.
can get the game. Yeah, this line
Aw.
is still gonna hit you, Lucy, but it should be relatively weak. Just very heavy rain, upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Brief tornado can't be fully ruled out, but it will be late. It'll likely be in about 2.5 hours. Tell me if it looks difficult to get. Finals tomorrow? Yeah, go to sleep, Lucy. Go to sleep.
Dude,
Good
go to
luck.
sleep. I got that in 2 weeks, bro. Yo, not next week. Actually, starting next Friday, y'all ain't gonna hear
Some
from
of the
me for at
schools out
least
here are
3 days.
finishing this Friday. They're finishing
Yeah.
up this Friday. Upcoming Friday, of course, so they got this full week left. Still at 2 warnings for 11 minutes. We will be ending by that time. We are going to get to 10 hours in, and I'm going to call it quits. I'm not going to try to make it to 11 and a half because I got to go do a few things, and I want to talk to Lucky off a stream, and then I want to get good sleep. And then we got to do it all over again tomorrow. This has been one of the craziest stretches of severe weather. We've had slight, enhanced, the enhanced overperformed, moderate, enhanced, moderate, and then now tomorrow enhanced. So, slight, enhanced, moderate, enhanced, and then probably slight. I imagine day 3 is going to go slight. For East NC, maybe Southeast Virginia. Well, first I'm going to go eat my supper because I don't want to go to sleep on an empty stomach.
They don't do that again.
Or not my supper. I already had supper. I'm just going to eat a snack. I'm not even hungry at all. I was gonna say, why am I not hungry? Yeah, I had 3 tacos.
Snack. Yo,
I just thought maybe because the other day I didn't eat supper and I didn't feel hungry at all, and then I woke up absolutely starving. But today I had 3 delicious tacos. Right, Lucky?
Huh?
I had 3 delicious tacos. I'm sure I'm sure they didn't look good to you at all.
you know, I'm gonna get you copyrighted, bro. Saying that.
Oh no,
Guys,
because Connor started singing. I was eating the tacos, and y'all were watching Connor. He started singing the Jeopardy song at a red light. I'm like, Connor,
Oh,
no,
you know
that's copyrighted.
you know what? Fair enough.
I don't know. I don't know if that's
It's a
gonna.
valid reason.
There's no way that's gonna count as a copyright.
Well, I mean, it's it's him singing it. If anything, it's gonna be a cover of him. If anything, he can copyright you. I feel like 'cause
I
it's him
get
singing.
copyrighted by Connor because he was humming the Jeopardy song. Can you imagine? That
Right?
would just be hilarious. I couldn't even be mad. I would just be that would just be hilarious. If he copyrighted me due to him covering the Jeopardy song by humming it at a red light while storm chasing whilst I'm eating Dorito tacos. Yeah, I think I mixed Dorito and derecho right there. I think that's what I just did.
Guys,
Pretty sure I
Alright,
just
let-
mixed up derecho and Dorito. Yeah,
Alright,
I need
guys,
some
like
sleep. I need some sleep. Lucky, if you want to go and just outro a bit early, you've got
really?
plenty of
Okay.
time. Like 4
guys,
minutes before I start the music.
All right, bro. Guys. So by the way, I think I missed bro's 9,000 sub stream. So so I
Oh,
gotta give my
y'all,
little
the
speech.
big 10K is coming up fast. Less than 400 away. It's coming up
Dude.
fast. Very,
Guys.
very fast.
Guys, actually, I would say let's get this dude to 10K by the end of May, but we're about to have nothing to talk about.
Exactly, so it's
So.
going to be difficult. But June,
I guess.
we got to do something. I don't know, Lucky. I'm thinking this is not a promise, chat, okay? Not a promise, but I'm thinking about doing a public gaming stream on this channel and doing an all-nighter with Lucky whilst gaming. And then
You know what?
maybe not a full all-night stream, but we start like maybe with a bit of weather coverage or a bit of a weather briefing and then turn it on into Twisted and a full-blown gaming stream into the whole overnight hours.
Yeah. Like we'll name the stream weather briefing, and then once we switch it to gaming, we'll switch it the title to gaming.
And I'll probably do it either just before or just after I hit 10K. And it's probably going to be on maybe...
That's a 10K special, y'all. 10K
I don't know,
special
Lucky,
is a
if you
public
would...
gaming stream.
You would probably like it on a Saturday night, right?
Saturday night, preferably, yes.
Yeah, I would think Saturday night, because if we did Friday night, then you have to get up for work.
Actually, think about it. I'm not in school anymore, but after the 2nd day of June, so any day but.
I'll let the community
night?
choose. I'll let the community choose. I'll do.
Alright.
I'll put like Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
it
Probably
would
not
be-
Sunday.
Yeah, it would have to be Thursday night, all night stream. Saturday night all stream.
It would be. We would
Dang.
start probably at our per usual 6, and then it would go from 6 all the way till fully overnight, at least 4 a.m. It would have to go till at least 4.
I'm gonna have to go to the store and give me some energy drinks, bro.
Yeah, there's no way I'm not gonna go till 4, because that is barely even considered an all-nighter in my opinion.
So you're not going till 4? You're going till later?
Later for sure. Would have to be later.
And y'all, if we don't.
But I
stream
don't
for-
know if I would be live that whole time. That's the
If we
thing.
don't stream for a couple of days after that, you know we're sleeping.
Yeah, we gonna be in coma. It's gonna be a coma, man. Alright, if you want to end it, Lucky, because now we are getting pretty close.
All right, guys. Well, you heard it here, folks. 10K special stream. Public gaming stream on this channel. So 10,000 people are gonna be notified about a gaming stream, and
Dude, when you put it that way, it sounds crazy.
so yeah. And you know what? I'll stream on the main channel too. I'll do a stream too.
That'll be for 10K probably sometime next month. Probably sometime next month, because I'm sure we're gonna have some Omega Block or something in June.
Oh, it can be June 11th or 12th. I walked the stage.
All right, you've got 40 seconds.
All right. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, please like and subscribe to the plus notification button if I went to goes live or makes a video. Please share the channel with your friends and family so we can divide people, let them know what's coming away. Please join the Discord server. It's the first link in the description. Very fun server. Like, cool, maybe like that. Man, so it's something to talk to you. Want to talk to me and TRGS.
Oh, freaking
Tornado warning for southwestern Stone County in north
okay.
central
Anyways,
Arkansas,
I love
southeastern
y'all. I love
Searcy
y'all so
County
much.
in
I
north
will,
central Arkansas,
sorry, I couldn't be
central
here for
Van
most of the
Buren
stream.
County
I
in
was at,
north central
my
Arkansas,
job, my work.
northwestern Cleburne County in north central
yeah.
Arkansas, northeastern Pope County in central Arkansas,
pull up to my
Cleburne,
graduation?
Pope,
Good
Searcy,
luck, bud.
Stone, and Van Buren County in
I gotta give you a
Arkansas.
ticket first.
All right, thanks for joining, Lucky. I'll talk to you after stream.
Yes, sir. Love y'all, chat. See y'all soon.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I will catch you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Sometime probably around 2-3 p.m. Eastern time. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe. Watch for your weather. Thank you much for my chat. Goodbye.
Tornado warning for southeastern Franklin County in east central Missouri, west central Jefferson County in east central Missouri, northeastern Washington County in east central Missouri, Franklin, Jefferson, and Washington County in Missouri.
See you later, brothers.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next live stream tomorrow. Thank you much for my chat. Good.